Chapter 41-22. This time, although Tiandan Pavilion had registered to participate in the auction, the representatives were the Will of Heaven, who had recently returned to the martial world and received much attention, as well as Tian Chan. As for Lin Yi, he appeared alone with Kai Zhongyang because he planned to bid for some treasures in this rare auction event. According to his past experience, it was very likely that he would offend some people, and it was also possible that he would be coveted after he got the treasures. If Lin Yi appeared as the shopkeeper of Tiandan Pavilion, he might bring trouble to Tiandan Pavilion. Pavilion A12, please follow me. Reception messengers were arranged everywhere in the venue to serve the many big shots present. Not only did they lead the way, but they also provided one-to-one service for all matters related to the auction. They were extremely thoughtful and experienced. It was the first time that Lin Yi had come to the 10,000 Sky Peak. Naturally, he was secretly surprised by the rare spectacle of the strange stone pavilions. Kai Zhongyang, who was beside him, explained with a smile, "There are a total of hundreds of pavilions and tea houses here, and they are divided into 4 grades from good to bad. During the auction, they have always been allocated according to the strength and background of the participants. Those who can get Pavilion A12 can be counted on one hand." Lin Yi nodded. Although Kai Zhongyang could not be compared with the real big shots of the sects in terms of strength and status, he represented the giant 5 elements commerce this time, so it was reasonable that he was arranged to Pavilion A12. At the same time, Lin Yi turned his head subconsciously and found that not far away, the Will of Heaven was leading Tian Chan to Pavilion A9. His ranking was even higher than the two of them. However, on second thought, even though the current Heavenly Dan Pavilion was still not up to par, it could not withstand the great reputation of a legendary expert like Tian Xing. As the once all-powerful Vice Island Master of Middle Island, it was not strange for him to be valued so highly by the organizers now that he had recovered from his injuries. Under the guidance of the reception messenger, Lin Yi followed Kai Zhongyang to Pavilion A12. Because the position was much higher than other ordinary pavilions, the view was excellent. It was also very close to the auction booth in the center. It was indeed a rare good position. He chatted leisurely with Kai Zhongyang as he watched the crowd enter. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This scene, this grandeur. The auction at the extreme North Island paled quite a bit compared to this. After a while, the auction of Middle Island officially began. When the auctioneer appeared on the auction booth in the center, everyone's eyes lit up. It was a graceful and beautiful woman. She wore a light and translucent white dress, and the hot and exquisite wonderful curves were hidden in it. The dress swayed gently with the breeze, and the beautiful scene that flashed by intentionally or unintentionally was simply fascinating. In particular, this woman was not like those young girls who were 17 or 18 years old, but about 30 years old. Her whole body exuded a mature charm that made any man unable to resist. Beside her, there was another blonde girl who was similarly good-looking but dressed in revealing clothes. She was holding a silver plate as she stood by the side. She complimented her dignified and intellectual appearance and was very pleasing to the eye. This scene really made all the men present swallow their saliva. The organizers could be said to have taken great pains. Just the 2 women standing on the stage had already attracted the attention of all the people present. Only Lin Yi was quite indifferent to this. With so many beautiful female confidants, his resistance to beautiful women had long been far beyond ordinary people. He came to participate in the auction, not to see beautiful women. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's auction of Middle Island officially begins. Let's look at the first auction item. Although this female auctioneer looked dignified and holy, her tone and voice were very coquettish. If you paid attention, you could even find that she gently licked her tongue seductively. But Lin Yi's attention was not on her. His eyes fell on the silver plate of the blonde girl next to her. He opened the red cloth above and revealed a weapon that looked like a knife. The first auction item is the meteor blade provided by the rich and powerful families. This is a weapon of the Foundation establishment stage. Its blade is as thin as a wing, and after infusing it with true chi, its speed is like a meteor. It is unavoidable and indestructible. It is the first choice of many close combat masters. The base price is 3,000 spirit jade. The female auctioneer introduced with confidence. This meteor blade looks not bad. Lin Yi secretly praised it, but he didn't mean to buy it. Although he was short of weapons of the Foundation establishment stage, the King of Junk had already cast half of the weapons. At this time, it would not make much sense to get a meteor blade. After all, weapons were different from elixirs. They could not be bought and used. It would take a lot of time to specially practice them before they could be used in actual combat. However, although Lin Yi didn't want it, there were many others who were interested. After all, the appearance of this meteor blade looked very good. 3,100 spiritual jades. Someone immediately shouted out a bid. In this auction, every bid must be at least 100 spirit jade, so this could only be regarded as a test. 3,200 spirit jade. Someone immediately raised the price. 3,500 spirit jade. Then someone was not willing to be outdone. After a short while, under the continuous bidding of the female auctioneer, the price had been raised to 5,500 spirit jade. Lin Yi, who was watching coldly, also found a pattern. These people who bid were concentrated in the Pavilion D, which was the lowest area of the auction. This was not surprising. People who could come to the auction of the Middle Island were all big shots with deep backgrounds. Those who were interested in a weapon of the Foundation establishment stage must only be in the Foundation establishment stage. Of course, they could only be regarded as the lowest existence here. In the end, this meteor blade was won by someone at the price of 6,000 spirit jade. After the hammer was hammered, this meteor blade was directly handed to the person by the receptionist. At the same time, the person also took out the spirit jade card and swiped it on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. This process was simple and direct enough. The typical payment and goods were settled on the spot. However, the spirit jade card, which was rare in the North Island, seemed to be very common in the Middle Island. Now, let's invite the second auction item. It is the highest grade spirit jade provided by the all-access auction. The base price is 1,000 spirit jade. Everyone, please look. The female auctioneer reached out to remove the covering cloth. Then, on the silver plate, a large super spirit jade appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 41-23. However, as soon as the female auctioneer's voice fell, the scene fell into a brief silence. No one was willing to bid. After all, no matter how rare this item was, it was only a piece of spiritual jade in the end, and not some other rare and precious treasure. Although it could be used to assist in cultivation, its effects obviously could not be compared to pills and the like. If it was purely based on the exchange of volume, this super spiritual jade could at most be exchanged for 100 spiritual jades, which was already the limit. However, the starting price was already 1,000 spiritual jades. It was simply blind to bid based on this point. No matter how many spiritual jades there were, they should not be wasted like this. However, since the organizer dared to call a starting price of 1,000 spiritual jades, it was not completely unreasonable. It should be known that even on Heaven Stage Island where strength was respected, there were still many people who liked to be cultured. This super spiritual jade did not have many other uses, but for jade carving enthusiasts, its value was not small. Unfortunately, from the awkward situation at the scene, it seemed that there were no jade carving enthusiasts here. No matter how much the female auctioneer tried to exaggerate, no one was willing to waste spiritual jades and rashly bid. It was about to be auctioned off. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth, 1,100 spiritual jades. The audience was surprised, and their eyes immediately focused on the A12 pavilion. Even Kai Zhongyang, who was sitting next to Lin Yi, could not help but be slightly stunned. Young hero Lin, I didn't expect you to have this hobby. I didn't realize it before. This old man has a few friends who are also people in this field. When we go back, I can introduce you to them. You will have a common language. Kai Zhongyang laughed. Lin Yi smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything. In fact, a pragmatic person like him wouldn't be interested in jade carvings at all. He was just here to watch the show, and didn't even think about bidding. The reason for this? The reason was all because of the ghost. He suddenly used his divine sense to remind Lin Yi that this super spiritual jade was a rare thing. Only then did Lin Yi change his mind and bid. At this moment, when the audience saw that the person who made the bid was number 12, their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy, but there was also a hint of schadenfreude. From their point of view, only a young master of that level would waste his spiritual jades on something that was not practical at all. However, the more the other party wasted, the more they enjoyed watching the show. In any case, it wasn't their spirit jades that were being destroyed. This situation, on the other hand, wasn't a bad thing for Lin Yi. As long as no one was bidding against him, he didn't mind being laughed at by these people who didn't know what was going on. The feeling of making a fortune in silence was pretty good. However, just as Lin Yi thought that he was in the bag and the female auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, someone suddenly called out from the nearby pavilion A15, 1,500 spirit jades. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. When he heard the voice, he turned his head to look. When he saw the person's appearance, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. It was a familiar face. Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shinjin, and that bitch Situ Qian was sitting beside him. 2,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi immediately increased the price. Even if the other party wasn't the adulterous couple Wei Shinjin and Situ Qian, he was still determined to get this super spiritual jades under the guidance of that damn thing. Now that the road was narrow for enemies, there was no reason for him to give in. 2,500 spirit jades. Wei Shinjin frowned and continued to increase the price. 3,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi said without raising his head. The audience was instantly in an uproar. In their eyes, the starting price of 1,000 spirit jades for this super spirit jade was already a loss. Now, it had actually soared to 3,000 spirit jades in the blink of an eye. These disciples of the class really had too many spirit jades to spend. 3,500 spirit jades. Wei Shinjin gritted his teeth and said. 4,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi still had an indifferent expression on his face. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression, and he didn't even look like he was heartbroken. Lin Yi didn't lack spiritual jades. Now that he had the Tiandan Pavilion, a money-making machine that made tens of thousands of spiritual jades a day, he was even richer than ordinary people. A mere few thousand spirit jades was nothing to him. I bid 5,000 spirit jades. Wei Shinjin didn't want to be outdone. He didn't wait for Lin Yi to continue bidding. He walked to the side of the pavilion and cupped his fists. I am Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shinjin. My wife has taken a fancy to this supreme-grade spiritual jades and wants to use it to make a pair of wedding accessories. I hope that everyone can be tolerant and make things convenient for us. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but look at each other. Snow Sword Faction wasn't a small faction in the Middle Island. Being able to obtain Pavilion A15 in this auction was already an affirmation of their strength and status. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, since Wei Shinjin had already said that, ordinary people would probably have to give him face. After all, this super spiritual jades weren't something important. It wasn't worth it to provoke a powerful opponent for this flashy but impractical spiritual jades. When the auctioneer saw this, he frowned. Wei Shinjin's behavior was completely breaking the rules of their auction. If everyone followed his example, they wouldn't have to auction it in public. They would have discussed it in private. However, no matter what, Wei Shenjin was still an A-ranked guest. Furthermore, this super spiritual jades could fetch a high price of 5,000 spirit jades. This was already far beyond their expectations. So, they turned a blind eye to it. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, Lin Yi slowly said, 5,100 spirit jades. Originally, Wei Shenjin was already determined to win. When he heard that, he instantly froze on the spot. His expression became incomparably ugly. As for the other people present, they were also discussing in low voices. They were secretly shocked at Lin Yi's identity. He was truly worthy of being able to sit in Pavilion A12. His background was so deep that he didn't even put Snow Sword faction in his eyes. When Wei Shenjin just finished speaking, this guy immediately bid 5,100. Previously, it was still 500 and 500. Now, it suddenly increased to 100. This was simply a slap in the face. They didn't know where this young man came from. Look, the person sitting beside him is Kai Zhongyang from 5 Elements Commerce. Could it be that this young man is from 5 Elements Commerce? A sharp-eyed person below the stage discussed. I've been going to 5 Elements Commerce frequently recently. I've never seen this person before. Could he be a disciple from the Pill Hall? The Pill Hall and 5 Elements Commerce are one entity. This is very possible, someone else guessed. Chapter 41-24. At the same time, in Pavilion A15, Situ Qian complained bitterly, Brother Wei, I really like that piece of spiritual jade. It would be great to use it as a wedding accessory. You can't just back off like this. I know. Wei Shenjin nodded with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and raised the price, 5,500 spiritual jades. Even if he was a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, even if he was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, he would still be heartbroken to waste so many spiritual jades for such a super spiritual jade. Unfortunately, even so, Lin Yi would not let him and Situ Qian get what they wanted, 5,600 spiritual jades. Lin Yi continued to raise the price without changing his expression. Good. Very good. Very good. Wei Shenjin looked at Lin Yi coldly and snorted, My friend, I will remember you. I will remember you too. Lin Yi immediately replied with a cold smile, Originally, I could have bought it for 1,100 spiritual jades. You raised the price to this. Very good. Let's wait and see then. Wei Shenjin was so angry that he laughed. Even though he was a little worried about Lin Yi sitting next to Kai Zhongyang, he could not lose in this situation. Moreover, in his opinion, even if this guy knew Kai Zhongyang, it did not mean that he was a member of the Pill Hall. Even if he was a member of the Pill Hall, it did not mean that his position was very high. As a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, it was not that he did not have the confidence to take revenge. As long as he did it cleanly and did not reveal any flaws, it would be fine. Wei Shenjin's undisguised threat was a rare scene in the eyes of the bystanders. However, Lin Yi did not intend to pay attention to him at all. From the secular world to the heavenly stage island, he had heard this kind of threat more than 100 times. If he took it seriously every time, Lin Yi would not be able to remember it and would not have the leisure to do so. Young hero Lin. This old man has heard of this Wei Shenjin before. He is the rising star of the Snow Sword School's younger generation. Both his strength and methods are very shrewd and ruthless. You should be careful. Don't give him an opportunity to use underhanded methods, warned Kai Zhongyang with some concern. Although in the cultivation world, the most important thing was one's own strength. Wei Shenjin was a master in the early stage of the Gold Elixir realm. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yi, who was only at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was no match for Wei Shenjin. Don't worry, Elder Kai. Anyway, I've been enemies with him for a long time. What's the difference? Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. Thinking of the enmity between Lin Yi, Sydney, and the Snow Sword School, Kai Zhongyang did not say anything more. He could only pay more attention to Lin Yi in the future. 5,600 spiritual jades. Even Wei Shinjin had no choice but to withdraw unwillingly. This price had already far exceeded the value of the super spiritual jades. Naturally, no one else would bid against it. Without a doubt. The super spiritual jades fell into Lin Yi's hands. Holding the super spiritual jades in his hands, Lin Yi was curious about its value. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was not good for him to test it. He could only put it aside for now. When he returned, he would ask that damned thing about it. As the next auction item went up on stage, the commotion caused by the super spiritual jades was quickly forgotten. After all, everyone had come here to bid for treasures. Watching the excitement was just a diversion. They would not pay attention to it for too long. The ones who would truly remember this matter were probably only the two parties involved. Or in other words, only Wei Shinjin, who had lost face. Lin Yi would never pay too much attention to this kind of person. The next few auction items were each more valuable than the previous one. The lively crowd began to gradually shift from the lower level area of the Ding family to the more competitive upper level area. After all, they were the main force of this auction. However, these things could not enter Lin Yi's eyes. Either they were not to his taste, or their quality was not high enough. Although Lin Yi was still an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and was not considered a big shot in the Middle Island, where there were many strong people, his vision was not lower than the other big shots present. Especially because of the existence of the Tiandan Pavilion, he did not lack spiritual jades at all. On this side, Lin Yi did not make a bid. On the other side, Wei Shinjin did not want to be left out. He took a valuable golden core stage weapon. It was shaped like a hair clip. It was a divine weapon tailor-made for female cultivators. Although it did not have fatal attack power, after wearing it, there was a certain chance of increasing the defensive power. At the same level, a defensive weapon was far more valuable than an offensive weapon. After all, it was not easy to cultivate. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they cherished their own lives. A defensive weapon like the hair clip, which did not require much practice or even deliberate use, was even rarer. However, the defensive ability of this thing could only be considered average. It could resist a golden core stage expert's attack, but once it was a battle of a higher level, this thing was completely useless. The key point was that this was a golden core stage weapon. Currently, no one around Lin Yi could use it. Therefore, to him, this was a chicken rib. Otherwise, he would definitely intervene and not let it fall into the hands of Wei Shinjin. Brother Wei, you are so good to me. I have wanted this hair clip for a long time. Moreover, it is a rare golden core stage weapon. Can you help me put it on? I want to go back and let those foxes in the sect have a good look at it. They will be so jealous. City Qian said sweetly. Wei Shinjin frowned slightly. However, he still nodded and agreed. He took the hair clip and helped her put it on. City Qian took the opportunity to fall into his arms. The two's display of affection attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding people. City Qian was not shy about this. Instead, she enjoyed this feeling. Wei Shinjin had always been her Prince Charming. Now that she had finally won him, of course, she wanted others to see their love and sweetness. What a pity. If we could get that supreme grade spiritual jade as well, then this auction would be perfect. We just happen to lack a pair of wedding accessories, Brother Wei. City Qian complained in a dissatisfied tone. That blind kid thinks he can be arrogant just because he has Kai Zhongyang's support. He dares to ruin my plan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Don't worry, I guarantee that he will not live past today. Wei Xinjin glanced coldly in the direction of A12. Yes, I knew that Brother Wei would not let me down. Situ Qian nodded. At the same time, Lin Yi also felt the malicious gazes of the two. However, he did not take it seriously and smiled faintly. He continued to watch the auction. Chapter 41-25. His attention returned to the auction. He had seen so many auction items in a row, but there was no treasure that made his eyes light up. Lin Yi was inevitably disappointed with this auction. However, at this moment, looking at the next auction item, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly froze. The next auction item is provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce. It is a high-tech product from the secular world. It is a single-lens reflex camera and a solar charger. The starting price is 20,000 spirit jades. The female auctioneer introduced the item in a seductive voice. Looking at the single-lens reflex camera on the silver plate, everyone's eyes were obviously a little more passionate. As for Lin Yi, he felt like he was struck by lightning at first glance. He was stunned in his seat for a long time. The same question kept repeating in his mind. How did he bring this up? Normally, if one wanted to use the teleportation array to land on the heavenly island, any high-tech and sophisticated item would be destroyed by the powerful pressure of nature. This was a problem that no one could avoid. The reason why Lin Yi could bring a mobile phone up was because of the jade space. No one else had such a heaven-defying cheating method. It couldn't be that there were other jade spaces in this world, right? However, the others present were not as shocked as Lin Yi. Recently, there was a wave of technology craze on Middle Island. High-tech products from the secular world were simply popular on the entire island. Each of them could be sold at a sky-high price, but they were still highly sought after and in short supply. Central Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi's heart quivered. Why is it this Chamber of Commerce again? Previously, Si Haishao suddenly became the North Island shopkeeper of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Now, this Central Chamber of Commerce actually magically obtained high-tech products from the secular world. Why does it feel a little strange? Young hero Lin, haven't you heard of it? This is a recently rising Chamber of Commerce. No one can find out who its backer is, but it suddenly sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. According to our calculations, its current scale should be close to our 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce's, Kai Zhongyang explained to him when he saw the scene on the side. So exaggerated. Isn't that a little scary? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. 5 Elements Commerce had a strong backing like the pill hole. It had been the undisputed #1 Chamber of Commerce for so many years. If it was another super Chamber of Commerce with a deep foundation, such as the Hong Chamber of Commerce, trying to catch up, it would be more understandable. However, this Central Chamber of Commerce was a new Chamber of Commerce that had suddenly risen. It's not just you, young hero Lin. All of us in the industry are more shocked than you. But no matter how unbelievable it is, they still did it. Perhaps it won't be long before this Central Chamber of Commerce takes over the leading position and becomes a legend in the business world. Kai Zhongyang sighed with a sigh. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding people were shouting out bids one after another. In just a short while, the price had already reached the height of 50,000 spirit jades. Everyone was far from giving up. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless. In the secular world, this is something that can be found everywhere. It's not rare, and it's not worth much at all. But it can actually be sold for such a sky-high price here. Mei Tiandan Pavilion's daily sales can't even compare to a digital camera. What kind of world is this? The rarer something is, the greater its value. This is an unchanging truth. Although this thing was common in the secular world, it was a rare treasure on the heavenly island. It might even be the only one that could be found in a scorpion's poop. It's not strange at all that it can be sold for such a sky-high price. Kai Zhongyang sighed. Be that as it may, but in the eyes of a common world person like me, this is still too ridiculous. Back in the common world, even the lowest level, trashy elixir was worth at least 1,000 times more than a DSLR camera, but now it's the other way around. It's unbelievable. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, still feeling like it was unreal. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Incredible is right. The emergence of this central chamber of commerce itself is incredible. It almost relied on its own strength to set off a technological craze in the entire central island, and it has a tendency to sweep through the other 4 islands. Everything here is a huge profit. Every time it is sold, it will snowball faster and faster, and it will become bigger and bigger. It's simply unstoppable. Kai Zhongyang shook his head helplessly. This sudden rise of the Central Chamber of Commerce was so mysterious and powerful that it had now become a target that all the Chamber of Commerce forces must take seriously. Perhaps if they were not careful, it was not impossible for them to be swallowed by it in the future. Since this Central Chamber of Commerce can sell these technological products from the secular world, doesn't that mean that it has a way to travel between the secular world and Heavenly Island? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Central Chamber of Commerce only sold 1 or 2 items, it might be possible that its behind-the-scenes owner brought it all at once through some special means, nothing more. However, it was now focusing on technological products. If it wanted to supply such a large-scale product, it was impossible to bring it all at once. It must have its own unique supply method. With the conditions of Heavenly Island, it was simply unrealistic to want to produce it here. The goods could only come from the secular world. In other words, the people of this Central Chamber of Commerce must be able to freely travel between the secular world and Heavenly Island. If not, there must be a way to travel between the 2 worlds, otherwise it would be impossible to explain all of this. This guess was absolutely reasonable. Moreover, Lin Yi had long been wondering how his cheap master Zhang Liju, whom he had yet to meet, had returned to the secular world back then. That damn thing had turned into such a cowardly state after a trip back, yet his cheap master had returned with no problems at all. Now that the doubts of the Central Chamber of Commerce were confirmed, it was enough to prove that returning to the secular world from Heavenly Island wasn't completely impossible, it was very possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a burning passion in his heart. After being on Heavenly Island for so long, he would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't miss his friends and brothers in the secular world at all. If there was a way to go back and see them, it would be a huge wish of his. Of course, guesses were just guesses. Lin Yi also knew that with his current identity, it was simply impossible for him to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce to ask about this. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even if the top bosses of the 5 Elements Commerce and the Hong Chamber of Commerce came forward, they wouldn't even bother with them. Probably, but no one knows what exactly is going on. We don't even know who the behind-the-scenes owner of this Central Chamber of Commerce is, so it's even more impossible to find out about these core secrets, Kai Zhongyang smiled and said. Chapter 41-26. Core secret, they rely on this to continue to develop and grow, this is their way of making money, it is indeed impossible to disclose. Lin Yi nodded. That's right. One thing we can be sure of is that they must have some special channels to get these things from the secular world. However, they will never reveal even half a word about it. Just like our 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce, there are some special and rare medicinal herbs that can't be found in the outside world. It's also very difficult to find them in the deep mountains, but only we can artificially cultivate them. This is our secret. The Chamber of Commerce relies on this to maintain its core competitiveness. In the end, this SLR camera was sold for a sky-high price of 68,000 spirit jades, and the next few auction items, all provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce, were also technological products from the secular world. Walkie-talkies, surveillance cameras, foot bathtubs, even all kinds of canned food from the secular world appeared. Although they were not as practical as a group of technological products, because of their rarity, they were also sold at a high price, which shocked Lin Yi and made him secretly envious. Casually making some common things from the secular world, almost without any cost, could sell them at such an amazing price on Heaven's Stage Island. Was there a more profitable business than this in the world? What was exorbitant profit? This was the real exorbitant profit, shocking the world. Lin Yi felt that alchemy was already enough to make exorbitant profits of spirit jades, but compared with the Central Chamber of Commerce, it was simply incomparable. If he could figure out the secret of the Central Chamber of Commerce traveling between Heaven's Stage Island and the secular world, with Lin Yi's means and the assistance of an artifact like the space of the Jade Pendant, even if there was only one person doing this business, it would definitely not be much worse than the Central Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this could only be a casual thought at the moment. The key was the secret. He could only wait for the opportunity to slowly dig it out. However, no matter how good the Central Chamber of Commerce was at keeping their secrets, but there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. He believed that one day he'd be able to grasp this secret, and then he'd be able to return to the common world. Starting from the SLR camera, there were a total of 10 items, all of which were technological products from the Central Chamber of Commerce, each of which was sold at a staggering price, detonating the first peak of this Middle Island auction festival. For a moment, the name of the Central Chamber of Commerce was firmly engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Even those who had never bought anything from it would definitely have a deep impression of it and would not easily forget it. However, the name of another shop immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Moreover, it had only used a few pills in total, yet it had almost achieved the same effect as the Central Chamber of Commerce. Its name was Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Let's move on to the next item. The Tiandan Pavilion, which had recently opened in the Zhongdao market, came from an unknown small business, but the auction items it offered were not simple at all. I don't think I need to go into detail about the effects of a top-grade gold core. The starting price is 30,000 spirit jades, the female auctioneer said with a smile. Before his voice died away, everyone's breathing suddenly became heavy. A gold core was extremely rare, not to mention a gold core of the highest quality. To any golden core stage expert, it was simply a fatal temptation, and they would not hesitate to go bankrupt for it. Gold core, as the name suggested, was the same as the Foundation Establishment pill. After taking it, one could break through a level, but the difference between it and the latter was that it was effective for golden core stage experts. The rarity of a gold core was not only because this kind of fifth-grade pill was difficult to refine, but also because its refining materials were extremely difficult to find. One of the most important and core materials was the 10,000 crossing golden dan fruit. Lin Yi had 3 10,000 crossing golden dan fruit, but it was a fruit after all, and it was not convenient to store it for a long time. After a long time, it was easy to lose its medicinal properties, so Lin Yi used it to refine it into a gold core. 3 myriad crossing golden dan fruits, and 5 golden cores were made. This was the biggest harvest he'd gotten in the past while he'd been concocting. Young hero Lin, a supreme-grade golden core, this is an unprecedented amount of wealth. Kai Zhongyang, who was at the side, knew for the first time that Lin Yi actually took this thing out for auction, and he could not help but exclaim. One must know that this gold core, even in the 5 elements commerce, was a good thing that could be used as a last resort, let alone a gold core of the highest quality that could only be found by chance. I can't bear to part with it, but in order to promote the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion, I was forced to go all out. You can't catch the wolf if you don't sacrifice the child. Lin Yi replied with a bitter smile. This was the truth. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the gold core, no one would want to auction off their gold core. In the eyes of any normal person, that was simply stupid. However, if a gold core of the highest quality could be exchanged for a meteoric rise in Tiandan Pavilion, then it would not be a loss. This time, Lin Yi really put in a lot of effort. 40,000 spiritual jades. From the beginning, this competition for a gold core of the highest quality could only fall into the hands of the big shots in Area A. Everyone in the other areas could only be envious, because they did not have the capital to do so. 50,000 spiritual jades, 70,000 spiritual jades. 90,000 spiritual jades. The previous auction items, even the technological products taken out by the Central Chamber of Commerce, only increased by a few thousand spiritual jades. Now that it was the gold core of the highest quality, it increased by 20,000 spiritual jades, which made people's blood boil when they heard it. In the blink of an eye, the bidding broke through the 100,000 spiritual jades threshold with an unstoppable momentum, and it was still rising crazily. No one found it strange, because it was a matter of course. Even if it was a gold core of the lowest quality, it would cost at least 30,000 spiritual jades in the 5 elements commerce, and a slightly better one would cost 50,000 spiritual jades, or even more. And this gold core of the highest quality, if it fell into the hands of a talented gold core expert, could directly break through 1.5 levels. The success rate was far higher than that of ordinary quality. If one could get 100,000 spiritual jades, it would be a blessing. Unfortunately, this was the auction event of Middle Island, and everyone in Area A was from a rich family. If they really wanted it, 100,000 spiritual jades was just the starting price for them. For such a good thing that everyone coveted, Wei Xinjin, who was in the early stage of the gold core realm, was naturally drooling. Unfortunately, his capital could not be compared to the other young masters of sects with rich backgrounds. When he saw that the bidding price had exceeded 100,000 spiritual jades, he could only give up. No matter how much he thought, he did not have enough spiritual jades, so he could only admit defeat. In the end, this gold core of the highest quality, at the sky-high price of 170,000 spiritual jades, was bought by a young man in Pavilion A. Chapter 41-27. Lin Yi glanced at him. This young man's background was probably so deep that it could not be any more. 170,000 spiritual jades, but he didn't even bat an eyelid from beginning to end. It could be said that he regarded spiritual jades as dirt. This calmness could not be faked. As for the others, although they regretfully missed the opportunity to obtain a peak-grade golden core and there was only one in the entire auction, they still remembered the name of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. All of them secretly hoped that they would be lucky. They were thinking that they had to quickly find time to go to this unknown little shop to take a look. Although it was not famous, since this Heavenly Dan Pavilion was able to make a peak-grade gold core, then maybe there was a second one. Who could say for sure? After that, Lin Yi also put out 3 best Jin Dan bottleneck-breaking elixirs. Like the Jin Dan, they were also of the 5th grade, but the price was much lower than that of the best Jin Dan. The final transaction price of the 3 Supreme Grade Golden Core bottleneck-breaking pills was only 130,000 spirit jades, and this was all thanks to the Supreme Grade Golden Core, which had whetted everyone's appetite. Otherwise, the price would have been even lower. However, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had already achieved a great victory in this auction. Not only did the 4 elixirs sold for a sky-high price of 300,000 spirit jades, Lin Yi earned a huge sum of money. More importantly, the name Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had already been firmly engraved in everyone's heart, just like the name of the Merchant Association in the Central Island. From now on, the name of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had spread throughout the entire island. As for the medicine sect, Tong Yangsui and Diao Huanshan, who had been thinking of suppressing Tiandan Pavilion before, at this time, they didn't even mention it. From the moment the best Jin Dan was put out, they had been shocked speechless. They knew that all the preparations they had made before were stupid and futile. Looking at this situation, in the eyes of the people present, this newly opened small Tiandan Pavilion was probably much more attractive than their old medicine sect, which made them depressed to the point of collapse. However, they were helpless and could only look at each other in dismay. First, there was the strong rise of the Central Chamber of Commerce, and then there was the unknown Tiandan Pavilion. Today's auction in Zhongdao had become a special event for these two. All the other auction items before and after the auction did not create as much of a sensation as these two, nor did they leave a deep impression on people like these two. The auction continued in an orderly manner, although rare treasures continued to appear. However, it was not as eye-catching as before. However, when it was nearing the end, the Central Chamber of Commerce once again released a piece of heavy news. The next auction item is provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce. It's very special. It's not a heavenly material or earthly treasure, it's not a divine weapon or medicinal pill, and it's not a rare treasure either. It's just a letter. The female auctioneer paused on purpose. As expected, the crowd burst into an uproar when they heard the word Central Chamber of Commerce. Their eyes lit up. They didn't expect it to be a letter. What kind of treasure was this? Unexpectedly, the female auctioneer's next words shocked them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a visit to you. Do you have any relatives in the secular world? Were there any descendants? Do you have friends? If you do you want to contact them but have no way?" Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. Thinking of the secret that the Central Chamber of Commerce could travel to and from the secular world, he had already guessed the meaning of this letter. This letter provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce can give you this opportunity. This is not a regular auction. As long as you have a fixed price of 100,000 spirit jades, you can get a chance to communicate with the secular world by letter. Don't think that this is a scam, because this is a two-way service. As long as your letter is delivered to the secular world, the Central Chamber of Commerce will bring you a reply, so it's not a scam. The female auctioneer attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. The letter delivery service provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce was meaningless to most of the people present because they had nothing to do with the secular world. Naturally, there was no need for them to write a letter. However, for some special groups of people, this was an unexpected opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Some still had families and friends in the secular world. Some were even like Lin Yi, cultivators who came from the secular world. Suddenly hearing this service, it would be a lie to say that they weren't excited. However, just to write a letter, they had to pay a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit jades. This price was really unbearable. If 100,000 spirit jades could be used to bid for some rare treasure, then it could be of help to one's strength. But this letter, other than relieving homesickness, what else could it be used for? Could it be used to survive, or could it be used to improve one's strength? Wasting 100,000 spiritual jades just to get someone to deliver a letter. This kind of thing was definitely a scam. There were not many people who had such a strong capital. In the eyes of most people, only a fool with water in his head would do such a stupid thing that made people speechless. However, after a moment of silence, there was finally someone who took the bait. "Count me in." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and was the first to speak. This time, he had earned 300,000 spirit jades from auctioning the elixirs. Although 100,000 spirit jades was ridiculously expensive, he could still afford it. To be honest, in the past 6 months on the Heaven Level Island, Lin Yi's concern for the secular world grew stronger day by day. Almost every day, he would think about the current situation over there. Was everything going smoothly or did something unexpected happen? It was just that he had no way of contacting them, so he could only suppress this worry and longing in his heart. But now, suddenly, the Central Chamber of Commerce suddenly fell from the sky and provided this kind of letter delivery service. For Lin Yi, it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Even if he knew that there might be risks, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. It was only 100,000 spirit jades, he could afford to gamble. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Pavilion A12 again. There was mockery and suspicion, and there was a lot of discussion. What is this kid's background? At this moment, Wei Shinjin had the same question in his heart as everyone else. Although he had already made up his mind to find a chance to get rid of this troublesome kid, Lin Yi's behavior still made him unable to help but feel nervous. Sitting together with Kai Zhongyang, he could conveniently take out 100,000 spirit jades, and he also had a connection with the secular world. These three halos superimposed together made Lin Yi's identity even more mysterious and unpredictable, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. After Lin Yi took the lead, there were a few people in the hall who immediately bid for this service. 3 of them came from Area A, and 1 from Area B. They should all be people with deep backgrounds. It was unknown whether they were cultivators from the secular world like Lin Yi, or whether they had relatives in the secular world. Chapter 41-28. After bidding for this service, the receptionist immediately sent each of them a stack of fine paper. The quality was excellent, and it was engraved with the seal of the Central Chamber of Commerce. This was specially prepared for them as a letter. Lin Yi didn't say anything and immediately bent over the table to write, describing his experiences in the past half a year on Sky Class Island, all kinds of things big and small. He especially emphasized that he had found Sydney and Tian Chan, telling them not to worry. As for the recipients of this letter, there was a long list of names. Not only were there Song Lingshan, Sun Jingyi, and other close female friends, but also his lackeys. Lin Yi believed that no matter which one of them received this letter, it would be seen by everyone and circulated among each other. After writing, Lin Yi immediately stuffed the letter into an exquisite envelope and stamped it with a wax seal. Only then did he hand it over to the receptionist beside him, asking him to send it to the Central Chamber of Commerce. At this time, the auction of Middle Island had just ended, and it was time to leave. Young hero Lin, you'd better come with me, or you can meet up with Elder Sky and the others. It's best not to act alone at this time, just in case. Kai Zhongyang gave Lin Yi a look and pointed to the A15 pavilion on the other side. At this moment, Wei Shinjin's sinister gaze just happened to look over. No need, Elder Kai, you go back first. I can take care of this small matter myself. Lin Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. He knew that this time, Wei Shinjin would definitely take revenge on him. After all, he was an early-stage Golden Core Master. Not only was he taking revenge for Sydney, but even if it was just for the sake of eliminating hidden dangers, he had to find a way to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. If he went back with Kai Zhongyang or the will of heaven today, then no matter how bold Wei Shinjin was, he wouldn't dare to make a move against him in front of these two. He would definitely choose to endure and look for opportunities to take revenge in the future. This was not a good thing for Lin Yi. Rather than giving the initiative to his opponent, he might as well show a flaw and lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi believed that if Wei Shinjin found out that he was alone, that guy would definitely not be able to hold back. As long as he was prepared in advance, this would be the best opportunity to counterattack. Very well. You need to be careful. No matter what, that fellow is a core disciple of Snow Sword faction. Do not force yourself. Do you understand? Kai Zhongyang saw that Lin Yi was so insistent, so he could only warn him. Don't worry, Elder Kai. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi nodded. After descending from the Wantian Peak, Lin Yi immediately parted ways with Kai Zhongyang. Wei Shinjin, who was trailing far behind, saw this and his eyes lit up. He had been worried that Lin Yi would leave with Kai Zhongyang. He did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. Qian, you go back first. I have something to do. Wei Shinjin immediately turned his head and instructed Sita Qian, who was leaning against him. Brother Wei, I'll be waiting for your good news. I'll be waiting for your good news. Don't let that annoying fellow get away. Sita Qian naturally knew what Wei Shinjin wanted to do. She immediately nodded in agreement. She was very confident in Wei Shinjin's strength. She was very confident in his strength. Wei Shinjin responded and immediately tailed Lin Yi. He was far behind the crowd. His tracking ability was much better than an ordinary person's. If one did not pay attention, it would be very difficult to discover him. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's perception had long since locked onto him. No matter how he pretended, Lin Yi could see through him. He was just like a clown. Yet, he still thought that he was concealing his tracks and thinking that he was very clever. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were fewer and fewer people around. They had left the core area of Middle Island. Wei Shinjin began to gradually shorten the distance and was ready to attack Lin Yi. He did not know who Lin Yi was, nor did he know where Lin Yi lived. But at least he knew that if he wanted to kill Lin Yi to vent his anger, today's opportunity must not be wasted. Once he missed it, he might not have such an opportunity in the future. Seeing that there weren't many people around, and seeing that Lin Yi had turned into a secluded alley, Wei Shinjin couldn't help but feel happy. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, and he hurriedly chased after Lin Yi, gathering his chi and preparing to attack. However, as soon as he turned the corner and saw the empty alley in front of him, Wei Shinjin was stunned. What the hell? Where did that guy go? Why is he gone? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above his head and flew towards Wei Shinjin. Wei Shinjin was shocked. Especially when he saw the person's face, he was even more shocked. This guy who suddenly appeared was the martial man who took Sydney away and injured him, Ling Yi. Good, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you want to barge in. Let's see how you die this time. Wei Shinjin was surprised and happy. He did not have the time to think about why Lin Yi suddenly disappeared and this martial man Ling Yi suddenly appeared here. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to kill this martial man Ling Yi and take revenge for the failure last time. As a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, there was no doubt that Wei Shinjin's strength was strong. His reaction was not slow either. Almost in an instant, all the genuine chi in his body surged out, and the silver sword on his back was immediately unsheathed. The temperature within 1,000 feet suddenly dropped a lot, and there seemed to be snowflakes falling faintly. This was the sign of the Snow Sword faction's core martial technique. Once it was used, the surroundings would definitely be accompanied by snow. This time, Wei Shinjin had learned his lesson of underestimating his opponent. As long as he used his true strength, he did not believe that he could not kill this martial man Ling Yi. However, as soon as the snow-colored sword light flashed, it was mercilessly suppressed by a powerful genuine chi that descended from the sky. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a stream of pure chi, but a bomb, a terrifying killing move that combined pure chi bomb and pellet fire bomb. Lin Yi had been gathering it since he came out of the auction house, waiting for this moment. Boom! In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even with Middle Island's super high-grade protective array, everything within a radius of several miles was directly leveled to the ground without any suspense. Even the surrounding passers-by who were affected by this sudden change in expression. In this Middle Island, although Golden Core stage experts were not rare, such a strong aftershock was not something that ordinary people could create. The dust gradually settled, and seeing the passers-by experts quickly surround him, Lin Yi glanced at Wei Shinjin, who was blown to the point where it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He found a convenient position for himself to escape, but he did not immediately turn around and escape. Chapter 41-29. This was because Siti Qian definitely knew that Wei Shinjin had chased after him for revenge. At that time, she would definitely think that he was the one who killed Wei Shinjin. What Lin Yi needed to do now was to ensure one thing: it didn't matter if Wei Shinjin was dead or not. Today's incident had to be blamed on Wufu Lingyi, and it had nothing to do with him. After deliberately stopping for a moment to let the passerby experts who heard the news see his face clearly, Lin Yi then turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight. That person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Sure enough, a passerby expert said doubtfully. Isn't that Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shinjin? I remember now. A while ago, Snow Sword Faction put a man and a woman on the wanted list. That person just now seems to be the man. I think his name is Ling 1 or Ling 2. Someone quickly reacted. Don't worry about that. Just inform Snow Sword Faction about this. I heard that this guy is quite a show-off. He has always been popular with women. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? He might even lose his life. How miserable. A passerby expert immediately sent a message to Snow Sword Faction. Wei Shinjin was attacked by Wufu Lingyi. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This explosive news instantly shook the entire Snow Sword Faction. This was different from Sydney's elopement. Not only did it affect the faction's reputation, but it might also cause the death of a promising core disciple. For any faction, this was a huge matter. Looking at Wei Shinjin's mangled body, Sidi Qian almost cried until she fainted on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that a few passerby experts insisted that Wei Shinjin was the culprit, she would have directly informed the higher-ups of the sect and asked them to go to the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce to force Kai Zhongyang to hand over the culprit. Once again, the Snow Sword Faction mobilized all their forces and issued a bounty for Wufu Lingyi. And this time, they directly offered a bounty of 10,000 spirit jades. A few days later, Wei Shinjin was rescued by the Snow Sword School and finally returned from the gates of hell. However, this news did not cheer up the entire Snow Sword School. Even Wei Shinjin himself became completely disheartened after learning of the situation and fainted. Aside from the internal and external injuries in his eyes, all the meridians in his body had been shattered. Wei Shinjin, the core disciple of Snow Sword Faction who had received much attention, had now become a cripple. Geniuses had been reduced to dust, and they could not even compare to ordinary people. All of this, however, had nothing to do with Lin Yi. The Snowsword sect had been in an uproar because of Wei Shinjin's matter, but from start to finish, the blame had been placed on Wufu Lingyi, who didn't exist. It didn't affect him at all. What Lin Yi needed to do now was to refine some 4th and 5th tier medicinal pills in addition to cultivating every day. Then, he would take a stroll around Tiandan Pavilion. It was a peaceful and comfortable life that he had never had before. After the auction, there was an endless stream of customers who came because of the auction. In the past few days, Tiandan Pavilion's business could be said to be unprecedentedly booming. The daily sales were already close to the first day's opening. If this continued, the business would only get better and better. It was completely on the right track, and everyone who saw it felt happy. However, while Lin Yi and the others were overjoyed, the Will of Heaven had a worried expression on his face for the past few days. In fact, he had no choice but to find Lin Yi to drink. Big brother Tian, what's bothering you? Lin Yi drank a few cups with the Will of Heaven before asking. In his eyes, the Will of Heaven had always been a person with a strong mind. Even with his meridians shattered, he had been able to persist for so many years. Ordinary matters should not have been able to make him so depressed. Hey, brother Lin Yi, I have indeed been depressed for the past 2 days. The fickleness of human nature is the fickleness of the world. Favors are truly unreliable. In the end, I can only rely on myself, said the Will of Heaven with a wry smile. Brother Tian, tell me, what happened? Asked Lin Yi. A few days ago, I thought I would be able to see a few old friends in the Middle Island auction. In the end, not a single one of them appeared. So, the day after I returned, I went to the Island Lord Pavilion at the summit of Middle Cauldron Mountain. I wanted to see my old friends and restore my position as Vice Island Lord. In any case, my injuries are no longer a problem. It is just a matter of time, said the Will of Heaven as he drank. And then, did something happen? Lin Yi vaguely guessed what had happened. I thought it would be a matter of course. I didn't expect the Island Lord to reject my request with the excuse of my absence in the Island Lord Pavilion all these years. He said he wanted to hold a meeting to discuss it. What disappointed me the most was the attitude of my old friends who were Vice Island Lords. None of them were willing to stand up for me. It really made me feel disappointed and speechless. To think that I had always thought that they were my loyal friends. The will of heaven said indignantly. After listening, Lin Yi did not look surprised. No matter how powerful they were, they could not escape the word snobbish. This is actually not incomprehensible. From their standpoint, no matter which one of them, I'm afraid they would not want you, a Vice Island Lord, to come out and fight for power with them. What do you think, Brother Tian? Lin Yi analyzed for him. Yeah, it's not that I don't understand that. It's just that every time I think about it, I still feel suffocated. The will of heaven sighed, if only that old man Zhang Liju was here. He's the famous Island Lord of Sky Class Island. Even the Island Lord would have to think twice about his words. It's too bad that he's always been elusive. It's hard to find him. Forget it. In my opinion, they're probably using this to test Big Brother Tian's bottom line, and they want to find out exactly how much strength you've recovered. Once they see through it, they'll probably become even more ruthless. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't know how strong the will of heaven was, but one thing was for sure. The will of heaven's strength was far from his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a situation. At the end of the day, strength was the deciding factor. If he wanted to get those people to agree, relying on favors wouldn't work. The only way was to quickly recover his strength. That was the right way. I won't hide it from you, lil bro. My strength has already recovered to the peak of Golden Core late stage. I'm only one step away from recovering my nascent soul, but it's this last step. Sigh. The will of heaven sighed helplessly. With his combat strength, Golden Core full stage was definitely not weak. But to think that he could recover his position as the Vice Island Lord of Middle Island with that alone was a pipe dream. The key was that strength wasn't something he could recover just because he wanted to. If it was below nascent soul, it was still fine. With the attainments of the will of heaven, he could easily do it, but nascent soul was already close to his peak. It would be very difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. R1152. Chapter 4130. He believed that as long as he had enough time, the will of heaven was confident that he'd be able to return to his peak, but if that happened, he'd have to keep his tail between his legs for now. Is there anything you can do? Like a pill or something that can help you get over this hurdle? Lin Yi asked. If Zhang Liju, that old bastard, was here, I could ask him to help me with the pill. With my knowledge, I'd be able to get it done in one go, but now... The will of heaven scratched his head helplessly. Condensed soul pill. What level is that? Lin Yi asked. Ever since he'd successfully made the extremely difficult 5th level elixir, his confidence in making elixirs had increased by leaps and bounds. Even if he'd never heard of it before, he was confident enough to give it a try. Level 6. And it's not a normal level 6, but one that's extremely difficult to make. From what I know, Zhang Liju is the only one who has the confidence to make a level 6 condensed soul pill, even in the entire hall. Xiao Ho and Xiao Kai are all masters, but they don't have that level of skill, the will of heaven sighed. 6th level. Lin Yi hesitated. With his current strength, he could only make a 5th level elixir at most. That was his limit, but he still said, maybe I'll give it a try. Lin Yi, lil bro, you can't force yourself to do this. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unthinkable. I'm happy that you're willing to try, don't force yourself. The will of heaven quickly tried to dissuade him. If his level wasn't high enough, and he forced himself to make a high-level pill. He'd be lucky to make a useless one. If he wasn't careful, it could lead to a tragedy like a cauldron exploding. That'd be a joke. It's fine, I wanted to try too. See if I have the ability to make a level 6 pill. Lin Yi smiled. He didn't wait for Tianqing to continue and immediately left to find Kai Zhongyang to ask for a 6th level elixir recipe, as well as the corresponding ingredients. This was not the golden core of the nascent soul. Instead, it was the simplest entry-level 6th grade pill, the 6th grade solidifying nascent pill, which was specially used to stabilize the nascent soul realm. Its medicinal properties were gentle, and the difficulty of refining it was the lowest among all the 6th grade pills. When everything was ready, Lin Yi immediately began to try. The Divine Armament Cauldron analyzed the alchemy curve as usual. However, when it came to the step of inputting true qi, no matter how hard Lin Yi tried, the godly pesticide cauldron was indifferent, and the same sentence was displayed on the tablet. Big brother Lin Yi, your cultivation level isn't high enough, resulting in insufficient qi. Jing can't concoct pills for you, as expected. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and sighed. He had already expected this result. Not having enough strength would lead to insufficient strength of true qi. At the moment, this was an unsolvable problem. If this most basic threshold could not be crossed, even if the Divine Armament Cauldron was a divine tool for alchemy, it would be useless. The only way was to wait until his strength was raised to the gold core stage before he could try again. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. I believe that if I can break through to the gold core stage, I should be able to try to concoct pills. Lin Yi explained to the will of heaven. Although the refining of the gathering nascent soul golden pill was extremely difficult, Lin Yi had confidence in the godly pesticide cauldron. Of course, this was the premise that his strength could meet the minimum threshold of refining a 6th grade medicinal pill. Oh. Brother Lin Yi, your current strength is still at the peak of the foundation establishment late stage. There is still a long way to go before you reach the gold core stage. However, you are a person who cultivates the creation battle art. You can't use the eyes of ordinary people to look at you. If the preparation work is in place, it is not impossible. The will of heaven said thoughtfully. Crossing 2 levels to reach the gold core stage. Is this possible? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. For most people, the difficulty of breaking through to the foundation establishment great perfection was not small, let alone breaking through to the gold core stage. Even for those experts in the foundation establishment great perfection, there were very few who could have the confidence to break through to the gold core stage. As for the peak of the foundation establishment late stage, wanting to achieve it in one step was simply a fool's dream. Of course, there is nothing impossible in the world. Your brother, I, directly crossed 2 levels from the peak of the foundation establishment late stage and finally succeeded in breaking through to the gold core stage. I believe that with your talent, brother Lin Yi, it should be possible, but the premise is that you need to make enough preparations. The will of heaven nodded. What preparation? Lin Yi's heart moved and asked quickly. In addition to adjusting your body's condition to its peak, the main thing is to prepare the corresponding medicinal pills. It would be best if you also need some other auxiliary tools to help you level up. After all, it is not that easy to rise 2 levels in a row. Brother Lin Yi, you should have prepared for this, right? The will of heaven asked. I currently have the foundation establishment barrier breaking pill, the foundation establishment pill, and the gold core golden core. As for other auxiliary tools, I have a star inkstone. Lin Yi admitted without reservation. You have a star inkstone. The will of heaven was startled when he heard this. Then, his eyes lit up. This is a legendary treasure that can be used to perfectly break through to the gold core stage. That is great. With this thing, your chances of success will be much higher. Really? Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed. He did not expect that the will of heaven would actually know about the Starring Stone. Although with his current strength at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage, he could already match most of the Gold Core stage experts, when he met a truly strong enemy, it was still not enough. Just like the Gold Core middle stage expert that he met at the Hutsai Tianwu Mountain. If Lin Yi did not use a trick, he would not even be able to escape from that expert. He could only wait for death. Therefore, if there really was a way to quickly break through to the Gold Core stage, Lin Yi would definitely be more than happy to do so. Of course it is true. In fact, as long as the quality is good enough, just the Gold Core Golden Core and the Foundation Establishment Pill alone will give you a little hope of breaking through to the Gold Core stage. However, the hope is rather slim. If you add the legendary Starring Stone, your chances of success will be much higher. The chances of forcefully breaking through will be at least 50%. The will of heaven said with a face full of confidence, 50% or more. That is enough for me to take a gamble. When Lin Yi heard this, he could not help but be excited. A 50% chance of success was not low at all. Moreover, his usual style was not to play it safe. When it was time to go all out, he would go all out. At this time, he would not hesitate at all. Chapter 41-31. Brother Heaven, you can't just look at the bad side of things, you have to look at the good side, right? With a 50% chance, I won't be so miserable, right? Lin Yi smiled confidently. If you can succeed, that would be for the best. With the help of a rare treasure like the Starring Stone, and with your potential, Brother Lin Yi, I dare to bet that you will become the strongest Golden Core expert. Within the same level, no one will be able to compete with you. The will of heaven's eyes shone, but he was still worried. But brother, you have to understand that although your medical skills are superb, doctors can't cure themselves. If you fail and your meridians are shattered, I'm afraid no one will be able to save you. Although the will of heaven urgently wanted to recover his strength and urgently needed the Golden Core, he did not want Lin Yi to take the risk and try to break through for him. After all, this was not a joke. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. At that time, no matter how guilty he felt, it would all be for naught. Brother Heaven, cultivation has always been against the heavens. Wealth comes from danger. Since there is a 50% chance, I have to try no matter what. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said with a determined gaze. Although Lin Yi was afraid of the miserable fate of his meridians being shattered, he was actually not too worried. After all, the creation battle art he cultivated was not the same as the original version of the will of heaven. His previous breakthrough process was not as dangerous as the will of heaven said. Even if he failed, his meridians might not be shattered. Moreover, even if his meridians were shattered and his chi was gone, he still had junior brother Zhu, so self-repair was not a big deal. Not to mention he still had a 50% chance this time. If he was still hesitating and didn't even have this little bit of courage, then he couldn't have extravagant hopes of advancing a step further in the future. It would be better to quickly think of a way to hide in the mortal world and live a peaceful life. Since brother is so determined, then I won't say anything more. Today, let's have a good chat about your brother's breakthrough experience. Oh, right, and how to use the Starring Stone. Tianqing nodded. He himself was a man of spirit back in the day, and the fact that Lin Yi could make such a manly decision was something he admired in his bones. Thank you, Big Brother Tian. Lin Yi humbly accepted the teachings. Breaking through to the Jindan stage was a completely unknown field, especially a breakthrough of a higher level. The difficulty could be imagined. Now there was a rare opportunity to learn from a legendary master like the Will of Heaven, which was definitely more valuable and effective than any kind of rare elixir. Chatting with the Will of Heaven for a whole night, Lin Yi could be said to have benefited a lot. What the Will of Heaven taught him was not only the method to reach the Jid on stage, but also many precious experiences. With the current strength of the will of heaven, when he talked about how to break through to the gold core realm, it was already a condescending perspective. Compared to his own fumbling in the past, what he taught Lin Yi now not only had a higher chance of success, but also could dig out unprecedented potential. After adjusting his physical state to the peak, Lin Yi immediately decided to start a closed-door training to break through. As for the Tiandan Pavilion, he had refined and stored a lot of elixir these days, which was enough to support him for a while. He believed that Tian Chan and Sydney could handle it. However, after Lin Yi went into closed-door training, he did not directly try to break through according to the method taught by the will of heaven. Instead, he was going to find the ghost to confirm it first. After all, this was also a super master, and it was ready-made. It would be a waste not to ask. Senior, I believe you have heard what Big Brother Tian said before. I wonder if there is anything else that I need your advice on. Lin Yi asked. The will of heaven is one of the few masters in Middle Island. With his personal guidance to break through to the gold core realm, how can there be any mistakes? He is a human being, and I am a spiritual beast. Of course, he has the most right to speak on this kind of thing. What's more, he is cultivating the creation battle art. I have not even come into contact with this aspect, so I can't intervene at all. The ghost laughed. Then, I will start preparing for the breakthrough now. Lin Yi nodded and said in a low voice. Wait, I can't say anything about the creation battle art. However, what he said about how to use the star inkstone is not complete. If you do as he said, although it is not impossible, you will definitely not be able to bring out the full effect of the star inkstone. The ghost suddenly interrupted. Oh. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Previously, the will of heaven told him that the star inkstone contained the power of meteorites and stars. As long as he absorbed it during the breakthrough process, the gold core that he condensed after success would be far more stable and tenacious than other gold core experts. Regardless of attack or defense, he would naturally be much stronger than experts of the same level. Actually, you can't blame Tianqing for being incomplete. After all, the rarity of star inkstone is incomparably high. As a human cultivator, for him to know so much about it is already quite rare. However, according to the method he spoke of, he would at most be able to unlock half of its effects. It can't be considered a perfect breakthrough, Gue Dongxi said. Then what is a perfect breakthrough? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. Of course, you have to develop all the power of the star inkstone. Only then can it be considered a perfect breakthrough. Although the star inkstone is a meteorite from outer space, it is a combination of the meteorite from outer space and the vast ocean. Not only does it contain the power of the stars, but it also contains the power of the ocean. The ghost explained. The power of the ocean. Lin Yi was stunned. He could not help but say, the power of the stars can make the gold core more stable and tenacious, but what is the use of the power of the ocean? The so-called ocean, when it is quiet, can contain all things. When it is moving, it can cause huge waves to rise to the sky. Therefore, the power of the ocean can give your gold core more variables and more possibilities. More importantly, it can make your divine sense far more pure and powerful than experts of the same level. The ghost paused, then changed the topic. If the power of the stars is said to increase the hard strength of your gold core, then the power of the ocean is said to increase the soft strength of your gold core. Having both soft and hard strength is the perfect breakthrough. I see. Then how can I absorb the power of the ocean? Is it like absorbing the power of the stars, using true qi to condense it? Lin Yi asked. Of course not. The power of the ocean is not as hard as the power of the stars. You can't use true qi to grasp it. You have to specially use divine sense to gather it. The ghost taught. In the area of primordial spirit, it was an expert at grandmaster level. Only then did Lin Yi see the light. Immediately, under the ghost's guidance, he began to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the gold core stage. Middle Island, Cultivators College. On Middle Island, other than the various major sects and forces, there was another force with an extremely high status, and that was the Cultivators College. Looking at the whole of Middle Island, the Cultivators College was undoubtedly the school of the highest level. Almost all the core disciples of the major sects would come here when they were in the gold core stage. R1152. Chapter 4132. Here, not only would they be personally guided by the famous Chancellor, but if they could graduate here, they would even have the chance to be sent to East Island for further study. Once they finished their studies and returned to their sects or families, they would definitely become a popular candidate for the next core figure. That was the truth. At least 7 out of 10 of the top big shots in Zhongdao had the qualifications to study in East Island. So if they had the chance to go to East Island, it meant that they would have a meteoric rise. That was an excellent opportunity that all the cultivators yearned for. Recently, the Cultivator College welcomed an exciting event, and that was their senior chancellor, Nantian Aurora, who had recently broken through the nascent soul-perfected realm and became one of the few profound ascension stage masters of Middle Island. An expert of the mysterious ascending stage was already standing at the top of the heavenly island. Otherwise, Tian Xing, who was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, would not have been allowed to sit on the position of the deputy island master of the Middle Island. Of course, the will of heaven had the ability to kill people above his level, and couldn't be measured with common sense. But this was enough to show how precious profound ascension stage masters were. The appeal and influence of any profound ascension stage master was definitely not to be underestimated. And in recent years, as the status of the Cultivator College in Middle Island continued to rise, their right to speak also continued to expand. The voice of choosing the college representative to become the Vice Island Master of Middle Island had also risen recently. And coincidentally, due to the absence of the will of heaven for many years, the position of Vice Island Master became vacant, providing the Cultivator College with the best opportunity to enter the top power circle of Middle Island. Originally, the Dean was the most ideal representative. Regardless of strength or position, he definitely deserved to be the Vice Island Master of Middle Island. However, this person was the same as alchemy god Zhang Liju. He was always elusive. He was neither suitable nor interested in the position of Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Except for him. Looking at the entire Cultivator College, there were only 2 people left who were qualified. One was the Executive Vice Dean Lang Qiufeng, and the other was Nantian Aurora, who had just broken through to the Profound Ascension stage and was appointed as the Vice Dean. Among the rest, although there were Profound Ascension stage masters, to represent the Cultivator College and become the Vice Island Master of Middle Island, they needed unparalleled influence and connections. It wasn't just about strength. As for Lang Qiufeng and Nantian Aurora, the 2 people who had the most support, although the former was stronger, Nantian Aurora was not as strong as Nantian Aurora. However, he was a genuine martial arts fanatic. His tactics were blank, and he was far from being as good at studying as Southern Sky Aurora. If nothing unexpected happened, Southern Sky Aurora, this newly advanced Profound Ascension expert, would have a higher chance of winning. In a secret chamber of the Cultivator Academy's core residence, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, exchanging toasts. They talked cheerfully and humorously. These 2 people could be considered familiar to Lin Yi. One was Nantian Aurora Polaris, the Chancellor Nantian who had once descended to the secular world. It was Si Haishao, who had just been appointed as the Central Chamber of Commerce's North Island shopkeeper. Congratulations, old friend Nantian. This time, not only did your strength increase by a level, you also became the Vice Dean as you wished. What a double blessing. Come, let me toast first. Si Haishao toasted with a face full of joy. Ha, shopkeeper Si, you're too polite. This time, if it wasn't for your Central Chamber of Commerce providing me with millions of spirit jades to buy the votes of these academies, even if I could become the vice dean, it definitely wouldn't be so fast, and it definitely wouldn't be so smooth. So, this toast should be me toasting you to express my gratitude. Nantian Aurora Polaris laughed proudly, clinked his cup with sea Haishao's, and immediately downed it. Old friend Nantian, your words are too serious. The friendship between us is mutually beneficial. There's no need to thank me. Just because you're treating me like an outsider, I have to punish you with a toast. Si Haishao pretended to be unhappy. Alright. I accept the punishment, Nantian Aurora Polaris smiled as he punished him with a toast. That's right. Back when I was still in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, old friend Nantian, in order to help me become the shopkeeper of the North Island branch, you specially pulled people over to purchase a large number of orders from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. I remember all these favors in my heart. I won't forget them for the rest of my life. Si Haishao patted his chest and said. We've been old friends for so many years. Just now, you said that I was treating you like an outsider. Now, it's your turn. You have to drink as a punishment too. Nantian Aurora Polaris immediately laughed. I admit it. Si Haishao laughed heartily and immediately said, now that I'm the shopkeeper of the North Island branch of the Central Chamber of Commerce, I have as many spirit jades as I want. Furthermore, I have a lot of autonomy. It's not a problem for me to transfer as much as I want. So, I have to repay you well. This time, old friend Nantian, my backer has spoken. Our Central Chamber of Commerce will definitely do our best to help you in the competition for the Vice Island head of Middle Island. That's great. Nantian Aurora Polaris was instantly overjoyed. Although the Central Chamber of Commerce was a newly established Chamber of Commerce, its power was even greater than that of the number one Chamber of Commerce like the Five Elements Commerce. He had personally witnessed all this. Being able to obtain the full support of the Central Chamber of Commerce, Nantian Aurora Polaris was confident that he would win the competition for the position of Vice Island head of Middle Island. I believe that with the power of our Central Chamber of Commerce, in addition to old friend Nantian's ability, your position as the Vice Island head of Middle Island is already guaranteed. Come, let's celebrate in advance. Cheers. Si Haishao vowed solemnly. Alright, cheers. Nantian Aurora Polaris was elated when he heard that. He had been looking forward to this position for many years. It was just that he had never dared to think too much about it. Now, unexpectedly, his dream was about to come true. However, there's something I have to tell you in advance, old friend Nantian. If you successfully get the position this time, you have to pay a visit to our backer with me. Is there any problem with that? Si Haishao suddenly said. No problem, absolutely no problem. In the future, your Central Chamber of Commerce and I will be on the same boat. This is something that should be done, Nantian Aurora Polaris promised. That's good. I was still afraid that old friend Nantian wouldn't be willing. Si Haishao said with a smile. He was well aware of his backer's methods. If Nantian Aurora Polaris really went to meet him, they would really be on the same boat in the future. No one would be able to escape. However, Nantian Aurora was still completely unaware of this. Given his intelligence, although he was not completely defenseless against this mysterious and unfathomable Central Chamber of Commerce, he had been blinded by greed. Right now, he was completely immersed in the excitement of attaining the position of Deputy Island Lord of Middle Island. This was a glorious position that countless cultivators dreamed of. The position of Vice Island head of Middle Island had a quota, and it had long been filled. There was no extra position. Chapter 4133. Over the years, it had never changed. Even though there had always been a high number of people who wanted to enter the Cultivation Academy, it had never come true. Therefore, even if Southern Aurora Polaris succeeded in breaking through to the profound ascension stage, it was just wishful thinking. There was absolutely no chance of winning. However, there was always an accident. The will of heaven's injury had not recovered and he had been absent for a long time, causing his position as the deputy island master to waver. Not only did it give everyone an excuse, but it also gave Southern Aurora Polaris a glimmer of hope to replace him. After running around, coupled with the strong backing of the Central Chamber of Commerce, Southern Aurora Polaris was determined to win the position of Deputy Island Master of Middle Island. While Southern Aurora Polaris and Si Haishao were plotting for the position of Deputy Island Master of Middle Island, on the other side of the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin Yi was busy making a breakthrough in seclusion. As long as Lin Yi could successfully break through to the Golden Core stage, he was confident that he could help the will of heaven refine the Golden Nascent Gathering Pill. As long as the will of heaven's strength could quickly recover in a short period of time, then with his domineering strength that could instantly kill a profound ascension stage expert, no one could covet the position of Deputy Island Master under him. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes were just a joke. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Yi could successfully form his Golden Core. The difficulty and risk of breaking through from the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment to the Golden Core stage was not something an ordinary person could bear. In the early stage of seclusion, Lin Yi could be considered to have a smooth journey. After adjusting his state to the peak, the first thing he did was to take the supreme grade foundation building pills, and he took 3 at once. In a short period of time, the strength of the true qi in Lin Yi's body increased by a level, instantly breaking through the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment and approaching the great perfection of foundation establishment. In the foundation establishment realm, every peak was an extremely difficult threshold. It was the same from the peak of the early stage to the middle stage, from the peak of the middle stage to the late stage, and from the peak of the late stage to the great perfection. It was the same. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a lot of supreme-grade foundation building pills on hand. The exquisite heart-devouring grass was rare in the North Island, but it was very common in the Middle Island. Kai Zhongyang helped Lin Yi get some. Coupled with his innate talent and foundation, this threshold that countless people had been stuck at for decades or even their entire lives, was easily broken by him. If he stopped now, Lin Yi would truly be a foundation establishment perfected expert. However, for Lin Yi, who was determined to break through to the Golden Core stage, this was only the most basic preparation stage. It wasn't even an appetizer. Then, without waiting for the surging genuine qi in his body to stabilize, Lin Yi immediately began the second step, which was also the most important step of this breakthrough, consuming the supreme grade gold core. This was the method taught to him by the will of heaven. As the saying goes, go all out in one go. Borrowing the momentum of breaking through the foundation building great circle, while the true qi in his body was at its peak, he would break through to the gold core stage in one go. The reason why the will of heaven suggested that Lin Yi try to break through to the Jindan stage was because of the golden core realm. This was the reason. Although this seemed to be far more risky and difficult than following the prescribed order, but in fact, for the truly talented geniuses, it was impossible for them to do so. Not only would the success rate not be lower, but it would also be higher. Having just reached the foundation building great circle, the genuine qi that had just erupted in his body was still unstable. It was still the most active and also the most vigorous time. At this time, the possibility of breaking through the barrier in one go was far higher than following the prescribed order. Because once the genuine qi in the body was completely stabilized, when the spirit was lost, although it was easier to control, it would also lose the momentum. At that time, the foundation building great circle would be completely stabilized. Not only would the genuine qi in the body no longer be a help to break through to the golden core realm, but it would also become a real obstacle to the breakthrough because of the inertia of being content with the status quo. Although the theory of the will of heaven's leapfrogging breakthrough, Lin Yi felt that it was inconceivable at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. As long as the foundation was deep enough and the talent potential was strong enough, it seemed that it was indeed easier to break through in one go than to follow the prescribed order. The so-called geniuses did not take the usual path. This was probably the truth. Of course, if there was no theoretical basis and directly walked blindly, and thus met with rebuff or even blood, then it was not a genius, but a complete idiot. As soon as he took the golden core, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, the genuine qi in the meridians of his body had suddenly more than doubled, and it was still increasing. In an instant, a terrible pressure was produced, and at the same time, it violently impacted the meridians of his body, and at the same time, wreaked havoc everywhere. At this moment, Lin Yi felt like he was a balloon filled with air, and until now, he was still inflating, and could explode at any time. This was not an illusion, but a real instinctive warning from the depths of his body after encountering extreme danger. Although the golden core and the foundation establishment elixir were of the same origin, one was a 5th grade elixir, and the other was a 4th grade elixir. The difference between the two was too great, especially for experts of the foundational level. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. They were both supreme grade elixirs. The foundation establishment elixir might be able to increase the strength of the genuine qi in their bodies by 20%, but the golden core could increase the strength of the genuine qi in their bodies by 2 times, or even more. An increase of 20% was an improvement that could be controlled, but an increase of 3 times was too exaggerated. If it was not handled properly, it could really kill someone. In particular, the creation battle art that Lin Yi cultivated was an extremely ferocious mental cultivation method. The impact and lethality of his genuine qi was far more ferocious than that of ordinary people. In addition, he was breaking through to a higher level, and his genuine qi was already extremely sharp. At this time, it was naturally even more fatal. Breaking through to the golden core was very likely to encounter the crisis of shattering meridians. The phrase, "the will of heaven," was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, this was the creation battle art that Lin Yi had modified using the art of dragon mastery. If it was the original version that was even less stable, it would be unimaginable. No wonder even a legendary figure like the will of heaven had lingering fears about it, and even suffered a setback when he was breaking through to the nascent soul realm. It was not an injustice at all. Braving the risk of the meridians in his body about to explode, the veins on Lin Yi's forehead bulged. Relying on his strong willpower and control, he began to channel the powerful genuine qi in his meridians into his dantian. According to what the will of heaven said before, the dantian was the place to form the core. To form the core, one must first channel the powerful genuine qi throughout the meridians in the body into the dantian. This was the most dangerous step in the whole process of breaking through, and it was also the most crucial step with no shortcuts. If he could withstand it, then he could start the next step of forming the core. If he could not, then most of his meridians would be shattered, and in a more exaggerated case, his body might even explode and die. Chapter 41-34. His forehead was sweating profusely, and his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. Taking a step forward might not be heaven, but if he took a step back, it would definitely be hell. In this state, not only could his meridians explode at any time, but he was also only a step away from qi deviation. This lasted for half an hour. With inhuman perseverance, Lin Yi channeled the terrifying vital energy in his body that had skyrocketed because of the gold core into his dantian bit by bit. In the eyes of ordinary people, this short half an hour gave Lin Yi the feeling that it was as long as half a century. Fortunately, he finally endured it. However, this was far from the time to relax. Until now, everything he had done before was just preparatory work. After channeling all the vital energy into his dantian, the next step was to condense the gold core. The biggest difference between the so-called gold core stage and the foundation establishment stage was that the gold core was condensed in the dantian. This gold core would become the source of all the vital energy in the body. It was the symbol of a qualitative change from a foundation establishment stage expert to a gold core stage expert. At the same time, it was also the life of all gold core stage experts. The process of condensing the gold core could be said to be extremely difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. This was because there were not many techniques involved. It was to continuously condense and compress the huge amount of vital energy that had been channeled into the dantian until it finally condensed into a solidified vital energy crystal. This was the gold core. Generally speaking, if one could successfully endure the most dangerous step of channeling vital energy, then very few people would fail the step of condensing the gold core. However, even if everyone condensed the gold core, the gap between them was like heaven and earth, and this step directly determined their future strength and potential. Some gold core stage experts' gold cores were not solid and were called void cores. Their strength was among all gold core stage experts, and they were naturally the weakest. There were other gold core stage experts whose gold cores were as hard as stone and were called solid cores. Their strength was among all gold core stage experts, and they were naturally first-rate experts. Even if everyone practiced the same martial arts technique, the power of a solid core stage expert was far stronger than that of a void core stage expert. The root cause of all this was the quality of the gold core that was condensed. Therefore, although the step of condensing the golden core was not as dangerous as before, it was a crucial step that no one dared to take lightly. If they were to slack off or be careless at this time, they would not be able to make up for it later. Any ambitious expert would not hope to condense a void core. Only by condensing a solid core would they be able to advance further and become one of the strongest experts. However, at this moment, what Lin Yi wanted to do was different from the others. What he wanted to condense was not a solid core, but a $10,000 core. An ordinary solid core expert's gold core was as hard as a rock. However, the 10,000 gold core that Lin Yi was about to condense was of a higher level. It was as hard as meteoric iron. And all of this required the assistance of the star inkstone. Only by absorbing the power of the stars and the power of the sea in the process of condensing a golden core could a true 10,000 gold core be condensed. This was a perfect breakthrough. Only then could one become the strongest gold core expert. While slowly controlling the majestic vital energy in his dantian and slowly condensing it, Lin Yi had to multitask. He used a portion of his vital energy to capture the power of the stars in the star inkstone and guide it into his dantian. At the same time, he had to control his divine sense to gather the power of the sea and guide it into his dantian. Multitasking was extremely difficult for anyone. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would result in failure. If it was light, he would not be able to condense the $10,000 core. If it was heavy, he would fail to form his core. His strength might even regress and he would never be able to break through again. However, at this moment, Lin Yi's performance did not seem to be forced at all. Instead, it was methodical and rather steady. In addition to Lin Yi's own talent, there was also the contribution of the ghost. Foundation establishment experts generally did not know how to use their divine sense. The most difficult part of multitasking was using their divine sense to gather the power of the sea. If there was no guidance from a primordial spirit expert like him, Lin Yi would not have been able to do it so easily. At this point, condensing the golden core was the final and crucial step. Lin Yi had thought that this breakthrough would be smooth sailing until he successfully condensed the $10,000 core and achieved a perfect breakthrough. However, in the next moment, he realized that he had been too naive. Condensing the golden core in his dantian was not a problem. Using his divine sense to gather the power of the sea was the most difficult step, but it was also not a problem. What surprised Lin Yi the most was that the seemingly simple step of grabbing the power of the stars had a fatal accident. In the instant that the power of the stars was drawn into his meridians, a huge hole suddenly appeared in his meridians. It had actually directly split open. The incomparable pain and the shock of being caught off guard almost caused Lin Yi's body to completely lose control. The vital energy that had been condensed in his dantian flowed into his meridians. It looked like he was about to go mad and cause a tragedy. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted at the last moment and forced his vital energy back. At the same time, he used his mental cultivation method to repair the split meridians. However, for the moment, he did not dare to continue grabbing the power of the stars from the star ink stone. The special characteristic of the power of the stars was that it was extremely fierce and sharp. The reason his meridians had split open just now was because they were unable to endure its sharpness. This was not something that could be endured just by gritting his teeth. If this continued, Lin Yi believed that before he could condense the myriad gold core, the meridians in his body would have been completely crippled by the power of the stars. Amidst the lingering fear, Lin Yi could not help but feel a trace of joy. Fortunately, he had drawn in the power of the stars through his meridians. At least, he still had the chance to heal himself. If he had poured the power into his dantian without hesitation, then what would have split open wouldn't have been his meridians, but his dantian. Once the dantian was crippled, there wouldn't even be a chance to save himself. He would directly be reduced to a complete cripple. However, even if this sort of tragedy hadn't occurred, Lin Yi still did not know what to do for the time being. Although that damn thing had taught him how to use the star ink stone, he had not personally used it after all. It was impossible for him to understand these details. At present, there were only two choices left for Lin Yi. The first was to give up on the star ink stone and condense his gold core according to the rules. This was the safest method, but the price was that he would be unable to achieve a perfect breakthrough. As for the last choice, it was to brace himself and continue grabbing the power of the stars. However, the final result was extremely likely to be failure in condensing his gold core, and he would become a cripple. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. He was absolutely unwilling to choose the first choice, but choosing the second was too dangerous. If he could not think of an effective solution, then he would simply be courting death. Chapter 41-35. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yi's mind. Although the power of the stars was as sharp as a weapon and it was definitely impossible to directly guide it into the body, it was not completely impossible, in the end. The reason why the power of the stars would hurt the meridians was that it was impossible to completely control it by simply relying on the true qi. However, what if it was refined outside the body and then guided into the body? This idea seemed like a fantasy to outsiders, but it was not impossible for Lin Yi to do it, because he was an alchemist. As long as the fire was well controlled, it was entirely possible for Lin Yi to refine the power of the stars outside the body and then absorb it into the meridians of the body. Thinking of this, Lin Yi took out his alchemy skills and refined the power of the stars outside the body bit by bit. With this test, it was really a success. Time passed bit by bit. From the time Lin Yi began his closed-door training, it had been a full 3 days and 3 nights. The Will of Heaven, Tian Chan, Sydney and the others nervously waited outside the door. After Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang heard the news, they also came every morning and night to inquire about Lin Yi, for fear that something would happen to him. After all, it was not easy to break through to the gold core stage, and it was even more dangerous to do so. Any accidents could happen. For a closed-door training to break through to the gold core stage, 3 days was definitely not a long time. However, watching the time pass, the Will of Heaven inevitably felt a little uneasy. After all, the longer it took, the more difficult the process was, and the higher the possibility of an accident would happen. In the final analysis, Lin Yi decided to break through in advance in order to help him refine the gathering nascent soul golden pill. If he really fell into the fate of qi deviation, the Will of Heaven would have to live in guilt for the rest of his life. After asking someone to buy 2 jars of wine, the Will of Heaven simply set up a table outside the door and drank while waiting. However, just as he poured a cup, Lin Yi's voice came from behind, "Big Brother Heaven, you're in such a good mood. why don't you drink with me? Lil bro Lin Yi, you succeeded. The will of heaven turned to look at Lin Yi, who seemed to have been reborn and became a completely different person. He was pleasantly surprised. It's all thanks to you, big brother Tian. If you hadn't taught me everything, I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly this time. Lin Yi chuckled. Perfect breakthrough, the strongest golden core stage expert, really extraordinary. The will of heaven looked at Lin Yi from head to toe, his eyes lit up. In the past, Lin Yi was just a harmless little friend in his eyes. But now, Lin Yi's aura was completely new. In a trance, he actually felt a faint threat. Even if his strength had not recovered, he still had the strength of a golden core paragon. The will of heaven couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My little brother, where did this freak come from? He was much more abnormal than me in the past. One must know that even if it was a perfect breakthrough, the so-called strongest golden core stage expert was only invincible at the same level. It was impossible to be a mere golden core stage expert. He could directly kill a golden core paragon. However, at this moment, when it came to Lin Yi, it made the will of heaven feel a trace of fear. It was simply incredible. At this time, Tian Chan and Sydney heard the sound and ran over. They ran over when they heard the commotion, both looking at Lin Yi with a face full of surprise and joy as they grabbed his arms. In their eyes, whether Lin Yi's strength was strong or not was secondary. The most important thing was to live well. After all, he was their spiritual pillar now. I'm fine. I've made you worry. Lin Yi smiled and comforted the two women. Then he turned his head and looked at the will of heaven. Brother Heaven, I suddenly thought of something. The refining of the condensed nascent soul golden pill needs to be postponed for a few days. I wonder if it's okay. Oh. Of course, no problem. But what is it? Do you need my help? The will of heaven was slightly stunned and then nodded. Although he was eager to restore his strength, he didn't care about a few days. No need. But in the next few days, our Tiandan pavilion needs to be temporarily closed. Lin Yi smiled and looked at the two women. Why? Aren't we doing well? Tian Chan and Sydney were suddenly shocked. Although the business of Tiandan pavilion is important, little Chan and Sydney, don't you think your strength is a little insufficient? Lin Yi smiled with a deep meaning. Ah. Tian Chan and Sydney couldn't help but look at each other. The will of heaven on the side was even more confused. The three of us should go into seclusion together. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The sudden suggestion was also an idea that flashed in Lin Yi's mind. Tian Chan and Sydney were now only in the early stage of foundation establishment. In the middle island where there were many experts, they belonged to the lowest level. Even if they had a foothold in Tiandan Pavilion, if they only had this little strength, it would still be difficult for them to stand firm in the future. Now the urgent task in front of Lin Yi was to improve the strength of the two of them as soon as possible. Although he had already given them the foundation establishment pill, it was still difficult to have an immediate effect in a short time. And Lin Yi suddenly thought of a way to quickly improve the strength of the two of them. As early as in the secular world, he could forcibly improve the strength of his other confidants and younger brothers. The same method may be equally effective now. He was now a master in the early stage of Jit on stage, so could he improve the strength of Tian Chan and Sydney to the great perfection of foundation establishment? This experiment was very important. It was directly related to how Lin Yi would cultivate his forces in the future, so he suddenly proposed to let the two women go into seclusion with him. After listening to Lin Yi's idea, Tian Chan and Sydney were both surprised and happy. After coming to the Heaven Stage Island, the two of them had deeply understood the importance of strength. They at least needed to have the strength to protect themselves, so as to avoid bringing too much trouble to Lin Yi. The experiment began. The method used by Lin Yi was the same as when he was in the secular world. He ran the art of dragon mastery and instilled the majestic genuine qi in his body into the two women. Sure enough, Tian-chan and Sydney were surprised to find that the majestic genuine qi transferred from Lin Yi's hands gradually merged with their own genuine qi, and the strength of the realm also began to improve. This result immediately made Lin Yi very excited. To some extent, the value of this discovery was no less than his own success in breaking through to the Jidon stage. This meant that as long as Lin Yi was strong enough, as long as he was willing, he could turn his confidants and younger brothers into powerful masters at any time, just like when he was in the secular world. If it was only Lin Yi himself who was strong enough, others would at most be a little afraid, but not too afraid. After all, no matter how strong a person was, there would always be a weakness. Especially if the strength of his confidants and younger brothers around him were weak, it would be a fatal weakness that could not be avoided. Chapter 41-36. However, if Lin Yi turned all his people into powerful experts, what kind of scene would that be? At that time, no matter how ignorant any party was, they would only dare to be in awe and would not dare to provoke him easily. Since it was proven to be effective, according to Lin Yi's character, he naturally would not stop so easily. Instead, he went one step further and went all out to improve the strength of the two women. He was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm. If there were no accidents, it should be enough to forcibly promote the two women to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The fact was indeed as Lin Yi expected. As early as in the secular world, he was already familiar with this matter. Now, it was just a change of strength, but the principle was always the same. Everything was so logical. Under Lin Yi's full effort, the strength of the two women skyrocketed, and they were forcibly promoted to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Those barriers that ordinary people could not break, in front of Lin Yi, a perfect Gold Core realm expert, were simply vulnerable. Especially with the space of the jade pendant constantly replenishing the vital energy, everything seemed so natural. Feeling the surging vital energy in his body, not to mention the two women, Tian-chan and Sydney, who felt like they were in a dream, even Lin Yi did not expect the process to be so smooth. However, when Lin Yi thought that it was a success and slowly withdrew his hands from the back of the two women, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Without warning, the clothes on the two women exploded, all torn into pieces, even the most intimate underwear was not spared. Looking at Tian-chan and Sydney who suddenly became naked in front of him, Lin Yi was suddenly dumbfounded, and then he could not help but swallow his saliva. No matter how calm he was, in the face of two exquisite and tender white bodies, if he did not have any reaction at all, then he would probably have to find a male hospital to see a doctor. Tian-chan and Sydney did not react at first, still immersed in the ecstasy of their strength skyrocketing until they turned their heads and saw Lin Yi's strange expression. Only then did they suddenly come to their senses. They hugged their chests and shyly lowered their heads. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" Lin Yi swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked with concern. "No, nothing." The two women looked at each other and shook their heads, but they didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. Their faces were red to the ears. Both of them were virgins and had never appeared in front of a man with such a seductive appearance. Even if they had already given their hearts to Lin Yi, they had never really been intimate with Lin Yi before. She had not been mentally prepared for this sudden and honest meeting with him. At this moment, her two young hearts were beating wildly like fawns and were about to jump out of her throat. "That's good. I'm guessing that you're still not familiar with the surge of true qi in your bodies. Although you've reached the peak of Foundation establishment, you haven't stabilized it yet and can't control it. That's why." Lin Yi was feasting his eyes on the side. He touched his chin awkwardly and explained. "Oh." The two women nodded in unison. Then, Sydney suddenly bit her lips and let go of her hands that were covering her chest. She blushed and said, "Actually, Lin Yi, if you want, I can." Sydney's heart had long been with Lin Yi. Especially when Lin Yi had rescued her from the abyss of bitterness, she had unconsciously thought of devoting herself to him. But she never had the chance. If Lin Yi hadn't mentioned it, a girl like her would naturally not have taken the initiative to offer herself. She didn't expect that she would be caught off guard. But it turned out to be like this. Ha! Lin Yi's gaze suddenly froze. But before he could react, Tian-chan on the other side also let go of her chest and bit her red lips. I can do it too. Suddenly, the two women threw themselves into his arms at the same time. Both were as beautiful as goddesses, and both were completely naked. Lin Yi instantly fell into a battle of wills. He didn't think he was a gentleman. In reality, even if he was, there was no reason for him to shrink back at a time like this. If he shrank back now, he would be suspected of being worse than a beast. But time was of the essence. Faced with the temptation of such soft and fragrant jade, Lin Yi could only fiercely pinch his thigh and forcefully protect the last shred of clarity in his mind. He laughed bitterly. This. Little Chan, Sydney, we haven't finished our business yet, huh? Tian-chan and Sydney glanced at each other, their faces instantly turning even redder. They both thought that this was the end. The two of you have just broken through to the great circle of foundation establishment. The true qi in your bodies is at its most active. If you try to break through to the golden core stage, with me guiding your true qi from the side, the chances of success are still very high. As Lin Yi spoke, he took out the remaining 2 golden cores, as well as the star inkstone. Strictly speaking, the star inkstone was the same as elixirs. It was a consumable item. After all, the power of the stars and the power of the ocean within it was limited. Once it was all used up, it would be useless. As for the star inkstone in Lin Yi's hand, when he broke through, he had only used up half of the power of the stars and the power of the ocean to successfully condense the 10,000 gold core. Now, there was still half left, and it was just right to be used on the 2 women, Tian-chan and Sydney. Lin Yi knew that he wouldn't stay on Middle Island for long. Once he left, if the 2 women were still at the great circle of foundation establishment, even with the help of people like the will of heaven, he still wouldn't be at ease. But if the 2 women could become the strongest golden core stage experts like himself, then there was nothing to worry about. Directly break through to the golden core stage. When Tian-chan and Sydney heard this, they jumped in fright. They immediately looked at each other, even throwing the awkwardness of being honest with Lin Yi to the back of their minds. Before this, they were still only early-stage foundation establishment experts. Even the peak of the early-stage foundation establishment was just a dream. Now, not even half a day had passed, and they were actually preparing to break through to the golden core stage. If word of this got out, they would definitely be regarded as crazy people with wild fantasies. That's right. With this half of the star inkstone, once you succeed, it will be a perfect breakthrough. You will become golden core experts with the strongest potential. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Yi nodded. Golden core experts with the strongest potential. When Tian-chan and Sydney heard this, their eyes lit up. Although the 2 of them weren't battle-hungry people, with their previous tragic experiences, they knew that in this cultivation world where the weak were prey to the strong, strength was the true foundation. Naturally, the stronger the better. Okay, I'll listen to you. The 2 women reacted for a moment, then agreed in unison. Standing in their corner, they still felt that this matter was too outrageous. But they had long since developed a kind of blind trust in Lin Yi. No matter what Lin Yi told them to do, they wouldn't have any objections. After all, everything that Lin Yi did was for their own good and would never harm them. Novel Bus Number 119, WW. XS84. Calm. Chapter 4137. So, let's get started. After Lin Yi told the 2 women the main points, he immediately let the 2 women take the best gold elixir and guided their true qi at the same time. Breaking through to the gold elixir stage was a major event, and there was no room for distraction. Even if the two women were beautiful, Lin Yi turned a blind eye to them at the moment. Tian Chan and Shueli had to go through the same process of breaking through to the golden elixir realm, and it was also a perfect breakthrough. The process that Tian Chan and Shueli had to go through was exactly the same as Lin Yi's. Originally, they did not have enough resources to do this, but fortunately, they had Lin Yi as a cheat. Although Lin Yi could not directly promote their strength to the early gold elixir stage, he could share most of the pressure for them in this difficult breakthrough process. What Lin Yi had to do was not only to guide the majestic true qi that erupted from the gold elixir stage for the two women to protect the meridians in their bodies, but also to use the Dan fire to refine the power of the stars for them and use divine sense to gather the power of the sea for them. In other words, the most difficult parts of the process of breaking through to the gold elixir stage were taken care of by Lin Yi for Tian Chan and Sydney, and the only thing they had to do was to concentrate on condensing the gold elixir stage in their dantian. 2 days passed in a flash. When Lin Yi finally came out again, the Will of Heaven, who had been guarding the Tiandan pavilion, hurriedly greeted him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi did not say anything. The first thing he did when he came out was to run to the room of Tian Chan and Sydney and bring a set of clothes for the two women. After that, looking at the two women blushing and walking out of the retreat room with a little embarrassment, the Will of Heaven couldn't help but grin strangely and said to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin Yi, you are really envious of the blessing of having two women. I was wondering what you were going to do with them in such a hurry. You even purposely made the Tiandan pavilion close down. I didn't expect you to be such a playboy." "Ah. Big brother Tian, you're thinking too much." Lin Yi was speechless. He pointed at the two girls and said, "Can't you see the changes in them?" "Change?" The Will of Heaven was stunned when he heard that. When he looked at Tian Chan and Sydney again, there was no longer any ridicule in his eyes. Immediately, he became extremely shocked. Gold core early stage. How is this possible? Just 3 days ago, the two women were still immature early-stage foundation establishment experts, but after 3 days, they were now genuine early-stage gold core experts like Lin Yi. Moreover, the Will of Heaven could faintly sense a strange aura from the two women. Although it was much weaker than Lin Yi's, it was obviously the same. In other words, the two women were also the strongest gold core masters who had a perfect breakthrough. This kind of thing was completely unheard of and unseen. Even though the Will of Heaven was experienced and knowledgeable, he was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He couldn't say a word for a long time. "Lil bro Lin Yi, this is all you're doing. 3 of the strongest golden core stage experts in one go." Tian Xing took a long time to calm down and asked with his mouth agape. Although the miracle happened to Tian Chan and Sydney, the Will of Heaven could use his toes to think that this was definitely the work of Lin Yi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two women to do this. There's no other way. If I don't improve their strength, I will always be worried. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Brother, you're going against the natural order." The Will of Heaven could only say one sentence in the end. Although he was very curious about how Lin Yi suddenly improved the strength of the two women to such a terrifying realm, he knew without asking. This was definitely the biggest secret of Lin Yi. The fewer people who knew, the better. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. Before this, he still thought that Tian Chan and Sydney served Lin Yi together. Would it be too unfair for them? After all, although Lin Yi was good, the two women were also peerless beauties. No matter where they went, they were the stars surrounding the moon. However, now it seemed that the two of them could follow Lin Yi. Not only did they not feel wronged, but it was also a great blessing for them. Even the Will of Heaven couldn't help but have a ridiculous feeling at this moment. He always thought that he was already amazing and legendary. But compared with this brother Lin Yi, what he did in the past was simply child's play. It was not worth mentioning at all. The word against the natural order, the will of heaven, really didn't just exclaim casually. At this moment, he really felt that Lin Yi was really a monster who could go against the natural order. While they were talking, Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang also came to inquire every day as usual. Suddenly, they saw the three strongest gold core stage masters of Lin Yi. Their performance was worse than the will of heaven. Their jaws dropped on the spot and they couldn't say a word for a long time. "Monster, you're really a monster. I'm afraid even my master can't compare to you." This was the unanimous conclusion that everyone finally came to. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly at this. He thought to himself, "Your master is my cheap master. If I'm a monster, then isn't he also an old monster?" Since they had successfully come out of seclusion, the business of Tiandan Pavilion naturally reopened. Tian Chan and Sydney then began to be busy again. Sydney was the main manager of the business as usual, while Tian Chan focused on alchemy. Now that her strength had skyrocketed to the early stages of golden elixir, the speed and quality of her elixir concoction, including the success rate, had obviously increased by a large margin compared to before. She even had the chance to concoct fourth-grade elixir. To the Heavenly Elixir Court, which only relied on her and Lin Yi to concoct elixirs, this was naturally good news. As for Lin Yi, he couldn't take care of the business of Tiandan Pavilion for a short time. The reason was very simple. He was busy refining the gathering nascent soul golden elixir for the will of heaven. The will of heaven had the elixir recipe. Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang provided the materials. What Lin Yi had to do was to try to refine the 6th grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir. This time, as Lin Yi expected, after his strength reached the early stage of gold core, the strength of his true qi was enough to refine the 6th grade elixir. As for how to refine it, with the divine armament cauldron, an automatic alchemy artifact, Lin Yi didn't need to worry too much. The only thing he had to do was to control the strength of his true qi, so that the divine armament cauldron could control the fire and wait for the alchemy to be completed. After a whole day and night, Lin Yi didn't disappoint everyone. He succeeded in refining a gathering nascent soul golden elixir on his first attempt. When he finally handed it over to the will of heaven, everyone looked at him with eyes that were no longer strange. He could cure the terminal illness of the will of heaven, and he could make 3 of the strongest masters of gold core stage at once. Was it strange that this kind of freak could refine the 6th grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir? With the 6th grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir in hand, the will of heaven, who was eager to restore his strength, immediately took it on the spot, and then began to condense the yuanying. Chapter 4138. Lin Yi did not stand by and watch, but followed him into closed-door training, so that he could protect him. After all, according to the will of heaven himself, every time he broke through such a big realm, it was very dangerous, and his meridians might burst. With Lin Yi by his side, he could save him in time, so that it would not lead to another tragedy. In addition, it was definitely a rare experience and reference for anyone to observe someone condensing their nascent soul, especially a legendary master like the will of heaven. When it was Lin Yi's turn in the future, it would be much easier. The difficulty of condensing a nascent soul was countless times more difficult than condensing a gold core. Since ancient times, there were countless masters who were stuck at this threshold. No matter how well prepared they were in advance, the success rate was always so low. However, after all, the will of heaven had condensed successfully before. This time, strictly speaking, it was just to restore his nascent soul, so the difficulty was much lower. Under Lin Yi's protection, he finally successfully condensed his nascent soul. After that, the will of heaven did not choose to come out immediately, but decided to take advantage of the opportunity to restore his peak strength in one fell swoop. After breaking through the threshold of condensing his nascent soul, there was no barrier that could stop the footsteps of the will of heaven. Just a few days later, the will of heaven successfully came out, and his strength had been restored to the peak state of the peak nascent soul stage. With the powerful strength to stand at the top of the Heaven Stage Island again, the Will of Heaven was now naturally full of confidence. According to his straightforward character, there was no reason to continue to endure the humiliation he suffered last time, so he immediately went to the Island Master's Pavilion again without saying anything. The Island Master's Pavilion was located at the top of the Middle Tripod Mountain. As the name suggested, it was a place that only the Island Master could enter and exit. The Island Master's Pavilion had always been composed of 5 people, 1 Island Master. 4 Deputy Island Masters. This time, when Tianxing reappeared in the Island Master's Pavilion, the situation was exactly the same as before. The Island Master of the Middle Island still used the reason that he had been absent for too long as an excuse, and did not comment on the matter of him being reinstated as a Deputy Island Master. As for the other 3 Deputy Island Masters, they all found all sorts of excuses and avoided the topic. Everyone, I have never mistreated any of you in the past years. I've never offended you, so why do you have to make things difficult for me on this matter that is perfectly justified? What's in it for you? The Will of Heaven sneered at the 4 Island Masters. Then, without waiting for the 4 of them to speak, the Will of Heaven directly released his peak nascent soul aura without holding back. Everyone's expression changed. They were already surprised when they learned that the Will of Heaven had recovered from his injuries. They thought that no matter how powerful the Will of Heaven was, it would take him at least a few months to recover his full strength. Who would have thought that in just a few days, he would be able to do it? Everyone here, other than Tianxing, were all Xian Ascending Stage cultivators. If it was any other peak nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't take him seriously at all, but the Will of Heaven was different. This guy couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. The number of Xian Ascending Stage Masters who died in his hands in the past wasn't just 1 or 2. Killing someone with a higher level was a challenge in the eyes of others, but to the Will of Heaven, it was a common occurrence. He couldn't do it just because his level was low. He had to treat it as if it was nothing. At least, in terms of pure combat strength, even if the Will of Heaven wasn't the strongest among them, he was at least in the middle. Including the Middle Island Master, no one here dared to say that they had a 100% chance of winning against him. Facing the Will of Heaven's aura, everyone's expression started to change. Strength determined the right to speak. Before, the Will of Heaven hadn't recovered his full strength, so they didn't take him seriously. But now, they didn't dare to be so arrogant anymore. Everyone looked at each other, and the 3 Vice Island Masters didn't say anything. They all looked at each other. This ball was kicked to the feet of the Middle Island Master. According to the rules, if you don't report to the Island Master's Pavilion for 10 years, in theory, you have already given up your position. Even Zhang Liju, the honorary Island Master, has never not reported for 10 years in a row. The Island Master looked at the Will of Heaven and said in a low voice, "Could it be that you want to change the rules of the Island Master's Pavilion with your own strength?" "I wouldn't dare, but I was heavily injured before, and it wasn't on purpose that I didn't report. Rules are dead, but people are alive. You guys shouldn't be so inconsiderate, right?" The Will of Heaven said angrily. For 1,000 years, the rules of the Island Master's Pavilion have never been broken. This rule will not be broken in my hands. The Island Master said expressionlessly. You. The Will of Heaven still wanted to argue, but one of the Vice Island Masters standing not far from him suddenly gave him a look. This person's name was Chu Wendian, and he was the closest to the Will of Heaven. Although they weren't sworn brothers, they got along well, and the key thing was that the 2 of them never had any conflicts, so their relationship had always been good. This problem can't be solved with just a few words. In my opinion, Xing, you should give everyone some time to think about it. Chu Wendian came out to smooth things over. Although the Will of Heaven was unwilling, he still nodded. He wasn't someone who would let things slide, but he could see that the situation wasn't looking good. If he continued to be so stubborn, it would only push the Island Master and the other Vice Island Masters to the opposite side. Once their relationship was strained, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Stepping out of the door, the will of heaven was pulled to the side by Chu Wendian. He wanted to understand what was going on. Actually, even if there are rules, Xing Xing, your special situation can be handled differently. Chu Wendian comforted him. The reason why he didn't say anything the last time the will of heaven came was because the will of heaven's strength was too low at that time. He didn't even have the qualifications to know the inside story, so it would be useless to tell him. But now, the situation was naturally different. I can also guess that something must have happened in the middle. Just tell me what happened behind the scenes. Tian Xing waved his hand and said. All right, then I'll be frank with you. Your position has been targeted by someone, Chu Wendian said with a bitter smile. Who? The will of heaven's eyelids twitched, and he was instantly enraged. Although he had some guesses, he didn't expect that someone would really dare to touch his whiskers. They even wanted to snatch his position as Vice Island Master. Had they forgotten his illustrious achievements in the past? Cultivator College, Aurora Australis, is now the Vice Dean. Chu Wendian said bluntly. He wasn't familiar with Aurora Australis. To him, if his old friend the Will of Heaven could keep his position as Vice Island Master, it would obviously be more beneficial. Chapter 4139. However, that was as far as he could help the Will of Heaven. At most, he could provide some information and sell a favor. He could not openly help the Will of Heaven deal with Southern Aurora Polaris. After all, the Will of Heaven was not that close to him. Southern Aurora Polaris was able to compete for the position of Deputy Island Master, so he was naturally not a weakling. It was obviously not worth it to offend such a powerhouse for the sake of a favor from the Will of Heaven. Southern Aurora Polaris. The eyes of the Will of Heaven could not help but reveal a frightening killing intent. He asked in a deep voice, has this matter already been decided? Not yet, but it's basically decided internally. All that's left is the final step of holding a meeting and voting. If Xing Xing had recovered a few days later, I reckon there would be nothing left for you. After all, from the current situation, the Island Master and the other two all support him. Chu Wendian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his opinion, even if the Will of Heaven's strength had recovered to its peak, it would still be very difficult for him to keep the position of Deputy Island Master. Even if he chose to abstain, the other three, including the Island Master, supported Southern Aurora Polaris. It was easier said than done for the Will of Heaven to change their minds in a short period of time. Moreover, the Will of Heaven had never been a person who was good at making friends. In the past, his relationship with the other three was very ordinary. At this time, he would not lower his head to speak up for them unless the sun rose from the west. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll grant them their wish. The Will of Heaven suddenly sneered. Ah. Chu Wendian was stunned and said in surprise, you plan to give up just like that? It doesn't seem like your usual style, Xing Xing. Since they all support Southern Aurora Polaris, what else can I do? I can't possibly force them to change their minds, right? Although I'm confident, I'm not that arrogant. Since that's the case, I might as well grant them their wish. What do you say, old friend? The Will of Heaven said with an unfathomable expression. You're right, but no matter how I think about it, I don't think you'll be willing to endure it. Xing Xing, what are your plans? There's no need to hide it from me, right? Chu Wendian looked at the Will of Heaven with a puzzled expression. It's very simple. If they support Southern Polar Light, then let them support him. However, on the day he takes office, whether or not Southern Polar Light can truly sit on the position of Middle Island's Deputy Island Master will depend on whether or not he has the ability, the Will of Heaven said with a cold gaze. Don't tell me, you want to challenge him. Chu Wendian was shocked, and then came to a sudden realization. Heaven Rank Island had always encouraged geniuses to stand out. Even the position of Middle Island's Vice-Island Master, who was at the pinnacle of power, could be given to him on the day he took office. Challenge him. However, there was a precondition for this. The challenger's strength must be lower than the predecessor's. Otherwise, if it was purely bullying the weak, then the challenger wouldn't be considered a shocking genius expert. Naturally, there was no need to make an exception to promote the challenger. Although this rule had existed since ancient times, there were very few opportunities for it to take effect. After all, those who could compete for the position of Deputy Island Master were the best among the experts of the same level. Even among the experts of the same level, they belonged to the top or even invincible existence. Letting someone whose strength was lower than him challenge him would have even less chance of winning. When that day comes, even the Island Master and the other two won't be able to stop me. The will of Heaven's eyes were surging with battle intent. After being injured for so many years, he hadn't felt this kind of excitement for a long time. This. Xing Xing, are you sure you want to do this? That southern polar light is a mysterious ascending early stage expert. Chu Wendian couldn't help but remind him. So what? The number of mysterious ascending stage experts who died in the hands of me, the will of heaven, is not one or two. Do you think I'll be afraid of him? The will of heaven smiled confidently. That's true. You've always regarded challenging above your level as a common thing. Hearing this, Chu Wendian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, now that I think about it. Why do I feel that the rules of this challenge are simply tailor-made for you? Things that others couldn't do, when put to the will of heaven, were just child's play. The phrase tailor-made was really not fake. The only thing I'm worried about now is that when the time comes, Southern Polar Light will be thick-skinned and refuse to accept the challenge no matter what. Then I'll really be at my wit's end. The will of heaven said worriedly. Don't worry about this. If he doesn't accept the challenge face to face, then he can't take up the position. Even if he avoids you later and lets him take up the position secretly, it won't be justifiable, and he won't be able to convince the public. Chu Wendian laughed and said, so I believe that no matter who is in his position, it's impossible to avoid the challenge. After all, he's a mysterious ascending stage expert, but he's afraid of you, a nascent soul stage expert. This is too shameful. I hope so. The will of heaven nodded. Although his battle achievements in the past were shocking, it had been a long time since then, so much time had passed, and the deterrence was already much weaker. And any mysterious ascending stage expert would definitely be extremely arrogant, and would definitely not be willing to lose face easily. For someone like Southern Polar Light who was about to make a name for himself, even if he was afraid of him, he shouldn't be afraid in front of him. A few days later, with the unanimous approval of the Island Master Pavilion, and the support of the forces behind him, the joyous day of Southern Polar Light taking up the position of Middle Island's Deputy Island Master finally arrived. This day was destined to be remembered in history, because this was the first time that someone from the Cultivators Academy had sought the glorious position of the pinnacle of Middle Island's power. The Island Master's Pavilion, which had always been closed to the public, opened its doors for a rare occasion on this day. Almost all the influential figures of all the sects and forces on Central Island were invited to attend, cheering for Southern Aurora Polaris, the new Vice-Island Master. What a grand scene. Lin Yi followed the will of heaven and walked in the crowd. Feeling the powerful aura of the people around him, he couldn't help but sigh. The people who came today were all the top big shots of the various forces. He was an early-stage Golden Core expert. Although he had a perfect breakthrough and had the potential to become the strongest Golden Core expert, compared to these super experts who were at the nascent soul stage or even the mysterious ascending stage, he was still too far behind. They were not on the same level at all. It can be seen that this Southern Polar Light's background isn't simple. Otherwise, just based on his title as the Cultivators Academy's Deputy Dean, these people would definitely not come in person. At most, they would send a congratulatory letter over, the will of heaven said lightly. In the past, whether it was him or the other 3 deputy island masters, when they took up their positions, it was far from this exaggerated. Southern Polar Light's vast lineup was even comparable to that of the island master. Could it be that Southern Polar Light's other background is the Central Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yi looked at Si Haishao, who was chatting cheerfully with Southern Polar Light, and couldn't help but make a guess. Chapter 4140. He truly did not expect that the person competing with Tianxing for the position of Deputy Island Master would actually be Southern Sky Aurora, an old rival that he had interacted with in the secular world. What was even more unexpected was that Southern Sky Aurora was actually in cahoots with Si Haishao. This made him involuntarily think of the recently rising Central Chamber of Commerce. As a master in the early stages of the Profound Ascension stage, Nantian Aurora's senses were extremely sharp. Lin Yi had only glanced at him once, and he immediately sensed it. After carefully identifying Lin Yi's appearance, he was shocked, and his expression changed. Separating the crowd, Southern Polar Light and Si Haishao immediately walked in front of Lin Yi. As the protagonist of today's event, Southern Polar Light naturally attracted everyone's attention. I didn't expect to meet you on such an occasion, Lin Yi. I really don't know if you're unlucky, or if you're just so untactful that you insist on rushing over to let me take care of you. Southern Polar Light sneered at Lin Yi. Previously in the secular world, he already disliked Lin Yi, and he had also heard from Si Haishao about the conflict between Lin Yi and the Nantian brothers. If Lin Yi had hidden far away, it would have been fine, and he would not have bothered to waste energy looking for him. But now that this fellow actually came to his door, how could he not take care of him? Although Southern Polar Light had to take care of his image in the presence of so many pairs of eyes today, it was not a big problem to take care of a small fry like Lin Yi. He could use him as a stepping stone to show his strength. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He was in the early stage of the Gold Core stage, while the other party was in the early stage of the Profound Ascension stage. There was a difference of 2 whole stages. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to withstand the other party's pressure, not to mention actually fighting. However, in front of Southern Polar Light, even if he knew that he was no match for Lin Yi, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Moreover, there was no need for him to appear on such an occasion. Southern Polar Light's opponent was not him. You haven't taken the position of Deputy Island Master yet, and you're already putting on airs. You're already starting to put on airs. You have quite the style, sir. Tianxing took a step forward, shielding Lin Yi behind him as he sneered at Nantian Aurora. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nantian Aurora suddenly felt the overbearing aura of the will of heaven, causing him to unconsciously take a step back. Then, he reacted with anger and shame. He was an expert at the early stage of the Profound Ascending stage. How could he be afraid of a mere nascent soul-perfected stage cultivator? The will of heaven, this is a personal grudge between me and him. I advise you not to interfere. So as not to invite a snub, Nantian Aurora said with a gloomy expression. Personal grudges. That's too much of a coincidence. There seems to be a personal grudge between you and me. The will of heaven sneered and curled his lips. Are you trying to say that I snatched your position as the Vice Island Master? This is unanimously recognized by the entire Island Master Pavilion. The will of heaven, no matter what, you are a legendary figure of your generation. There's no need for you to act like a resentful woman, right? Nantian Aurora Polaris laughed proudly. Beside him, Si Haishao and the others also chimed in. It was human nature to flatter the strong and trample on the weak. Compared to the loser, the will of heaven, they naturally stood on Nantian Aurora Polaris's side. Especially Ancestor Xianchen, who was hidden in the crowd not far away. He looked over with a sinister smile. He followed Nantian Aurora Polaris and was now a small administrator in the Cultivator Academy. Logically speaking, he could not come to such an occasion, but Nantion Aurora Polaris brought him here to join in the fun. However, he did not have the ability to join in. He could only mingle in the crowd and cheer. Resentment. Hee, you seem to have misunderstood. The will of heaven smiled slightly, but he could not be bothered to continue explaining. In any case, the other party could only be arrogant for a while now. He immediately said coldly, Nantion Aurora Polaris, there's something I have to say first, lest you die without knowing why. Tian-chan is my younger sister, and Lin-Yi is my brother-in-law. If you dare to touch even a single hair on him, forget about being a Vice Island master, I'll make it so that you can't even be a ghost. Humph, what arrogance. Nantion Aurora Polaris's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. If it was any other great perfection nascent soul expert, he would have long killed the other party on the spot just because of these words. However, the other party was the will of heaven. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Facing this legendary expert who could instantly kill someone of a higher level, no matter how arrogant he, Nantion Aurora Polaris, was, he still had to think carefully. Looking at Lin-Yi, who was behind the will of heaven, Nantion Aurora Polaris could not help but say hatefully in his heart, I'll let you off today. After I find a way to kill the will of heaven, let's see who still dares to support you. Let's see whether you die or not. Under the attention of everyone present, the two parties confronted each other with swords drawn and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. However, in the end, they did not start fighting. Nantion Aurora Polaris let out a cold laugh and immediately turned to leave with Si Haishao. Today was the joyous day of assuming the position of Vice Island Master. Before that, he did not want any accidents to happen. As for the will of heaven and Lin-Yi, he had plenty of ways to deal with them in the future. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get what he wanted today. After a while, the entire place quietened down, and the ceremony of assuming the position of Vice Island Master officially began. However, Nantion Aurora Polaris had just taken a step towards the seat that symbolized the position of Vice Island Master, and before he could even touch it, he was stopped by someone. This person was naturally the will of heaven. I, the will of heaven, challenge the position of Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Nantion Aurora Polaris, do you dare to fight with me? Under everyone's attention, the will of heaven slowly walked out from the crowd. Fuck. Nantion Aurora Polaris almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had wanted to deal with the will of heaven, but he had never thought that he would have to fight to the death with the will of heaven at this time. As long as he could succeed in assuming the position, he had 100 ways to kill the will of heaven afterward. However, it did not include fighting the will of heaven one-on-one. No matter what, even though the will of heaven had been seriously injured for so many years, he was still a powerful person with an outstanding reputation. In an instant, everyone's gaze kept moving back and forth between the will of heaven and Nantion Aurora Polaris. All of them were discussing spiritedly. They had only come to support Nantion Aurora Polaris, but they did not expect to encounter such a good show. Alright, since you're bent on courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nantion Aurora Polaris could not afford to lose face. He could only grit his teeth and accept the challenge. The powerful aura of an early-stage profound ascension expert immediately poured out without reservation. Humph, at least you have some guts. As for whether you'll die or not, we'll only know after we fight. The will of heaven smiled faintly and similarly released a powerful aura, resisting Nantion Aurora Polaris as an equal. Upon seeing this, the surrounding people immediately retreated tactfully, each of them revealing an expression as if they were watching a good show. Whether it was Nantion Aurora Polaris or the will of heaven, they were both super experts who stood at the peak of Middle Island. Not only did they want to see how strong Nantion Aurora Polaris was, but they also wanted to know how much strength the will of heaven, who was rumored to have recovered from his injuries, had recovered. Chapter 41-41. The Island Master's Pavilion was located at the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain, and it was already high up in the clouds. Now that Southern Sky Aurora and the will of heaven were confronting each other, their auras intertwining, even the sky above everyone's head was changing, as though a storm was about to arrive. The will of heaven, I really wonder if you've been injured for too long that even your brain is damaged. Killing someone with a higher cultivation level is just a reputation that's blown out of proportion. Do you really think that you can deal with me with the strength of a mere nascent soul great perfection? You really don't know how to write the word death. Southern Sky Aurora sneered in front of everyone. What's the point of saying so much? Let's just fight. If you don't know how to write the word death, then I can trouble myself to teach you. The will of heaven moved his neck and the joints of his hands and feet as he walked straight towards Southern Sky Aurora. Teach your ass. Southern Sky Aurora's expression suddenly froze, and his expression became even uglier. With a ferocious expression, he rushed towards the will of heaven. His whole body was surrounded by a powerful true chi that seemed to have materialized, constantly changing various moves. One moment it was a palm, the next moment it was a claw, the next moment it was a fist, and there were even various kinds of weapons. Regardless of what ordinary people could think of or not, they could all be found in the materialized true chi. With such unpredictable moves, the bystanders already felt that it was troublesome just by looking at them. Legend has it that Southern Sky Aurora is an expert who cultivates the non-phase divine technique. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. A knowledgeable expert in the crowd exclaimed in admiration. That's right. The non-phase divine technique can copy any martial arts moves. Before being hit by him, it's impossible to even judge which martial arts he is using. It's impossible to guard against him. He's really powerful. Looking at Southern Sky Aurora's moves, he has mastered at least 20 to 30 martial arts. He has been a chancellor in the Cultivator Academy for so many years. It seems that he has put in a lot of hard work. I think the will of heaven is in danger this time. Southern Sky Aurora is obviously not an ordinary profound ascension stage expert. If he was at his peak in the past, he might have a chance to wrestle. But now that he has been injured for so many years, his yuan qi definitely hasn't recovered. My yuan qi must not have recovered, hee. As the crowd discussed, the Southern Sky Aurora had already started exchanging blows with the will of heaven. In just one exchange, the will of heaven was mercilessly engulfed by several dozen powerful martial techniques. Southern Sky Aurora's attack was not one move at a time like everyone had imagined. Instead, it was all at once. He was a profound ascension early-stage expert, so his true chi reserves were far more abundant than the will of heaven's nascent soul great circle. Naturally, he could withstand such consumption. He had not been the chancellor of the Cultivator Academy for so many years for nothing. Southern Aurora Borealis understood the principle that even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. There was only one reason why so many powerhouses had failed miserably, and that was because they had underestimated the enemy. Although Southern Sky Aurora had never fought with the will of heaven before, he did not even need to think to know that the will of heaven definitely had some kind of heaven-defying martial technique that allowed him to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. If he was given a chance, he might really succeed in his counterattack. Therefore, the safest method was to suppress him with all his might right from the start, not giving him even the slightest chance. In an instant, the will of heaven was completely submerged. Everyone present could not help but look at each other, and their gazes towards Southern Sky Aurora Borealis were a little more fearful. This guy was indeed worthy of being a ruthless person who could compete for the position of Deputy Island Master. Using dozens of martial techniques at the same time, if they were in the will of heaven's position. At this time, they would probably be blasted to smithereens. After gaining the upper hand in the first exchange, Southern Sky Aurora's subsequent performance was completely unforgiving. He used dozens of powerful martial techniques to firmly trap the will of heaven. From start to finish, this lasted for a full half an incense stick of time. Everyone present could not help but raise their eyebrows. Under the shroud of true chi, although they could not clearly see the will of heaven's current miserable state, they could tell from the continuously collapsing and cracking ground under his feet that even if the will of heaven was not dead, he was definitely not far from it. Such a fierce attack would practically kill an ordinary nascent soul great circle expert if they came into contact with it. Even a profound ascension early stage expert of the same level would not be able to withstand Southern Sky Aurora Borealis's martial techniques. You're not dead yet. If you're not dead yet, open your mouth and beg for mercy. I might be merciful and spare your little life. No matter what, you're a legendary figure of this generation, and you're also the previous Deputy Island Master. If I were to kill you just like that, I'm afraid that others will say that I'm narrow-minded and have no tolerance for others. So, I can consider leaving you a way out, ha ha ha. Southern Sky Aurora Borealis laughed wildly, pleased with himself. Everyone else also revealed expressions that they could not bear to look straight at him. Although the will of heaven was once awesome for a time, it was now a thing of the past. In front of Southern Sky Aurora Borealis, he simply did not have the ability to retaliate. Leaving me a way out. Do I still have to thank you that day? The will of heaven's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone present was instantly bewildered, looking in disbelief at the area in the middle that was being bombarded by dozens of martial techniques. You're actually not dead yet. Southern Sky Aurora Borealis turned pale with fright, subconsciously taking a few steps back. Hee, isn't your question a little too strange? Do you think that these ticklish moves of yours can kill me? Your Excellency, you're looking down on me too much. The will of heaven still could not be seen, only his voice could be heard. Humph, you're just putting on airs. Do you think you can scare me like this? You're too naive. Southern Sky Aurora Borealis instantly reacted. Then, disregarding everything else, he attacked with all his might, vowing to kill the will of heaven in one fell swoop. However, in the next moment, the will of heaven merely punched with his bare hands, and his various powerful martial techniques instantly vanished into thin air, as if they had never appeared at all. As for the will of heaven's body, not to mention any injuries, not even a speck of dust could be seen on him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Southern Sky Aurora Borealis was so frightened that he retreated continuously. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that the non-phase divine technique that he was so proud of would have no lethality at all against the will of heaven. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, no one would have believed him if he said it out loud. I've said it long ago. The number of profound ascension stage experts that have died in my hands isn't just one or two. As for a profound ascension stage like you, just save it. Before the will of heaven's voice had even faded, he had already punched Southern Sky Aurora Borealis with his bare hands. Boom! There was no sign of any leakage of true chi, nor was there any strange power. However, Southern Sky Aurora Borealis suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a 10,000-ton hammer. He was directly sent flying out of the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain. With a wail, Southern Sky Aurora Borealis was like a kite with a broken string. He directly fell into the sea of clouds outside the mountain peak, disappearing in an instant. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone could not help but look at each other. Their gazes towards the will of heaven were also filled with shock and fear. This turn of events was too sudden and fast. Chapter 41-42. Middle Cauldron Mountain was the highest mountain in Middle Island. The distance between the peak and the ground was at least 3,000 meters. Even a profound ascension expert would not be able to withstand falling down like that. Moreover, Southern Aurora was clearly seriously injured by the punch just now. This the will of heaven was indeed a ruthless character who ran amok in Middle Island back then. A dignified early-stage profound ascension expert was easily defeated by a punch. The name of killing someone with a higher cultivation level was indeed well-deserved. While everyone was shocked, Si Haishao, who was originally very close to Southern Aurora, was glanced at by the will of heaven from afar. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He did not dare to stay here any longer and hurriedly led his people down the mountain. Although Southern Aurora was punched down on Middle Cauldron Mountain and was inevitably seriously injured, he might not really die. As long as he could be found in time, there might be a chance of survival. After all, he was an early-stage profound ascension expert. His vitality was much stronger than a cockroach. Among the crowd that followed Si Haishao and left in a hurry, Lin Yi was surprised to find the figure of an old rival. It was Patriarch Xianqin. Although Lin Yi was surprised by this sudden discovery, he was not unprepared. After all, Sydney had previously said that Patriarch Xianqin had been transported to Middle Island with them. Previously, when they were in the secular world, Xianqin had been fawning on Southern Aurora in all sorts of ways. Now that he was in Middle Island, it was not strange at all. Moreover, Xianqin was dressed in the same uniform as the others around him. If he was not mistaken, he should be from the Cultivator College. Looking at Xuanqin's back, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth involuntarily curled up. If it were not for the fact that this gathering of big shots was too sensitive, he would definitely make a move to keep him here. However, since he already knew that the other party was from the Cultivator College, it would not be a problem to deal with him next time. Anyway, with Lin Yi's current early-stage golden core strength, Xianqin should no longer be his opponent. The crowd was dead silent for a long time. Under everyone's gaze. Only then did the island master of Middle Island announce helplessly, "The will of heaven succeeded in his challenge. I hereby announce that from today onwards, the will of heaven will return to the position of the Vice Island Master of Middle Island." The crowd instantly burst into an uproar again. Although this was within reason, they had come today with the intention of cheering for Southern Polar Light. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the main character would be changed to the will of heaven. How could they endure this? However, to be able to become the leader of a faction, one had to be extremely powerful. These people were naturally shrewd and thick-skinned. They immediately suppressed their unnaturalness and surrounded the will of heaven to congratulate him. After today's battle, there was no doubt about Tianxing's abilities. As a cultivator at the original completion realm, he was already one of the few who stood at the very top. That, coupled with the fact that he was the Vice Island leader of the Middle Island, meant that no clan dared to provoke him. Even if he couldn't make friends with them, at least he couldn't let the will of heaven bear a grudge because of what happened today. Otherwise, they would be inviting a huge disaster for no reason. However, in the face of these big shots' insincere compliments, the will of heaven simply couldn't be bothered to respond. He directly strode over to Lin Yi, and the two of them shook hands and chatted happily. "Big Brother Heaven, we have to celebrate when we go back today. You killed Southern Polar Light in one move. Regaining the position of the Vice Island Master is a joyous occasion," Lin Yi said with a smile. "That goes without saying. Let's go back and drink to our heart's content. However, it's all thanks to you, Brother Lin Yi, that I can be where I am today. Today, I have to properly toast to you," the will of heaven said with a hearty laugh. "Big Brother Heaven, your words are too serious. I'm nothing more than a logistical support for you. To be able to do this, your strength is the foundation. To be honest, I was really a little worried just now," Lin Yi said with some lingering fear. He was now only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. His eyesight was still not enough to see through such a high-level confrontation. Just now, when the will of heaven was hit head-on by Southern Polar Light, and at first glance, it seemed that he had no power to fight back. His palms were really sweating. Brother, you don't have to be surprised. The overbearing power of our creation battle art is not just for show. Crushing those of the same level or even those of a higher level is a very normal thing. Southern Polar Light is just a half-baked profound ascension early stage, so you don't need to pay attention to him at all. When you reach this level, you will know what I mean. The will of heaven explained with a smile. Big Brother Heaven, since you put it like that, I'm really looking forward to it. However, I'm only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm now. I don't know how long I'll have to wait to reach the full circle of the original Soul realm. Lin Yi was both excited and emotional. The higher the realm, the longer the process of training, and the harder it was to break through. It was very normal for people to be stuck at the Gold Core realm for tens or hundreds of years without any progress, not to mention the original Soul realm which was above that. Others might have to wait for God knows how long, but for you, Brother Lin Yi, I dare to bet that it definitely won't take long. The will of heaven said with a face of certainty. After all the things that had happened before, in his eyes, Lin Yi's degree of insanity was even higher than that of the pill god Zhang Liju. If even a freak like him was stuck at the Gold Core and original Soul realm, the will of heaven would rather cut off his head and kick it like a ball. I hope so, then thank you for your auspicious words, Big Brother Heaven. Lin Yi laughed out loud. Looking at the backs of Lin Yi and the will of heaven leaving, the group of big shots, including the Middle Island Master, all had complicated expressions. Only Chu Wendian, who had done the will of heaven a favor, had a relaxed expression at this moment. In the crowd, the grandfather and grandson duo, Jing Dongjue and Jing Tianchu, had even more ugly expressions. They had come today with the intention of watching the will of heaven lose his position as the Vice Island Master, to see him embarrass himself, but they didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events. More importantly, killing Nantian Aurora in one move, such a terrifying and domineering strength, just thinking about it made their hearts heavy. Jing Dongjue, as the Vice Hall Master of the Dan Hall, couldn't help but tremble in the face of such a monster. I think, let's just forget about the matter with Tianchu, you better not go looking for trouble. This guy the will of heaven is an idiot, if you really piss him off, who knows what he will do. When that time comes, even I, your grandfather, can't protect you. Jing Dongjue sighed helplessly and said faintly. He was speaking the truth. Because he hadn't seen the will of heaven's real strength before, he didn't know how much strength he had recovered, so he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. But now, if he still had this kind of fantasy, then he would really be an idiot. Grandpa, grandson understands. Jing Tianchu gritted his teeth unwillingly, but no matter how stupid he wasn't that stupid after all. Jing Dongjue's words were not alarmist talk. After today's battle, the will of heaven had already become the original legendary expert who ran amok in Middle Island, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky again. If he really dared to provoke Tian Chan, when he was killed by the will of heaven, no one would speak up for him, and Jing Dongjue would even have to apologize for him. Chapter 41-43. You can't accept it, right? Jing Dongjue glanced at him and smiled bitterly. I can't accept it either, but there's nothing we can do about it. We have to bow our heads when it's time. But you don't have to be discouraged. As the saying goes, when prosperity reaches its peak, someone will come out to take care of the will of heaven for being so arrogant and overbearing. I'm sure he won't be arrogant for long. When that time comes, you'll be able to follow your heart. Anyway, Tian Chan is our Jing family's daughter-in-law. No one can take her away from us. Yes, Grandpa, you're the one who sees things clearly. Don't worry, I can endure it. Jing Tianchu nodded heavily. A few days later, at the Cultivator Academy. After mobilizing all the people in the academy and a group of experts from the Central Chamber of Commerce, Si Haixiao led people to search the vast forest of Middle Cauldron Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights before finally finding Southern Sky Aurora, who had fallen into the quagmire. At this moment, Southern Sky Aurora, the high and mighty early-stage profound ascension expert, had already become a drowned rat on his last breath. If they had found him a few days later, he would probably have become a cold corpse. After receiving a fatal punch from Tian Xing, and then being thrown from the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain, which was more than 3,000 meters high, it was already a miracle that Southern Aurora Polaris was still able to hold on until now. The tenacity of a mysterious Ascension expert's life force was indeed extraordinary. But even so, when Southern Sky Aurora was carried back to the Cultivator Academy, he was still like a dead dog, only one step away from death. When he heard this news, Patriarch Black Earth, who was searching elsewhere, immediately rushed to Nantion Aurora's cultivation cave abode. The moment he walked in, he started wailing in grief and indignation. His wails were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Extreme grief. What are you crying for? Si Haishao glanced at him, frowned, and scolded, it's not like he's dead. What are you crying for? This kind of injury is nothing to our Central Chamber of Commerce. We have plenty of spirit jades. No matter how serious the injury is, we can cure it. We can even save the dead. Stop crying for me. His words were like that of a nouveau riche. That's how rich you are. Ah. So Di Nantian is fine. Patriarch Xianchen was taken aback. She heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did she bitterly stop crying. Of course it's fine. Otherwise, do you think our Central Chamber of Commerce is useless? Si Haishao smiled proudly. Then, he sized up the Black Earth Patriarch and asked, if I remember correctly, the Black Earth Patriarch is the Black Earth Patriarch. You seem to be the follower that old friend Nantian brought here from the secular world. I think he even introduced you to me before. Yes. I didn't expect Manager C to still remember me. I'm truly honored. Patriarch Black Earth nodded repeatedly. When he was in the secular world, he was a high and mighty boss, but when he arrived at the Heavenly Island, he had to change his mindset and behave with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve his ambitions. They wouldn't even live long. Since my old friend Southern Sky thinks so highly of you, then I won't treat you as an outsider. You can stay for a few days. Stay here and serve old friend Nan Tian, Si Haishao said lightly. Thank you, Manager C. I had the same intention, Patriarch Black Earth Patriarch hurriedly agreed. If he was in the secular world, he would definitely slap the other party to death if he, the boss of the Five Elements sect, was asked to serve someone else. But at this moment, not only was he not worried at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. Even if he lost to the will of heaven, Nantion Aurora was still the Cultivator Academy's vice dean. He was still a super expert at the mysterious Ascension early stage. To be able to have the opportunity to serve such a great figure. To him, it wasn't a matter of being bullied, but a genuine blessing. This kind of rare opportunity couldn't even be begged for normally. Patriarch Black Earth Patriarch believed that as long as he served Nantion Aurora wholeheartedly, he would definitely value him more after he recovered, and he would definitely benefit from it. As it turned out, Si Haishiao's words weren't empty words. Under the treatment of the Central Chamber of Commerce's sacred healing medicine, the dying Nantion Aurora quickly returned from the gates of hell and regained consciousness. Although his injuries were too severe and he couldn't fully recover in a short period of time, at least Nantion Aurora finally regained consciousness and could speak. Manager C, I'm really grateful to you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would've. Nantion Aurora expressed his gratitude with a face full of gratitude. We're a family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Old friend Nantion, we're on the same side. Saving you is my duty, and it's something I should do. There's no need to be so courteous with me. Si Haishao immediately shook his head and waved his hand. Sigh, it was supposed to be a great thing, but I didn't expect someone like the will of heaven to appear out of nowhere and ruin our great plan. This is intolerable. Nantion Aurora gritted his teeth and said hatefully. A moment before the challenge from the will of heaven, he was still the glorious Vice Island Master of Middle Island. He was riding on the crest of success, but he didn't expect to fall to dust in the blink of an eye. Now, he was probably the laughing stock of the entire Middle Island. I also didn't expect the will of heaven to be so powerful. Even you, old friend Nantian, aren't his match. Didn't you say that he had just recovered from his heavy injuries? How did he recover his strength so quickly? Si Haishao said with a puzzled expression. I also thought it was inconceivable, so I wasn't mentally prepared at all. That's why I was caught off guard by him. Nantian Aurora found an excuse for himself unwillingly, and then said, compared to this, I'm actually more puzzled about how this guy suddenly recovered. His meridians have been injured for so many years, and rumor has it that even Zhang Liju couldn't heal him. I didn't expect him to recover so suddenly. How strange. Right, I've been puzzled about this too. Even our Central Chamber of Commerce's intelligence department couldn't find out about this. They only found out a rough explanation, saying that he was healed by a foreign medicine master. Si Haishao nodded in agreement. When the news of the will of heaven recovering spread out, it had already caused quite a commotion in Middle Island. Such an important figure like the will of heaven would naturally attract the Central Chamber of Commerce's attention. However, Middle Island's Alchemy Hall was different from ordinary sections. Even they couldn't easily infiltrate it, so they couldn't obtain clear information. Foreign Medicine Master. The Xianchen elder, who was at the side, froze when he heard this. He suddenly interrupted thoughtfully, if that's the case, I think it's very likely that Lin Yi did it. Didn't he walk together with the will of heaven before? And when he was in the common world, he specialized in repairing meridians. I heard that he's very skilled in medicine. Really? Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were both shocked. The person who could heal the will of heaven had to be a mysterious expert, so they immediately eliminated Lin Yi as a suspect. But now that they heard the Xianchen elder's words, it seemed that it really was possible. R655. Chapter 41-44. Speaking of which, Lin Yi and the will of heaven seem to have only gotten together recently. The timing is just right. Si Haishao nodded. Then it must be Lin Yi without a doubt. Damn it, why is it this kid again? He's not very strong, but he can ruin our plans time and time again. He's simply taking advantage of us. Nantian Aurora said angrily. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, then there wouldn't be Tianqing. Without Tianqing, he would have become the vice-island master of Middle Island that everyone respected. He wouldn't be lying on the bed with a body full of injuries, becoming a joke to the outside world. Dean Nantian, we can't tolerate this. We can't spoil Lin Yi anymore. If he continues to be so unscrupulous, we must find a chance to deal with him. Patriarch Xianchen suggested with a gloomy face. That's right. This kid is too arrogant. Si Haishao nodded in agreement. The last time he was beaten like a dog at the North Island's Hong Chamber of Commerce, it was actually related to Lin Yi. He had always held a grudge against him. Do you think I don't want to kill that kid? However, we can't do it here openly. The will of heaven is obviously protecting him. If we deal with him like this, it's equivalent to offending that lunatic, the will of heaven. Nantian Aurora said with a frown. The battle at Middle Pinnacle Mountain and the will of heaven had already left a psychological shadow in his heart. He was only at the perfected nascent soul stage, but it made him, a mysterious ascension early stage expert, feel an insurmountable gap in strength. This kind of gap could not be seen, but he was already in despair. Nantian Aurora was undoubtedly a proud person, but even so, he had completely lost the courage to fight with the will of heaven again. In this lifetime, he probably would not be able to win against the will of heaven again. Hearing this, Si Haishao and Patriarch Xianchen fell silent. Even Nantian Aurora was afraid of the will of heaven. Their strength was far inferior. They dared not provoke him. Why don't we do it after Lin Yi returns to the North Island? No matter how powerful the will of heaven is, he can't possibly follow him to the North Island, right? Patriarch Xianchen suddenly suggested. Si Haishao shook his head and said, that's even worse. That guy also has a backer in the North Island. Shanghai Tianhua, the master of sky-reaching pavilion, is protecting him. Shengguan Tianhua. Just a mere soaring sky pavilion's pavilion master. What's there to be afraid of? Nantian Aurora said disdainfully. With the strength of the will of heaven, there was no doubt that he was already at the top of Nakajima. It was understandable that he was not a match for him, but Nakajima was Nakajima after all. The strength of a top master was not something that a mere Kitajima could compare to. Old friend Nantian, you are gravely mistaken. Si Haishao shook his head. Ah. What do you mean? Nantian Aurora was stunned. Don't think that Shanghai Tianhua is just the pavilion master of sky-reaching pavilion in the North Island. But accurate intelligence shows that as early as 20 years ago, he was already a great perfection profound ascension master. If we really forced him to make a move, killing us would be a piece of cake, Si Haishao said with a wry smile. What? A mere soaring sky pavilion's pavilion master in the North Island is actually almost as strong as the island master. Nantian Aurora was instantly shocked. Patriarch Xianchen, who was beside him, was also extremely shocked. Old friend Nantian, don't underestimate the strength of those big shots outside of Nakajima. Many of them are unwilling to come to Nakajima. Otherwise, the power structure of Nakajima might not be like this now. Si Haishao reminded him, Shanghai Tianhua rarely makes a move in person. Very few people know of his strength, let alone mention it. If I hadn't been in charge of the intelligence department of the Chamber of Commerce in the North Island recently, I wouldn't have known about these things. This time, Nantian Aurora and Patriarch Xianchen did not know what to say. The terrifying strength of a great perfection profound ascension master. Even compared to a monster like the will of heaven, he was probably stronger and not weaker. Making a move on Lin Yi in his territory was like touching a tiger's butt. Then this, we can't touch Nakajima. We can't touch Nakajima either, so we really can't touch that kid Lin Yi. Patriarch Xianchen said with a face full of unwillingness. Actually, it's not that there's no way. Si Haishao's eyes suddenly lit up. We can totally make a move on his way back to Nakajima. He's a disciple of the 3 major pavilions of Nakajima. Don't think that he'll never go back just because he's in Nakajima now. Yes, if Lin Yi keeps staying in Nakajima and doesn't go back, he'll be betraying the 3 major pavilions of Nakajima. There'll be no place for him on Heaven Stage Island anymore. Even Shanghai Tianhua can forget about protecting him. So he'll have to go back sooner or later, and the road is the best opportunity. Shopkeeper C, this idea is brilliant. Nantian Aurora and Patriarch Xianchen both agreed. In that case, let's start preparing for this matter as soon as possible. There's only one chance, so we must be well prepared to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Si Haishao nodded, then immediately said, by the way, old friend Nantian, now that you're awake, it's time to meet the owner of our Central Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Okay, this time your Central Chamber of Commerce invested so much for me, but in the end, you messed it up. To tell you the truth, I'm actually perturbed, and I've long wanted to go and offer a humble apology, Nantian Aurora said with some fear and trepidation. The Central Chamber of Commerce was mysterious and unfathomable. The more he interacted with it, the more apprehensive he was of its power. Now that things had messed up, and he was even heavily injured, once he was judged to have lost his value, Nantian Aurora was very worried that the other party would do something detrimental to him. This was also human nature. Hey, old friend Nantian, you're thinking too much. Even horses stumble. No matter how well prepared you are, there'll always be accidents. Our owner has already expressed his stance on this matter, and we don't blame you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you so many healing panaceas to treat your injuries, Si Haishao comforted him with a smile. That's good, that's good. Nantian Aurora heaved a sigh of relief. The next day, Si Haishao brought Nantian Aurora to the Central Chamber of Commerce's Nakajima headquarters. As Nantian Aurora's follower, Patriarch Xianchen was also brought along. When he arrived at the Central Chamber of Commerce, Nantian Aurora was quickly received by Si Haishao's so-called owner. It was the mysterious black-robed man who took him in on Nakajima back then. This person was very strong. Nantian Aurora instantly shuddered. Although he couldn't even see what the other party looked like, Nantian Aurora could be 100% sure that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own just from the aura emanating from the other party's body. The other party was at least an expert above the profound ascension middle stage. He felt that this person's strength was even vaguely similar to the island master of Nakajima. When this thought popped up, Nantian Aurora was immediately shocked. Looking at the entire Nakajima, there weren't many profound ascension experts to begin with, and those above the profound ascension middle stage were even rarer. Nantian Aurora had also stayed in the Cultivator Academy for so many years, so he basically knew all the important figures there. However, he had no impression of the person in front of him at all. Chapter 41-45. Nantian Aurora could not help but be secretly shocked. He had already thought highly of the Central Chamber of Commerce, but he did not expect that he had still underestimated it. A newly established Chamber of Commerce actually had such a terrifying super expert. It was simply shocking. I am Nantian Aurora. Greetings, Senior. Nantian Aurora originally wanted to put on the airs of a mysterious Ascension early-stage expert, but now that he saw this mysterious person, he did not dare to put on airs and immediately greeted him respectfully. Although he could not see the person's face, he thought that since the other party's strength was so high, the other party's age was definitely far above his own. It was not a loss to call him Senior. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. No need to stand on ceremony. Sit, the mysterious person replied indifferently. Nantian Aurora hurriedly nodded in thanks and sat opposite the mysterious person. Si Haishao sat beside him. As for Patriarch Black Earth who came with them, he did not have the qualifications to meet the mysterious person and was directly left outside the door. Although the will of heaven interfered in the competition for the position of Deputy Island Master this time and caused me to die prematurely, I still think highly of your strength. So, I'm prepared to personally invite you to join our center. Are you willing? The mysterious person went straight to the point. I am indebted to Senior's great kindness. I cannot be more grateful. The reason why I have my current position is inseparable from the Central Chamber of Commerce's strong support. Since Senior has spoken, I should not refuse. However, I am now the Cultivator Academy's Deputy Dean. If I join the Central Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Academy. Nantian Aurora pretended to smile bitterly. Before coming here, he had already expected the other party to ask this question. So, he had already thought of an excuse in advance. Although he, Nantian Aurora, needed the Central Chamber of Commerce's support, he was not willing to join just like that. This was a completely different concept. Now, they were only in a cooperative relationship, and everyone was equal. However, if he agreed to join the Central Chamber of Commerce, he would become the other party's subordinate in the future. He would definitely be subjected to all sorts of restrictions. Nantian Aurora was still very clear on this point. That's fine. If you join our center, we will give you a secret identity that will not be made public. Naturally, there will not be any trouble with the Cultivator Academy. As for your position and treatment here in the future, you do not have to worry. You will definitely be satisfied, the mysterious person said indifferently. This time, Southern Polar Light didn't know how to refuse. Seeing Si Haishao repeatedly signaling him with his eyes to agree, he knew that if he continued to refuse, he would lose face. If he really angered this mysterious person, not only would the Central Chamber of Commerce no longer be allies in the future, but they would also become enemies. That would be big trouble. Then, I will respectfully accept. Nantyan Aurora immediately nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that he would only be joining in private anyway, and the outside world did not know of his relationship with the Central Chamber of Commerce. He could also go back on his word and refuse to admit it. Very good. In that case, eat this pill. In the future, you will be one of us, said the mysterious man as he placed a medicinal pill before Nantyan Aurora. He even needed to take medicine. Nantyan Aurora's eyelids twitched. This was completely different from what he had expected. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. The pill in front of him was definitely poison. Once he consumed it, he would never be able to escape the control of this mysterious person in the future. For a moment, Southern Polar Light couldn't help but want to flick his sleeves and leave. At the end of the day, he and the Central Chamber of Commerce were only using each other. He had never thought of becoming a puppet controlled by the Central Chamber of Commerce. However, the powerful aura of the mysterious person in front of him was so oppressive that he didn't dare to move at all. Nantyan Aurora even suspected that if he dared to refuse, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. He didn't dare to leave, and he didn't want to agree. Instantly, Nantyan Aurora was in a dilemma. In an instant, sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and his entire back was completely drenched. What? You're not willing. The mysterious person's voice had an additional trace of unfriendliness. He didn't release an earth-shattering aura, but it made Nantyan Aurora, a mysterious Ascension early-stage expert, so scared that he couldn't breathe. Old friend Nantyan, hurry up and eat it. We definitely won't harm you. Seeing this, Si Haishao, who was at the side, hurriedly chimed in. There will only be returns if you put in the effort. If you want to obtain higher power and status, you naturally have to show your sincerity. Otherwise, how could the Central Chamber of Commerce invest so much in you? Don't you think so? One was coercion, and the other was enticement. Nantyan Aurora had no choice but to agree. Moreover, it was indeed as Si Haishao had said. During this period of time, he had already witnessed the enormous power of the Central Chamber of Commerce. He was deeply aware of how terrifying and astonishing it was. If he could obtain its full support, regardless of the cost, just the thought of that scene made him excited and fascinated. In the end, Nantyan Aurora gritted his teeth, picked up the pill on the table, and ate it. He had no choice. If he didn't eat it, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. Good. From now on, you're one of us. Don't worry, the Central Chamber of Commerce will never mistreat one of us. The mysterious person smiled in satisfaction. What should this subordinate do next? Senior, please tell me. Nantyan Aurora respectfully asked. Nantyan Aurora was a sensible person. Since he had already taken the pill, he knew that it was already impossible for him to go back on his word. Instead, he might as well lower his stance and serve this mysterious person well. This way, he would be able to obtain even greater benefits in the future. Since you failed in the competition for the position of Deputy Island Head of Middle Island this time, find another opportunity next time. What you need to do now is to lay low in the Cultivator Academy, gain a firm foothold, and think of a way to fight for the position of Deputy Dean. As for other matters, we'll decide on them after that, the mysterious person instructed. Yes, I'll obey Senior's instructions. Nantyan Aurora immediately accepted the order. Since he was unable to compete for the position of Deputy Island Head of Middle Island in the short term, it was not a bad idea to first obtain the position of Deputy Dean of the Cultivator Academy. He believed that with the Central Chamber of Commerce as his backing, this step would definitely be a piece of cake. Coming out of the mysterious person's room, Nantian Aurora felt as if he had just gone through a sauna. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He turned his head and looked at the tightly shut door, filled with lingering fear. Luckily, he was sensible enough just now. If he had said anything wrong, he might already be a corpse by now. Since Nantian Aurora's side had been settled, Patriarch Black Earth, who was guarding outside the door, naturally joined the Central Chamber of Commerce. However, he was different from a core figure like Nantian Aurora, who was highly valued. Even if he had taken the pill, he could only be considered an outer member. In the future, he would still be Nantian Aurora's subordinate. In order to celebrate the two of them joining the Central Chamber of Commerce, Si Haishao specially got someone to prepare a private room. A table of good dishes was laid out, and the three of them drank and chatted merrily. Chapter 41-46. Shopkeeper C, you are the shopkeeper of the North Island branch, and you are also in charge of the intelligence department. You must be very familiar with the situation on the North Island. I want to ask about someone. Do you have any impression of him? Patriarch Xianchen asked as he poured wine for the two of them. Oh. We are family. Xianchen, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, Si Haishao promised. I have a disciple in the secular world. This time, he was also teleported to Heaven Stage Island with me, but he didn't come to Middle Island. So, I want to ask you if he was teleported to the North Island. His name is Kong Ming Ming, Patriarch Xianchen probed. Kong Ming Ming. So, he is your disciple, Xianchen. What a coincidence. To tell you the truth, this kid was recruited by me a while ago. Now, he is also an outer member of our center. If I had known about this, I would have taken good care of him. Si Haishao promised with a smile. Ah. He is really on the North Island. That's great. Thank you for your care, shopkeeper C. Come, let me propose a toast to you on behalf of my disciple. Patriarch Xianchen was overjoyed and quickly toasted Si Haishao. Well said, well said. Old friend Nantian, come with me. Seeing how much the boss values you today, you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. At that time, don't forget about your old friend, Si Haishao turned his head and said with a smile. Same to you. We are in the same boat. No one can forget the other. Nantian Aurora laughed, and the three of them immediately drank their wine. Middle Island, Snow Sword Faction. More than half a month had passed since the auction in Middle Island. The entire faction was focused on hunting Wufu Ling Yi, but there was still no news of him. This person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. After so many days, not a single person had seen him, let alone caught him. Although the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction were angry, they could only give up for the time being. As for Wei Shinjin, now he had barely recovered enough to get out of bed and move, but the meridians in his body could not be healed. Naturally, he did not have the strength of the early stage of Gold Core. Now he was almost no different from an ordinary person. No matter how much attention he had received in the past as a core disciple, he had now become an ordinary person without any strength. The Snow Sword School could no longer focus on him. Since he could not heal his injuries, wasting more medicinal ingredients would be pointless. He had already been completely abandoned by the higher-ups of the school. In the room, there was a man and two women with messy clothes. They were none other than Wei Shinjin, Siti Qian, and their maid, Little Chiuhua. Wei Shinjin couldn't accept such a cruel reality. He didn't dare to go out and could only numb himself by having fun day and night. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured to the point of insanity by the gloating gazes of his fellow disciples. However, even on the bed, because of his injuries, it was very difficult for him to find his masculinity. He was no longer the same as before. Why is it so short this time? He hasn't had enough yet. Useless. Situ Qian got up from the bed in disgust and said unhappily. The maidservant, little Qiuhua, also had a bitter expression on her face. Back then, when she had just gotten married, little Qiuhua had a bitter expression on her face. When Wei Shenjin was a vigorous dragon and fierce tiger, he was more than enough to serve the two of them. But now, he couldn't even satisfy Situ Qian. It was just the beginning and it was already impossible for her, the little maid, to satisfy him. These days, she was simply suffocated. Being looked at by the two women with such disgust, Wei Shenjin couldn't help but feel depressed. His meridians were damaged, which naturally affected him in this aspect. Moreover, he had not yet recovered, and his body was not even as good as an ordinary person. Situ Qian and little Qiuhua were very demanding in this aspect. He simply couldn't do anything about it. Looking at Wei Shenjin's cowardly appearance, the disgust in Situ Qian's eyes became even more intense. When Wei Shenjin was injured, she didn't think too much about it. Not only was she busy taking care of him every day, but she was also responsible for comforting him. She could be considered to be doing her best. But now, as time passed, she began to gradually become impatient. She was originally a slut. She had admired Wei Shenjin's strength, so she tried every means possible to be with him. But now, Wei Shenjin had been abandoned by the sect's higher-ups and had become a complete cripple. There was no hope of him recovering. The little bit of admiration in Situ Qian's heart had long disappeared, replaced by a stronger and stronger disgust. Forget it, I'm going to cultivate. Situ Qian couldn't be bothered with this trash anymore. She gave little Qiuhua a look, and the master and maid put on their clothes. Immediately, they swayed their waists and pushed the door open. Cultivate. Wei Shenjin couldn't help but be stunned. In his impression, Situ Qian had never been such a motivated person. It was rare for her to take the initiative to cultivate. Today, the sun rose from the west. The room suddenly became empty, leaving Wei Shenjin alone and sad. He stared at the yellow autumn scenery outside the window, lost in thought. The will of heaven had recovered his strength and became the deputy island owner of Middle Island. The business in Tiandan Pavilion had also been on the right track. Tian Chan and Sydney both had a foothold. For Lin Yi, the matters in Middle Island were basically almost settled. Counting the days, it had been a month. This unexpected trip to Middle Island should be over. Otherwise, if it continued to drag on here, Lin Yi couldn't guarantee what would happen in North Island. However, before leaving, Lin Yi began to refine elixirs with all his strength. He wanted to reserve more elixirs for Tiandan Pavilion. Although Tian Chan's strength had skyrocketed and her efficiency in refining elixirs had greatly improved, it seemed that she could support the daily turnover of Tiandan Pavilion. However, the business of Tiandan Pavilion was still growing. If it continued to develop like this, it wouldn't take long for it to exceed the ability of Tian Chan. Lin Yi had to prepare early. Of course, he could continue to refine elixirs after he went back. At that time, he could ask Hong Zhong to help him regularly. However, in addition to the business of Tiandan Pavilion, what Lin Yi couldn't let go of the most was Tian Chan and Sydney. Although the strength of the two women had now reached the early stage of gold core, and they had the protection of powerful figures such as the will of heaven, there was no need to worry too much about their safety. However, Lin Yi was still reluctant to separate from the two women. It was not easy for them to reunite in this Middle Island. Now they had to separate again. No matter who it was, they would be reluctant, especially when the two women were beautiful confidantes. After all, Lin Yi was not an eminent monk who had no worldly desires. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at all to stay with such two stunning beauties every day. Chapter 41-47. During this period of time, Lin Yi's heart had been moved many times, and Tian Chan and Sydney had long since prepared to marry him, but at the last moment, Lin Yi would always stop in time. It wasn't that he had any psychological barriers, and it wasn't because he had any problems in that area that he couldn't talk about. The reason why he was able to control himself was because of that one time when he was drunk, the ghost suddenly appeared and said something. The creation battle art is a traditional morality heart technique. At least before the mysterious ascension stage, you must not touch women. Otherwise, it will cause the flow of true qi in your meridians to reverse. Every time you do it, it will accelerate the flow of true qi in your meridians. When you do it too many times, you will definitely die from the reverse flow of true qi in your meridians. It's that scary. Lin Yi was shocked. Think about it. If you cultivate the mental cultivation method backwards, what will happen to you? I'm not trying to scare you, there's a precedent of this on Sky Class Island before, the ghost laughed. Alright. Only then did Lin Yi suppress the fire in his heart. He thought that the art of dragon mastery was a universal practitioner's art, and this heaven's fortune battle art that he'd modified. He probably wouldn't die even if he practiced it backwards, right? Of course, this was just a thought. Lin Yi wasn't that bored to the point where he'd go against the flow. After all, this wasn't a joke. If he guessed wrongly, the consequences would be that he'd go mad, or he'd die on the spot. It was because of this episode that Lin Yi was able to control himself and didn't eat the two girls, leaving it for the future. Other than Tian Chan and Sydney, Lin Yi had another unfulfilled wish, and that was the cheat master that he had never met, the pill god Zhang Liju. Lin Yi thought that he would be able to meet Zhang Liju sooner or later, but he didn't expect that this cheat master of his never showed up at all. He didn't even know where Zhang Liju went, let alone meet him. In this period of time, Lin Yi had asked Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang, his two disciples, to try and contact Zhang Liju, but there was no reply. Left without a choice, Lin Yi could only start preparing to return to the North Island. As for meeting Zhang Liju, that would have to wait for another day. While preparing to deal with the aftermath before leaving, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Recalling the original intention of this trip, he suddenly felt a sense of impermanence. Originally, he was just going to Hutsai Mountain to look for the life mushroom, but he didn't expect to be injured by the Golden Core Middle Phase Master, and then brought to Middle Island by Sita Qian. After that, a series of unexpected events happened. The saying that fate played tricks on people was indeed true. Thinking about Sita Qian, Lin Yi couldn't help but hesitate. This woman was the source of Sydney's misery for half a year. Just like Wei Shinjin, he had long since made up his mind to get rid of her. However, now that he had crippled Wei Shinjin, this woman was the only one left. She was no longer a threat to Sydney. After all, she had the protection of the great god, the will of heaven. Even if Sydney's identity was exposed, he believed that the Snow Sword faction wouldn't dare do anything to Sydney. However, leaving this woman alive was still a hidden danger. Lin Yi was now wondering if he could get rid of this danger completely before he left. Although there was a lot of risk in killing Sita Qian, it was the same as dealing with Wei Shinjin. He could use Wufu Lingyi's identity as a scapegoat. This way, it wouldn't affect Tiandan Pavilion. Of course, no matter what, the Snow Sword faction was one of the few big factions on Middle Island. Even if Lin Yi was an early-stage gold core expert, and even had the terrifying potential to become the strongest gold core expert, it was still too arrogant for him to kill Sita Qian. Especially during this period of time, the Snow Sword faction was still searching for Wufu Lingyi. If he wanted to make a move, he would have to find an excellent opportunity. While Lin Yi was assessing the risk, the whereabouts of Sita Qian, who was his target, became more and more strange in the past few days. It even aroused the suspicion of Wei Shinjin. Before this, Sita Qian and her maid, Little Chihua, would often stay in the room to accompany him. However, in the past few days, the master and maid stayed in the room less and less. They never said anything when they went out. However, every time they came back, Wei Shinjin would find that the two of them had a rosy complexion and were in high spirits. They were like fresh flowers that had been moisturized. As for their sexual affairs, they never mentioned it again after the last time. This made Wei Shinjin very surprised. Whether it was Sita Qian or little Qiuhua, they were both women with extremely strong sexual needs. A few days ago, they had been complaining about this matter, but now, they simply did not mention it at all. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there must be something fishy about it. Wei Shinjin could not help but ask about their whereabouts several times. However, the answer he got from Sita Qian was that they had gone to cultivate. This answer was something that Wei Shinjin did not believe at all. According to Sita Qian's usual temperament, it was already the sun rising from the west if she occasionally took the initiative to cultivate. It was simply impossible for her to cultivate for several days in a row. However, Sita Qian did not want to talk about it. It was futile for Wei Shinjin to ask any more questions. He could only continue to suppress his doubts in the bottom of his heart. On this day, just like the previous few days, Sita Qian and her maid little Qiuhua went out early, leaving Wei Shinjin to rest alone in his room. It was not until late at night that the sound of their footsteps could be heard from outside the door. "Miss, senior brother Ma is really brave today. The Central Chamber of Commerce's medicine is really overbearing. He has been serving us sisters for several hours in a row, but he is still so brave. Hee hee." This was the voice of the maid little Qiuhua. Her voice was obviously a bit louder than usual. Moreover, she sounded a bit drunk. It seemed like she had drunk a lot of alcohol. Yes, today was really too exciting. That Wei Shinjin is getting worse and worse. He shouldn't have killed all those male pets. It's such a pity to keep a few of them alive. Now, we can only look for senior brother Ma to satisfy our cravings. Sita Qian said with a drunken smile. That's true. Senior brother Ma is really brave, and we are also very satisfied with him. However, his appearance is too ordinary. It's a bit disgusting to look at him from the front. He is not as pleasing to the eyes as those male pets of ours. Little Qiuhua also said regretfully. Hearing the words that came from outside the door, Wei Shinjin was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He was so angry that he could not wait to take out his sword and cut this bitch in half. He had long suspected that there was something going on between the two women. Previously, he thought that the two women were just comforting each other. Although it was a bit embarrassing, his body was weak, so he could only turn a blind eye to it. However, he did not expect that the two women had actually gone to find a wild man and made him wear a big green hat. R1152. Chapter 41-48. Especially when this person was senior brother Ma. One had to know that this person had once been disfigured and was one of the ugliest people in the entire Snow Sword faction. Yet, these two women had actually gone to look for him. They were fucking shameless. What made Wei Shinjin even more angry and surprised was that these two women actually had a male pet in the past. Wasn't it their first time? And they had indeed witnessed their wedding night. How could they have a male pet? For any healthy man, the most intolerable thing was that his woman had cheated on him. He could wear any hat, but he could not be cuckolded. Suddenly hearing the truth from the two women, Wei Shinjin felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He could not care less about his weak and unhealed body. His first reaction was to raise his sword and kill them. However, as soon as he reached the door, he heard the approaching footsteps of the two women and their shameless laughter. He felt the ice-cold sensation from the snow sword in his hand. Wei Shinjin, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation, suddenly became a little more clear-headed. He was now a powerless cripple, not a highly regarded core disciple. Not to mention the fact that he could not defeat Sita Qian, just the fact that Sita Qian was the granddaughter of an elder was enough to suppress him to the point that he did not dare to move. If he could, he would definitely rush out and hack these two women to death. However, all of this was just wishful thinking. He had to force himself to calm down and not make a move for the time being. Although the words he had heard just now were enough to let him know the truth, it could not be considered as irrefutable evidence. With his current situation, if he wanted to clean up the Snow Sword faction, he had to first obtain irrefutable evidence. At the very least, he had to make Sita Qian, the bitch, unable to defend herself. Wei Shenjin suppressed his anger and immediately turned back to the bed, pretending to be asleep. When Sita Qian and little Qiuhua opened the door reeking of alcohol, he pretended to have just woken up. "Junior sister, you are back. You must be tired from today's training. Come, sit down and rest for a while. Senior brother will get you some hot water to take a bath." Wei Shenjin suppressed the disgust in his heart and forced a smile. Sita Qian and little Qiuhua couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Fetching water was usually done by the servants. Even if Wei Shenjin bathed himself, he would never fetch water himself. Even after he was injured and became a cripple, this had never changed. Today was the first time Wei Shenjin did something like this. "All right then, don't be too hot. I like warm water." Sita Qian nodded. She had thought that Wei Shenjin had finally come to terms with reality. His attitude had changed from a superior core disciple to a useless person. A cripple with no strength and no status, what else could he do other than serving others? Looking at Wei Shenjin busily fetching water for her, Sita Qian could not help but raise her eyebrows. Recently, she had been in cahoots with senior brother Ma. Wei Shenjin, her useless husband, had become an absolute burden in her eyes. Not only was he useless, but he was also a hindrance. She had even begun to ponder about it. Do I need to do something? I might as well just kill Wei Shenjin. Anyway, the sect had already given up on him. She could just find an excuse of a relapse of his injury and no one would come to investigate. At that time, she would no longer have to worry about this trash and would be able to fool around with senior brother Ma. However, seeing that Wei Shenjin was so sensible, Sita Qian's killing intent disappeared a little. The killing intent in Sita Qian's heart dissipated a little. If this guy could see the truth and change his attitude, it would not be impossible for her to keep him. After all, she could just order him around as a servant and it would not be a problem. After a while, Wei Shenjin had fetched the water and deliberately adjusted the temperature to Sita Qian's favorite temperature. Not only that, he even lowered his status and personally helped Sita Qian bathe, massaging her shoulders and scrubbing her back. Sita Qian was overjoyed. "And, not bad. You did well today. I will reward you tonight." Sita Qian nodded with satisfaction. She had the attitude of a superior queen. It seemed that letting Wei Shenjin sleep with her once was already a great grace. Good, good. Although Wei Shenjin felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly, he still pretended to be overjoyed. Before he obtained conclusive evidence, he could not let this bitch have the slightest doubt. This time, because Wei Shenjin's heart was filled with disgust, he did not feel happy at all. However, this caused the time to be significantly longer than before, which greatly surprised Sita Qian. Even her maid, little Qiuhua, was able to benefit from it. During the day, they fooled around with senior brother Ma, and at night, when they came back, Wei Shenjin worked so hard. Sita Qian and little Qiuhua felt like they had returned to the past. But at that time, they had kept several male pets, which was why they were so satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Wei Shenjin, this cripple, still had some use. He could do the work of a servant, and he could also be ordered around as a male pet. It was good to keep him like this. Feeling satisfied, Sita Qian showed a rare act of kindness and fell into a deep sleep with little Qiuhua, their clothes disheveled and their limbs tangled together. Listening to the breathing of the two women gradually become stable, and after confirming that they were completely asleep, Wei Shenjin cursed the two bitches in his heart. He then gritted his teeth and tiptoed out of the bed. Pulling open the screen, Wei Shenjin walked into a compartment next to it. This was the room that Sita Qian used to freshen up and put on makeup. It was also her most private place. If it was before, Wei Shenjin would not even bother to look at it, let alone deliberately walk in. But now, he had to look carefully. Maybe there was something hidden in it. At a glance, the dressing table and the cabinet were filled with women's rouge and face powder. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. However, the paper could not cover the fire. Wei Shenjin only casually flipped through it a few times, and what he saw next completely shocked him. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with filthy things. There were enough of them to fill a large box, and all of them were filthy things used to increase sexual pleasure. If it was before he was injured, Sita Qian would still be careful. These things would definitely be well hidden, and he would not be able to find them so easily. But these days, Sita Qian had obviously begun to not put him, her real husband, in her eyes. Naturally, she was not so vigilant in this aspect. Looking at the things in front of him, Wei Shenjin suddenly clenched his teeth in anger. His body trembled, and he could not help but curse, "Bitch." He really did not expect that Sita Qian, the granddaughter of a dignified elder of the Snow Sword faction, would be such a shameless thing. Looking at the logo, Wei Shenjin could not help but be stunned. They were all the logos of the Central Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the pile of props, there were also many drugs for men and women. Chapter 41-49. Wei Shenjin was so angry that his head was buzzing. However, before he could explode, an exquisite box caught his attention. Artificial membrane. Wei Shenjin did not understand. He read the description carefully and finally understood. Blood rushed to his head and he almost fainted on the spot. The two artificial membranes had already been used. All that was left were the two outer wrappers. He finally understood everything. Bitch. 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 If I don't kill you, I, Wei Shenjin, am not a human. Wei Shenjin's eyes were spitting fire. He turned around and walked towards the two women who were sleeping soundly on the bed with his snow sword in hand. He had completely lost all sense of reason. In any case, he was already a cripple with no hope of recovery. If he continued to wear this big green hat, then what was the point of him living? In Wei Shenjin's mind, all the hatred he had for Ling Yi had been transferred to Sita Qian and her servant. From what he could see, what happened between Sydney and Ling Yi was a trap set up by Sita Qian. She had purposely framed Sydney and Ling Yi so that he would take the bait and marry her. This woman was too cunning. That was the truth. Wei Shenjin was not stupid. Now that he thought about it, there was something fishy about what had happened. Now, he had finally found the real answer. Sita Qian, you must die today. Carrying his snow sword, Wei Shenjin walked to the bed. His face was filled with murderous intent. He knew that if he were to kill her tonight, he would not be able to escape death. However, he could not care less. Even if he were to die, he would make these two bitches his scapegoats and cut them into 1,000 pieces. However, just as Wei Shenjin was about to kill her, Sita Qian, who was lying on the bed in a disheveled state, seemed to have sensed something. She turned around in a daze. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? Sita Qian opened her sleepy eyes and mumbled to Wei Shenjin, who was standing in front of the bed. Wei Shenjin was startled. Only then did he remember that his opponent was not a cripple like him, but a Consummation Foundation establishment expert. His perception was very sharp. Furthermore, his snow sword was forged from 1,000-year-old frost iron. Even if he did not use the snow sword school's core martial techniques and just drew the sword from the scabbard, he would not be able to sense anything. That would also cause the surrounding temperature to plummet, which was why Sita Qian had woken up. Fortunately, Sita Qian had drunk too much and had been fooling around for days and nights. Although she was subconsciously awakened by the cold air, she was not fully awake yet. She could only mutter in a daze. Even if Wei Shenjin wanted to perish together with Sita Qian, Wei Shenjin knew that he could not kill her now that she had woken up. He could only temporarily find an excuse to fool them and wait for the next opportunity. Oh, it's nothing. Wei Shenjin hurriedly put Snow's sword to the side without batting an eyelid, pretending to be impatient. He swallowed his saliva and said to Sita Qian, "Qian, you're too beautiful, so I want to do it again. I don't think I gave you any medicine. Why are you so fierce today? You've improved a lot. Come on, I'll make an exception and reward you again." Sita Qian's attention was indeed diverted. She immediately twisted her body and urged Wei Shenjin to hurry up. She had always been open to such things. Wei Shenjin was relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly rushed up, but his eyes were cold and gloomy. In the Cultivators' College, Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and Ancestor Xianchen gathered together to discuss how to deal with Lin Yi. Although they had already made up their minds to take action on Lin Yi's way back to the North Island, it was the best opportunity for them. However, there was still a lot of risk. With their strength, killing Lin Yi would not be a problem. The real problem was what would happen next. What they had to worry about was whether Lin Yi's death would anger the will of heaven and Shanghai Tianhua and the North Island. One of them was in the Middle Island, and the other was in the North Island. Once the news got out, it would be easy for anyone to kill them, unless they hid in the Central Chamber of Commerce and never came out to do business. In that case, the mysterious man could save their lives. Killing Lin Yi isn't difficult at all. The difficult part is how to ensure that we don't get involved and leave no clues. That's the key. Si Haishao pinched his chin and frowned. Indeed, that old thing Tianqing is too ferocious. If he were to find out that we killed Lin Yi, with his lawless nature as a madman, he might just kill everyone in the Cultivator Academy. With that explosive power of his, apart from the Dean, no one would be able to stop him. Nantian Aurora nodded with lingering fear. If we all cover our faces and are a little more careful, there shouldn't be any clues left, right? Even if he's powerful, he's not a god. He can't be omniscient and omnipotent, right? Ancestor Xianchen could not help but say. In his opinion, Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were a little too careful in this matter. The higher one's status was, the more timid they were. As long as they masked their faces and made a move, how would the will of heaven know that they were the ones who did it? The will of heaven is indeed not a god, and he's not omniscient and omnipotent, but with his level and ability, it's a piece of cake for him to find out anything. Xianchen, have you forgotten the identity of the will of heaven? Nantian Aurora glanced at him and said. Identity? Ancestor Xianchen was stunned. He had never heard anyone mention it before. That's right. Don't forget that the will of heaven is the Deputy Island Master of Middle Island. He only needs to let the Middle Island Law Enforcement Hall take action, and it'll be very easy to get to the bottom of this. After all, we're not experts in this area. We mustn't let our guard down. Nantian Aurora echoed with a bitter smile. In that case, as long as we make a move, won't he find out? Ancestor Xianchen said helplessly. That seems to be the case. If we want to kill Lin Yi without taking any risks, it seems unlikely. Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao both sighed. If they could afford to offend the will of heaven, they would have directly made a move against the will of heaven. Why would they still turn their attention to Lin Yi? But as they discussed, they suddenly realized that it was becoming more and more difficult to deal with a mere Lin Yi. How could they endure this? However, if they were asked to stop just like that, they would definitely not be willing. After all, they were also important figures with status. If they didn't even dare to kill a mere Lin Yi, then what were they supposed to do? Chapter 4150. Just as Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were about to make up their minds to kill Lin Yi, even at the risk of the will of heaven's revenge, Patriarch Xianchen suddenly made a suggestion, causing their eyes to light up. What if we don't do it ourselves, but use someone else to kill Lin Yi? Patriarch Xianchen asked. He was an extremely malicious person. If he wanted to play dirty, he would be able to compete with Kong Mingming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become master and disciple. Use someone else to kill. That's a good idea. Nantian Aurora's eyes immediately lit up. He turned to Si Haishao and said, "Shopkeeper Si, didn't you say you're in charge of the intelligence system? See if there's anyone we can make use of." "I'm only in charge of the North Island's intelligence system. I haven't interfered with Middle Island's side yet. I've only roughly seen some information." Si Haishao smiled and then said, "But speaking of making use of someone, other than the will of heaven, the biggest news in Middle Island recently is that Snow Sword Faction's core disciple being beaten into a cripple. Snow Sword Faction is in a hurry to take revenge. Can we think of a way to pin the blame on Lin Yi?" "Oh. What's going on? Quickly tell us," Nantian Aurora hurriedly asked. Previously, he was only concerned about fighting for the position of Middle Island's Vice-Island Lord and didn't have the time to care about gossip. As for Patriarch Xianchen, he happened to be in seclusion a while ago. He only came out on the day Nantian Aurora took over. After that, a series of events happened, so he didn't have the chance to listen to the news. Snow Sword Faction's core disciple, Wei Shinjin, had his meridians shattered by someone and became a cripple. The person who injured him was a martial artist called Ling Yi. No one knows where this person came from. Before that, he had already caused a commotion. It was said that this martial artist Ling Yi had an affair with the Snow Sword Faction's maidservant, Sydney, and had eloped. The entire city was in an uproar. Because of this, the Snow Sword Faction has already put him on the wanted list twice. Now, he has already become a moderately famous person in Middle Island, Si Haishao explained to the two. "I see." Only then did Nantian Aurora nod. However, he immediately frowned and said, "But what does this have to do with Lin Yi? The Snow Sword Faction is looking for Wufu Ling Yi. We can't just push this matter onto Lin Yi just because the name sounds similar. The Snow Sword Faction is not stupid. How can they be used so easily?" "That's true, but apart from this, there doesn't seem to be anything else that can be used." Si Haishao was halfway through his sentence when the Black Earth Patriarch suddenly slapped his thigh. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Oh fuck. This is a heavenly opportunity." "Oh. What do you mean?" Southern Polar Light and Si Haishao were both stunned. "The martial artist that Manager Si mentioned earlier is called Ling Yi, right? Do you know what happened to Lin Yi when he was in the secular world? What's your favorite alias?" Patriarch Xianchen asked excitedly. Could it be Ling Yi? Si Haishao was shocked when he heard that. He suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had a precedent of hiding his identity in the North Island. However, at that time, his alias was Lin Air. Now that he was in the Middle Island, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't use the same trick again. "That's right, it's Ling Yi." Patriarch Xianchen nodded heavily. "There's such a thing." Southern Polar Light's eyes lit up, but then he said, "But, how can we prove that Lin Yi is Ling Yi? Even if he used this alias in the secular world before, we can say that it was just a coincidence. Just based on this point, if we want to convince the Snow Sword Faction to be our fighter. That's not enough. Actually, there's no need to prove it. If it were someone else, there might really be a possibility of having the same name. However, I know that's Sydney. She's Lin Yi's mistress in the secular world." Patriarch Xianchen said with certainty, Dean Nantian, did you forget that when the heavenly stage island opened in the secular world? In the harem of Lin Yi's women, Sydney was included. Ha! That's right. Only then did Southern Polar Light come to a sudden realization. With his status, he wouldn't pay attention to such a small matter. However, with Patriarch Xuanqin's reminder, he remembered. Although his memory was a little fuzzy, it seemed that there really was such a thing. In that case, that Ling Yi is definitely Lin Yi in disguise. Si Haishao asked hurriedly. There's absolutely no mistake. Wufu Ling Yi and Lin Yi are 100% the same person. I can guarantee this with my head. Patriarch Xuanqin swore solemnly. Wonderful, this is wonderful. In that case, the Snow Sword faction has no choice but to be this free fighter. Let's go to the Snow Sword faction now. Southern Polar Light immediately made the decision excitedly. Once this scheme succeeded, even if the will of heaven pursued the matter in the future, the hatred would only fall on the Snow Sword faction, and the three of them wouldn't need to bear the slightest risk. It was simply wonderful. Southern Polar Light immediately brought Si Haishao and Patriarch Xuanqin to the Snow Sword faction. With his status and position as the Cultivator Academy's vice dean, the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction had already come out to welcome them before they even entered. Even though he had lost the competition for the position of Middle Island's Vice Island Master and was beaten black and blue by the will of heaven, he, Southern Polar Light, was still one of the few profound Ascension initial stage experts of Middle Island. Furthermore, he had a wide network. No matter which faction he went to, he would be a highly sought-after guest. It's been a few days. How have you been, Elder Situ? Southern Polar Light greeted with a smile. Coincidentally, the Snow Sword faction's higher-up elder who came out to welcome them this time was Situ Qian's grandfather, Situ Guangzong. Dean Southern Polar Light is an esteemed guest that we can't even invite. You've really brought light to our humble Snow Sword faction by coming from afar. Please, come in. Situ Guangzong cupped his hands in greeting with a smile. However, Situ Guangzong couldn't help but feel bewildered. He had personally witnessed Southern Polar Light being knocked off the Middle Cauldron Mountain by the will of heaven. Like most people, Situ Guangzong had originally thought that even if Southern Polar Light didn't die, he would become a cripple. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would recover to such high spirits. How strange. It must be known that the effects of a top-grade 4th-grade great returning pill were no longer that obvious for profound Ascension experts. As they chatted and joked, Southern Polar Light and the other two were invited to the main seats in the living room. Situ Guangzong had even specially ordered people to prepare top-grade spirit tea and entertain them attentively. One doesn't visit for no reason. I've come to your esteemed sect this time because I have an important piece of news that I believe needs to be reported to your esteemed sect. Southern Polar Light went straight to the point. Important news. Situ Guangzong was slightly taken aback. Then, he said, please speak, Dean Southern Polar Light. I'm all ears. Chapter 4151. That's right. This is indeed the case. That Wei Shinjin is not an outsider. He is my grandson-in-law. Originally, he was a seedling with boundless prospects. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Sigh. Situ Guangzong sighed. He had originally thought highly of Wei Shinjin and had been trying to matchmake Situ Qian and Wei Shinjin. Unexpectedly, they had only been married for a few days before he was beaten into a cripple. He had gone from a potential stock to a trash stock. How could he endure this? Elder Situ, why don't you call him over to see me? I believe he has been waiting for this news for a long time. Nantian Aurora pretended to be profound and kept them in suspense. Could it be? Situ Guangzong's eyes immediately lit up. He had already guessed the reason. He immediately agreed. All right. Dean Nantian, please wait for a moment. This old man will get someone to call him over. Oh, right, invite Elder Wei Feng as well. He is also from the Wei clan and has some blood ties with Wei Xinjin. He has always been very concerned about this matter. That's even better. Elder Situ, feel free to invite him over. Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and the others nodded in agreement. They had come this time to get someone else to do their dirty work. Of course, the more the merrier. Having an elder class expert was something they could not ask for more. It would be best if the entire Snow Sword School turned out in full force. Situ Guangzong immediately gave an order to the Snow Sword School disciples guarding the door, telling them to split up and call someone over. Meanwhile, he continued chatting and laughing with Nantian Aurora and the others. After a while, Wei Feng led the way in. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. His strength could be considered a first-rate existence in the Snow Sword School. Behind him were Wei Xinjin and Situ Qian. Situ Guangzong introduced them. After exchanging some pleasantries, they got to the main topic. Nantian Aurora cleared his throat and said, I won't hide it from you all. The news I have brought this time is regarding that Wu Fu Ling Yi who has been wanted by the entire city all this time, but there has been no news of him. Wu Fu Ling Yi. When the others heard this, they were immediately startled. Even if Situ Guangzong had guessed this beforehand, they would not be able to do so. As for Wei Feng, his expression abruptly changed. Wei Xinjin was a disciple that he had personally nurtured and nurtured. Now, his many years of painstaking effort had been destroyed in a single day. His hatred for that Wu Fu Ling Yi was no less than anyone else's. Among the people present, Wei Xinjin was not as shocked as he was when he heard the news. His hatred was now completely transferred to Situ Qian, the bitch. Even though the one who injured him was Wu Fu Ling Yi. However, strictly speaking, both of them were just pawns that had been provoked by someone else. Situ Qian, the slut, was the one who deserved to be sliced into pieces. As for Situ Qian, she did not care about this at all. All she wanted to do now was to find a wild man to have sex with. It would be best if he was taller than senior brother Ma and had a decent appearance. Where is he? Has he already escaped to the outer islands? Situ Guangzong asked on behalf of everyone. No, he is currently on the middle island. Furthermore, he is living a grand life. Nantian Aurora shook his head indifferently. How is that possible? Situ Guangzong and the others exchanged glances. The Snow Sword faction had put out a bounty for Wu Fu Ling Yi. Even though they had withdrawn quite a number of people over the past few days, they had not stopped the bounty for the entire city. If Wu Fu Ling Yi was still on the middle island, how could he be living a grand life without them knowing? The bounty offered by their Snow Sword faction was not low at all. That's the truth. The reason why he could hide from the eyes and ears of your esteemed sect is actually very simple. He has simply changed his appearance. Nantian Aurora curled his lips and smiled. Dean Nantian, do you mean that Wu Fu Ling Yi is currently wearing a human skin mask and has changed his appearance? Situ Guangzong and the others exchanged glances. Such a thing was actually not new. There had been people from the Snow Sword faction who had made such a conjecture before. However, even so, they did not know what the other party had changed into, so they had no way of dealing with it. On the contrary, Wu Fu Ling Yi is merely a human skin mask. This is his original appearance. As for his current identity, I'm sure everyone has heard of it. Elder Situ might have even seen him face to face on that day at the Island Lord Pavilion on the Middle Cauldron Mountain. He is the brother-in-law of the Will of Heaven, as well as the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin Yi. Nantian Aurora finally revealed the truth. That Lin Yi is Wu Fu Ling Yi. Situ Guangzong and the others were instantly shocked. The Will of Heaven and the Tiandan Pavilion had two great influences. Currently, Lin Yi's name had gradually entered the sights of the mainstream circles of the Middle Island. There were quite a few people who had heard of his name. Do you have any proof, Dean Nantian? Wei Feng asked in a deep voice. He was not familiar with Nantian Aurora, so he could not help but be suspicious when he suddenly heard such a thing. After all, if Lin Yi and Wu Fu Ling Yi were really the same person, then the things he had done before were somewhat unimaginable. For example, eloping with Sydney. If Wu Fu Ling Yi had the powerful backing of the will of heaven, he could take Sydney away with just a word. The Snow Sword faction would not reject him for a mere maidservant. Why would he need to change his appearance and secretly elope? Of course we do. Why would we use such a thing to deceive your faction? What good would that do us? Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and the others looked at each other. Then, they told them the whole story of Lin Yi, including the proof that Lin Yi was Wu Fu Ling Yi. From the secular world, he had killed his way up to the Heaven Stage Island in less than a year. He had befriended a super expert like the Will of Heaven. Now, he had even opened the Tiandan Pavilion and become the owner of a rich family. Lin Yi's legendary experience had truly left everyone dumbfounded. In particular, Situ Qian's eyes were shining. If she had known that this guy was so powerful, she would not have let him meet Sydney. She would have kept him for her own use. Not only did he have such powerful strength and background, he also had so many female confidants. His ability in that aspect was definitely heaven-defying. He was practically a golden tortoise that was hard to find in this world. Sigh, what a pity. As Situ Qian regretted her actions, she fantasized about the scene of her and Lin Yi having fun together. Her body suddenly felt something, and she unconsciously squirmed a few times. Even her breathing had started to quicken. While Wei Shenjin was shocked, he noticed Situ Qian's lascivious appearance. Without even asking, he could guess what this slut was thinking. He could not help but clench his fists in anger, his joints cracking. This shameless slut that had been ridden by 1,000 men. Situ Guangzhong and the others glanced at Wei Shenjin. They thought that he was just too angry after hearing about Lin Yi, his great enemy. This was human nature, so they did not notice anything strange. If not for Dean Nantian and everyone else, we would still be in the dark. This old man can't thank you enough on behalf of the entire Snow Sword faction. After listening to Nantian Aurora's narration, Situ Guangzhong sincerely expressed his gratitude. Chapter 4152. That's good, that's good. I've specially come to deliver this information this time just to voice my grievances on behalf of your sect. After all, the matter has become so big. No matter what, you should resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your sect's reputation, Nantian Aurora said, feigning righteousness. That's right. Now that your sect knows that Lin Yi is Wu Fu Ling Yi, you should take action as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to laugh at you. That won't be good, Si Haishao chimed in. This. Situ Guangzhong did not directly reply. After exchanging glances with Wei Feng, he said, although that's the case, we still have to treat this matter seriously. We must first find a way to verify it. Otherwise, the will of heaven is not to be trifled with. Nantian Aurora and the others were not the only ones who were afraid of the will of heaven. Their Snow Sword school was the same. Not only was the other party terrifyingly powerful, but they also had the high and mighty Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Even if the Snow Sword school was large, if they were to recklessly go against such a fiendish god, they would still suffer in the end. Verify it. How does your sect intend to verify it? You can't possibly go to the secular world to verify it, right? Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and Patriarch Xianchen all frowned, thinking that the Snow Sword school was indeed not so easy to borrow. That won't be necessary. The price to pay is too great. In fact, if we want to verify it, we only need to make a trip to the Tiandan Pavilion and see if we can find Sydney. Situ Guangzhong smiled. Then, he turned to Wei Shinjin and instructed, "Shinjin, pretend to be a customer and go to the Tiandan Pavilion. You don't need to do anything else. You just need to recognize the person and verify it." "Yes." Wei Shinjin immediately nodded in response. "Grandpa, let me go as well. I can cover for him." Situ Qian quickly volunteered. Her eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Right now, all her thoughts were on Lin Yi. If she could hook up with Lin Yi, then what ugly senior apprentice brother Ma? She would be able to kick him aside. Lin Yi looked like a warrior, rough, but it wasn't bad at all. Situ Guangzhong naturally had no objections to this and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Wei Shinjin, on the other hand, was sneering in his heart. He knew exactly what this slut was thinking. A woman could actually be so licentious to this extent. She was truly a unique scorpion shitting on her. However, on the surface, Wei Shinjin was still calm and collected. After putting on the bamboo hat to cover his appearance. Thus, he followed Situ Qian to the Tiandan Pavilion. As for Situ Guangzhong and Wei Feng, they stayed behind to entertain Southern Polar Light and the others while waiting for news. The two of them didn't speak on the way, and they soon arrived at the Tiandan Pavilion. As soon as they stepped through the door, they saw Sydney's busy figure. Although her face was covered, her figure and temperament were obvious. The two of them could recognize it at a glance. "It really is Sydney." Wei Shinjin was shocked. At first, he really liked Sydney, but he didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns. Now, things were the same, but people were different. He ended up as a cripple, which made people sigh. Seeing that Wei Shinjin's gaze was fixed on Sydney's busy figure, Situ Qian, who was at the side, smiled. She didn't have any feelings of jealousy. After all, what was so good about being jealous of a cripple? "Brother Wei. Don't you like Sydney? Then why don't you stay here and take a look at her? I'll go take a look at that Ling Yi and carefully identify him so that we don't wrongly accuse him," Situ Qian said softly. Without waiting for Wei Shinjin's reply, she left him alone and went to look for Lin Yi. Wei Shinjin was so angry that his whole body trembled. If it was in the past, before he was beaten into a cripple, Situ Qian would be jealous if he even looked at another woman. But now, in Situ Qian's eyes, he was just a servant's plaything. He didn't have any status at all. As for their nominal relationship as husband and wife, it would only bring him more pain and humiliation. Looking at Situ Qian's coquettish back view, Wei Shinjin clenched his fists tightly and didn't flare up. When he looked at Sydney again, he was no longer as agitated as before. He was much calmer and more indifferent. Just now, when Southern Aurora and the others were talking about Lin Yi, Patriarch Xianchen had mentioned that Lin Yi and Sydney had already been together since they were in the secular world. In other words, he was the one who had interfered. It was no wonder that Lin Yi would elope with Sydney. Wei Shinjin wasn't an unreasonable person. Now that he thought about it, he realized that all of this was actually because of that bitch, Situ Qian, who had added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. She had benefited from the situation, which caused him, Lin Yi, and Sydney to become enemies. The source of all his tragedies was this bitch. Now, he had been cuckolded, which was a great humiliation. He couldn't bear it. Wei Shinjin glanced at Sydney from afar, then turned around to look for Situ Qian. He wanted to see what this bitch was going to do to Lin Yi. As for Sydney, he no longer had any extravagant hopes. Frankly speaking, Wei Shinjin's only wish now was to find an opportunity to kill Situ Qian. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to perish together with her. Unfortunately, with his current strength and situation, even this wish would be difficult to achieve without a special opportunity. On the second floor of the Tiandan Pavilion, there weren't any elixirs for sale. However, there were a few private rooms. Other than for Lin Yi and the others, there were also rooms for receiving guests. Wei Xinjin saw that one of the doors was open. As expected, it was Sita Qian's voice coming from inside. Without saying anything, he immediately held his breath and leaned against the wall, silently eavesdropping. My name is Sita Qian. I wonder if shopkeeper Lin still recognizes me. Sita Qian said with a flirtatious smile on her face. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face from head to toe as she drooled in her heart. Compared to Wu Fu's rough look, he was much more attractive. She couldn't tell that he was a fresh piece of meat. Miss Situ, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Sita Qian. He didn't expect her to come knocking on his door. It seemed like she already knew his real identity, which surprised him a little. How could that be? I've always been very accurate when it comes to judging people. I would never mistake them for someone else. However, if shopkeeper Lin insists on acting dumb, then there's nothing I can do about it. Sita Qian continued to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her coldly. Suddenly, a murderous intent rose in his heart. He had already planned to get rid of this threat, but this woman still dared to come knocking on his door and threaten him. She really didn't know how to write the word death. Since shopkeeper Lin doesn't want to admit it, how about we make a deal? You're a businessman now anyway. After listening to me, I believe you'll agree. Sita Qian didn't sense the danger at all. Instead, she smiled and moved closer to Lin Yi. Chapter 4153. A deal? Lin Yi asked calmly. He wanted to hear what this woman wanted to say. Although he could kill her effortlessly with his current strength, he had to first confirm how many people knew about his identity. That's right. Since I'm already here, I'm sure you know that your identity as Wu Fu Ling Yi has been exposed. It's useless to pretend in front of me, because I'm not the first person to know about this. The ones who really exposed you are actually the old enemies you've already provoked in the secular world, Southern Aurora, Xianchen, and the others. Do you understand what I mean now? Sita Qian looked at Lin Yi with an even more unscrupulous gaze. In her eyes, since she had already confirmed the secret of Lin Yi's identity, Lin Yi was already a piece of fresh meat in her mouth. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. What do you mean? Lin Yi's expression remained indifferent, but the killing intent in his heart was like raging waves. He really didn't expect Southern Aurora and the others to join forces with the Snow Sword faction. Now, the problem he had to face was not as simple as a hidden danger. If he didn't handle it well, it was highly likely that this matter would turn into a fatal threat. Even if he had the protection of the will of heaven, his opponents were Southern Aurora and the Snow Sword faction. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In fact, Lin Yi had already decided not to return to the North Island for the time being. If he didn't resolve this crisis properly, he wouldn't feel at ease leaving Tian Chan and Sydney here and going back alone. What I mean is very simple. Although they have some guesses about your identity, they aren't completely sure yet. I'm here to check things out, so you don't have to be afraid. As long as you listen to me, I can help you cover up when I return. That way, no one will know that you're Wu Fu Ling Yi. What do you think? Sita Qian's coquettish body moved closer to Lin Yi. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything dangerous, and I won't let you suffer. I'll just do something that both men and women love to do. With that, Sita Qian reached out to hook her arms around Lin Yi's neck. At the same time, she fell into Lin Yi's arms. Although it was broad daylight and there was a lot of noise downstairs, she could not wait to have sex with Lin Yi. It would be more exciting. It was more to her liking. However, Lin Yi pushed her away and looked at her coldly. Miss Situ, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the Wu Fu Ling Yi you're talking about. Ha! You're still quibbling at this point. Lin Yi, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Sita Qian was furious. She pointed at Lin Yi's nose and said, "Fine. Lin Yi, just you wait. When our snow sword school captures you, let's see who can save you." Seeing that Lin Yi was still indifferent, Situ Qian paused for a moment. Then, she softened her tone and tried to persuade him, "Lin Yi, you have to think this through. You'll be mine sooner or later. However, when that time comes, you'll become a toy boy with no status. Don't be so shameless. It's not too late to regret it. If you agree, I'll go back and find a way to kill Wei Shinjin. Then, we'll get married." Wei Shinjin, who was outside the room, was infuriated when he heard these words. If he had the strength, he would rush in and strangle this bitch to death. Unfortunately, he was now a useless person without any strength. He couldn't even die together with her. So, he could only choose to endure. "Alright, you don't have to say any more. I'm not the Wu Fu Ling Yi you're looking for. So, Miss Situ, please go back." Lin Yi cut her off unceremoniously. Initially, he had wanted to kill Situ Qian, but doing so would alert the enemy. Southern Aurora and the others, as well as the Snow Sword faction, were the true threats. With his strength alone, he would not be able to deal with them. He would have to discuss this with Tian Xing. Good, you've got guts. Let's wait and see. You won't be able to escape from me sooner or later. Situ Qian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She turned around and slammed the door. When she saw Wei Shinjin walking down the stairs, she was slightly stunned. However, she didn't even bother to call out to him and left angrily. In response, Lin Yi just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. With the strong protection of the will of heaven, even if Southern Aurora and the Snow Sword School confirmed his identity, there wouldn't be much risk. At the very least, these people wouldn't have the guts to come and capture him. He could deal with them as much as he wanted. However, this woman Situ Qian was unimaginably despicable. She actually used this as a threat to force him to fool around with her. What a weirdo. While he was speechless, someone suddenly came in from the door and knelt down without saying anything, which gave Lin Yi a fright. After taking a closer look at the person's appearance, Lin Yi was even more surprised. It was Wei Shinjin, who had been crippled by him. "Lin Yi, I don't blame you for hurting me. I know that it's all because of that vicious bitch Situ Qian. That's why I'm in this state today." Wei Shinjin took the initiative to speak. "But you don't have to do this, right? Are you going to acknowledge me as your master or what?" Lin Yi asked with a strange expression. He even suspected that this guy was putting on an act, deliberately tricking him into confessing his identity. However, Lin Yi could also see that Situ Qian's words about killing Wei Shinjin were not made up. He really felt a killing intent from Situ Qian. At that time, he had already sensed that Wei Shinjin should be outside the door. There was no reason for him to play along with Situ Qian's act. "No, I'm not going to acknowledge you as my master." Wei Shinjin shook his head and took a deep breath. "I just want to ask you to do something for me. Help me kill that bitch Situ Qian." "Kill Situ Qian?" Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. This couple was really a weirdo. They both wanted to kill each other. It was really a case of enemies meeting each other. "I know that with your power and strength, you can definitely do it. Now, there is no one who can help me, only you," Wei Shinjin said with a bitter expression. If there was any other choice, he would never kneel to Lin Yi. Even if Situ Qian was playing tricks, it was still Lin Yi who had injured him. This was an indisputable fact. Right now, he was truly at his wit's end. There was really no one else he could ask for help from. No one in the Snow Sword School would offend a powerful elder like Situ Guangzong for a cripple like him. Even his backer, Wei Feng, might not be willing to help him do such a thing. "I can kill her, but why?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Even if Situ Qian was originally on his list of targets, it was completely different from helping Wei Shinjin kill someone. Not to mention that Lin Yi might not be willing to do this favor, at least for now. He and Wei Shinjin were not on the same side. They were far from colluding to kill someone. Chapter 4154. Wei Shinjin choked on his words as he came back to his senses. Yeah, why would Lin Yi help him for no reason at all? The reason why he suddenly knelt before Lin Yi was because he suddenly realized that it was impossible for him to kill Situ Qian. He was a cripple, and it was impossible for him to kill Situ Qian with his own hands. If there was anyone in the world who was willing to kill Situ Qian, it would be Lin Yi, who was standing in front of him. However, Lin Yi was backed by the mighty will of heaven and was the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion. His status was unparalleled. On the other hand, Wei Shinjin was now a cripple. His strength was not even comparable to a slightly stronger ordinary person. Why would he need Lin Yi's help? Moreover, although it was the bitch Situ Qian who instigated the conflict, strictly speaking, they still had a grudge against each other. Even if he transferred all his hatred to Situ Qian, it did not mean that Lin Yi would do the same. Previously, it was Situ Qian who set me up and instigated me to misunderstand you and Shueli. That's why I was so impulsive and offended you. Wei Shinjin fell to the ground in despair and helplessness. He muttered to himself, but now, I've seen the true face of this bitch. She's just a whore who has been ridden by thousands of men. She's a vicious woman with a venomous heart. Lin Yi looked at him and didn't say anything to interrupt. To be honest, he thought that Wei Shinjin and Situ Qian were just a couple who were in cahoots with each other, but now it seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. After I became a cripple, she shamelessly ran around with that ugly Ma Xiangfeng. She did not respect me, her real husband, at all. She even wanted to kill me so that I would not be an eyesore to her. Do you think there is a bitch more shameless than her in this world? Wei Shinjin forced a smile and exposed his own dirty linen. He told her everything that had happened to Situ Qian, including the boy toy and the artificial membrane. He did not hide anything. Lin Yi was stunned after hearing this. He already knew that Situ Qian was not a good person. However, after hearing what Wei Shinjin said, he was still shocked. There was actually a woman who was even more despicable than Murongjin in this world. Situ Qian was really a weirdo. I'm very clear about that traitor's temperament. Since she has her eyes on you, it's impossible for her to let go so easily. When she returns, she'll definitely think of a way to stir up trouble. She's a natural slut, and she'll do anything to get you. Furthermore, I believe that you're a gentleman, and you definitely won't be willing to collude with such a scoundrel. So, if you don't kill her, you'll definitely be in trouble, and you won't be able to get rid of it. Wei Shinjin earnestly advised. However, if I were to kill him, the entire Snow Sword School would definitely be enraged. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Lin Yi said calmly. You don't have to worry about that. I can cooperate with you and help you get rid of this hidden danger. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed to have loosened up a little, Wei Shinjin was immediately overjoyed. He quickly offered a plan. After I return to the Snow Sword School, I'll insist that you're not Wu Fu Ling Yi. That way, even if Situ Qian tells the truth, they'll only be skeptical. Moreover, I believe that bitch will definitely not expose your identity in order to get you. So, you don't have to worry. And then? Lin Yi said calmly. According to what Wei Shinjin had said, it could indeed be a smokescreen. Even if it couldn't completely eliminate the suspicion, it could at least confuse the enemy for a short period of time. Then, you can think of a way to hint to that bitch. Loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Pretend to agree to lure her out. I believe that with your strength, it'll be absolutely easy for you to kill her. At that time, we'll fake the crime scene and I'll take the blame. I'll say that I killed Situ Qian. After all, I'm useless and I don't want to live like this anymore. Wei Shinjin said emotionally. Hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If he did what Wei Shinjin had said, he could indeed kill Situ Qian easily. Moreover, as long as Wei Shinjin was willing to expose his family's dirty linen, he would have enough motive to kill Lin Yi. That way, no one would suspect him. It was a good suggestion, but it wasn't that safe. Why should I believe you? Lin Yi looked at Wei Shinjin and asked in a deep voice. I'm willing to sign a spiritual beast contract with you. You can use a high-grade spiritual pet talisman to control me. As long as I'm willing, even a human can become your spiritual pet. Wei Shinjin said excitedly. You want to become my spiritual pet? Lin Yi was shocked. This was not impossible. After all, a high-grade spiritual pet talisman could indeed control people. However, since ancient times, very few people would do so. After all, who would be willing to be controlled by someone else for their entire life? One should know that the intelligence of humans was far above that of spiritual beasts. The complexity of their yuan-shin was also unique. Even if it was a high-grade spiritual pet talisman, even if there was a huge disparity in strength, if the target was not willing to cooperate, it would be impossible to successfully tame it. That's right, I'm willing to become your spiritual pet. Wei Shinjin's eyes lit up. In order to kill Situ Qian, he was ready to risk everything, including his life and dignity. Then wait here for a moment. Let me think about it. Lin Yi did not agree immediately. Instead, he turned around and went back to his room to concoct a heart-devouring poisonous pill. This was something he learned in the common world when he was training with his Shifu. It was taught by his Shifu's wife, Lan Ling. Once this pill was consumed, the person would have to listen to the person who gave it wholeheartedly. Otherwise, the person's heart would be devoured by thousands of bugs. This thing, unless it was an expert in the art of goo, even the best pharmacist, or even a doctor saint like Zhang Liju, might not be able to cure it. After all, everyone had their own specializations, and they weren't in the same system. Conventional thinking and experience wouldn't work at all. As for the high-grade spiritual pet talisman that Wei Shinjin had mentioned, with Lin Yi's current wealth and connections, it was not hard to get it. His control over it was far above the heart-devouring poisonous pill, and he could turn Wei Shinjin into a puppet. However, this thing had its drawbacks. Once something happened to the spiritual pet, the owner would suffer a huge backlash as well. Back then, Meng Tong was spitting out blood because of the black-back stick ape. Wei Shinjin had already made it clear that he was prepared to die with Situ Qian. If Lin Yi still took him in as a spiritual pet, wouldn't he be waiting for the backlash? The heart-devouring poisonous pill was the safest choice. This was similar to the poison he gave Dofeng Bro in the common world. He had enough control over it, and he didn't have to worry about any side effects. However, a few days before he left, Lin Yi had already given the antidote to Qintian and asked him to bring it to Dofeng Bro, R1152. Chapter 4155. This is called the heart-devouring curse pill. Eat it and I will believe you. Lin Yi returned to the living room and handed the heart-devouring curse pill to Wei Shinjin. You betrayed me. You will die a horrible death. After receiving the heart-devouring curse pill, Wei Shinjin swallowed it without hesitation. He was already prepared to be Lin Yi's pet. Why would he be afraid of this small pill? Is it okay now? Now you don't have to worry about me betraying you and you can attack that bitch, Situ Qian, right? Although Wei Shinjin didn't know what he was eating, he was sure that it was something similar to controlling him, so he said impatiently. Well, I'll leave that to you. Lin Yi smiled faintly. What? I'll kill her myself. I'm a useless person now. How can I kill her? Wei Shinjin was stunned. When he reacted, he was furious. He said sadly and helplessly, You tricked me. He'd bet everything on Lin Yi, even his life and dignity, but all he got in return was Lin Yi telling him to kill him. How the hell could he accept that? Hee, I never lie. Since I told you to kill her yourself, I will naturally give you the ability. Why would I trick you? Lin Yi smiled faintly and gestured for Wei Shinjin to meditate at the side. Sit down first. I will help you recover your damaged meridians. Ah. Recover meridians. Wei Shinjin was shocked. He immediately threw his sadness and helplessness to the back of his mind. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? Don't lie to me. My meridians have been shattered by you. Even the 4th grade recover pill and the 5th grade meridian conduit pill have no effect. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a useless person. You should know this. I know. The meridian conduit pill doesn't work, but that doesn't mean I can't heal you. Do you know that the will of heaven's meridians were shattered just like yours? It's even more serious than yours. Aren't you still as lively as before? Lin Yi smiled faintly. You healed the will of heaven. Wei Shinjin paled as he looked at Lin Yi. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The will of heaven's recovery was a mystery in the whole of Zhongdao. No one knew who did it. Some said it was the mysterious medicine master. Some said it was Zhang Liju's painstaking research. There were all sorts of theories. The will of heaven never came out to clarify anything. The will of heaven himself. The pill hall of the hall didn't say anything. Wei Shinjin had never imagined that this was actually the work of Lin Yi. If it was someone else who said this, Wei Shinjin would definitely think that this person was talking nonsense and trying to flatter himself. However, it was Lin Yi, so he believed it without hesitation. Otherwise, with the status of a legendary master like the will of heaven, even if Lin Yi was his brother-in-law, how could he try so hard to protect Lin Yi, a new disciple of the 3 pavilions in the North Island? He did not answer Wei Shinjin's question. Lin Yi directly gave him the answer with his actions. In just a short 2 hours, Wei Shinjin was shocked to discover that all the meridians in his body had been shattered. It had miraculously recovered to its original state. This is simply a miracle. Wei Shinjin instantly fell into a state of ecstasy. He was originally a cripple who had lost all hope and was just a walking corpse with no future. The only reason for him to continue living was to kill that bitch, Situ Qian. However, he did not expect that the surprise would come so suddenly. For a moment, Wei Shinjin was so excited that he could not even speak. He opened his mouth to speak to Lin Yi, but did not know how to express his gratitude. Without saying a word, he knelt down again with a plop and kowtowed to Lin Yi 3 times in a row. You don't have to do this. Hurry up and get up. Lin Yi hurried forward to help him up. Although his meridians were also shattered like the will of heaven, Wei Shinjin's injury was much lighter. Unlike the will of heaven's old injury that had accumulated for many years, it was easy for him to repair, and it did not take much effort. Lin Yi, oh no, Boss Lin Yi, you are my second parent. You deserve these kowtows. Wei Shinjin said firmly. Not to mention that Lin Yi had already fed him the heart-devouring vermin. Even without it, he was not an ungrateful person. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart, without any pretense. Lin Yi smiled. He'd seen a lot of people since he'd been in the common world. He could tell whether Wei Shinjin was sincere or not with just one look. Just from this performance alone, Lin Yi could tell that this guy was a man who knew how to repay kindness. Taking someone like this as a follower wasn't a bad deal. Boss Lin Yi, I will go back and kill Situ Qian, the bitch. Wei Shinjin said with a murderous look. He was about to leave with his sword. Although his meridians had just recovered, he was confident that he could quickly regain his strength and kill Situ Qian. Wait. Lin Yi stopped him. If you go back and kill her like this, even if you are a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, you will not be able to escape punishment. Who cares? Wei Shinjin did not care, and said angrily, "This woman has brought me such great shame. If I don't kill her, how can there be justice in the world? Before, I was not strong enough, so I had no choice but to drag out an ignoble existence. But now, I can't stand it anymore. Even if I die, I will drag this bitch down with me. For such a shameless bitch, you will die with her. Is there any meaning?" Lin Yi looked at him coldly and said, "Don't forget, your life is mine now. I spent so much effort to cure you, not to let you die with this bitch. But what should I do? Boss Lin Yi, I really can't stand it anymore." Wei Shinjin finally calmed down a little, but he was still tempted. He had already realized that he was different from before. Earlier, he was a hopeless cripple. If he could drag Sita Qian down with him, it would be worth it. But now, he had become a core disciple of the early stage of the Gold Core realm with a bright future. If he wanted to exchange his life with a bitch like Sita Qian, it would only be stupid. "Wait here for me for a moment." Lin Yi smiled, turned around, and went out to make 2 kinds of medicine. When he came back, he gave them to Wei Shinjin. "This. You want me to poison that bitch?" Wei Shinjin said in surprise. "Of course not. If it was just a simple poison, Sita Qian's death would be easily traced back to you. What's the difference between that and you directly killing Sita Qian? The 2 medicines I gave you are the right medicine. Even if Sita Qian dies in the end, no one will suspect you." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "The right medicine? What do you mean?" Wei Shinjin was still confused. Chapter 4156. It's very simple. When you get back, take the initiative to please Sita Qian. Then, both of you will take the first drug. By then, both of you will be very happy. I guarantee that the effect will be even better than the one in the Central Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi explained. "Ah. Do I have to pretend to please that bitch? Alright, I'll listen to Boss Lin Yi." When Wei Shinjin thought of Sita Qian's face, he felt disgusted. It was fine if she did not have the strength, but she had the strength. But since Lin Yi had said so, he could only nod and agree. With Sita Qian's slutty nature, after tasting the sweetness, she will definitely take the drug and secretly find her lover, Ma Shangfeng. When that time comes, just let her take the second drug. Lin Yi continued to teach. "Oh. Alright. But what's the difference between the second drug?" Wei Shinjin asked curiously. "Of course, the second drug's effect is even stronger than the first one. But there's also a problem." Lin Yi laughed and said, "If a man takes it, it will cause his kidney water acupuncture point to become stagnant, causing him to lose his yang energy and die. But you reminded me that the name Ma Shangfeng is quite a good match. If a woman takes it, she will become dizzy. Her body will act like a natural instinct and will not be able to stop. In the end, her heart will not be able to withstand the extreme excitement and she will die." Pfft. Good. That's great. Boss Lin Yi is really a god. This kind of drug that kills without leaving a trace is practically made for that bitch couple. It's impossible for them not to fall for it." Wei Shinjin was overjoyed. If he did what Lin Yi said, he wouldn't need to take any risks at all. It was all Sita Qian's fault, and no one from the Snowsword School would suspect Wei Shinjin anymore. They'd only think that the couple was a shameless couple and deserved to die. Wei Shinjin didn't know what to do. Hee, when you go back this time, be careful not to reveal your strength. If you are exposed, Sita Qian might not go to Ma Shangfeng anymore. If that happens, our plan will be ruined, Lin Yi reminded him. "Don't worry, Boss Lin Yi, I understand. That slut is shameless to the extreme. She had an affair with that ugly Ma Xiangfeng because she didn't like Ma Xiangfeng at all. She was just fooling around to satisfy her cravings. If she finds out that I've recovered, she'll definitely shamelessly stick to me again. You will continue to act innocent in front of me and play me like a fool. Wei Shenjin nodded. That's right, that's what I'm trying to say. After Sita Qian's death, I'm afraid that you, as her husband, will still have to be investigated. When that time comes, make sure to clean up the traces. Blame the 2 drugs that I gave you on Sita Qian. Tell her that she secretly bought them from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Tell them about your helplessness and sorrow. The facts are there, and they will definitely believe you. Lin Yi continued to guide him. Alright, in any case, if nothing unexpected happens. That slut Sita Qian should have died together with Ma Xiangfeng. With the irrefutable evidence, I believe that no one will say anything, Wei Shenjin agreed. That's right. That's about the whole plan. Do you have any other questions? Tell me, and I'll help you solve them, Lin Yi asked. I don't have any questions, but... Wei Shenjin hesitated for a moment. He said worriedly, Sita Qian is Sita Guangzong's biological granddaughter. If she dies like this, Sita Guangzong's old face as an elder of the Snow Sword faction will be completely lost. He won't be able to raise his head again. Even if he can't say anything at the time, he will definitely find an opportunity to deal with me later. After all, as long as I'm alive, people will think of the Situ family's immoral granddaughter. That will make him lose face. Situ Guangzong is indeed a threat. However, I can help you solve this problem. Lin Yi smiled and gave him an idea. After the incident, you can come to our Tiandan pavilion. When you go back, tell everyone that Big Brother the Will of Heaven healed your injuries. That way, you will regain your strength and potential, and become a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction. You might even have a relationship with Big Brother the Will of Heaven. At that time, who would dare to deal with you? That's right. That's great. Thank you, Boss Lin Yi, for your guidance. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, no matter what you want me to do, even if I have to climb a mountain of daggers or swim a sea of flames, Wei Shenjin will not hesitate. Wei Shenjin said gratefully and excitedly. This person, Lin Yi, not only did he have great strength, he also had a miraculous ability. He also had a profound background, and most importantly, he had a shrewd mind. Every time he came into contact with Lin Yi, Wei Shenjin couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even if he didn't have the grace of giving him a new life, even if he didn't have the heart-devouring parasite, he had already started to sincerely feel that it was not wrong for him to worship this boss. In the future, if even such a person couldn't reach the highest level, then perhaps no one in this world would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of Heaven's Stage Island. I don't need you to do anything for the time being. After you go back, think of a way to cancel your wanted order. Then, put the matter of your recovery on Big Brother the Will of Heaven's head. Don't let it have anything to do with me, Lin Yi instructed. The reason why Lin Yi repeatedly emphasized this point was because he had his own concerns. There were many experts on Heaven's Stage Island. Once the news that he had restored Wei Shenjin's meridian spread, others would naturally get to the bottom of it. At that time, it would be unavoidable for him to attract the attention of those apex bigwigs and be pushed to the heart of the struggle. On the contrary, if he pushed everything on the will of heaven and said that he had recovered by himself, then even if others had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. After all, they couldn't just go to the will of heaven and ask him directly. Besides, even if they asked, the will of heaven would cooperate with Lin Yi's act, and they wouldn't be able to get the truth out of him. It's not a problem to put the matter on Senior the Will of Heaven, but Boss Lin Yi, it might not be of any use for me to say that you are Wufu Ling Yi. After all, Southern Aurora and the others have sworn that you are Wufu Ling Yi. Even if I go back and deny it, the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction will only be skeptical and won't directly cancel the wanted order. Wei Xinjin awkwardly scratched his head. Just a moment ago, he had sworn that he would do anything for Lin Yi, but in the blink of an eye, he was stumped by such a small matter. During this period of time, Wei Xinjin increasingly felt that his intelligence was insufficient. That's simple. After you go back, just tell them that they don't dare to confirm my identity. Furthermore, the will of heaven often appears here, so even if they confirm it, they can't make a move. Let them decide. Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing. As for the matter of canceling the wanted order, wait until you publicly recover. Just say that although you were injured by someone in Tiandan Pavilion, the will of heaven also healed your injuries, so they offset each other. With Big Brother the will of heaven's face here, I believe that the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction will be sensible.